SportsShoes.com, YouTube channel with copy by Matt Devon and Anna England. Right now, it's all about you. We have 3 minutes to go, Julian. Now back to the line. Back to the line. We might be countdown here.
Well, welcome everybody tuning in at home. Podium Festival, the hotly anticipated Podium Festival, shall I say. It's been in the diary for a while, and we've got a fantastic junior race ahead of us. It's try and ID some of the athletes. It's under 9s, under 11s, and under 13s are going to go in this one. So a whole mix of age groups, and obviously boys and girls in here as well. But look at the display, the flags and everything. So welcome if you're just joining us. We're going to be on air for 8 hours or so. A busy day, and I'll run you through the timetable a little bit. There it is on your screen there. 12 o'clock is the time now, so we're about to get underway with these junior races. Then we've got the open 5k, and then the sub 18, and then we just get faster and faster throughout the afternoon, and the time trial at 3:30, and that kind of whets the appetite, breaks the program up a little bit from those 5ks, and we close out with of course those elite races this evening. And boy, have we got some stellar lineups. More on that a little bit later on, but enjoy this kids race. And welcome if you are tuning in, because you'll get a feel for what is going on here at Leicester, and it is absolutely epic. As in the words of James, the announcing today, it looks like a proper festival. And this is the back straight. This is actually, and let's get an eye on some of these athletes then. And do forgive me if I struggle IDing some of these. Had the start list given to me very, very late for this one, but 922 there. There's Charlie Atkins. Looks like he's ready to rock and roll here. 909 as well. That's Alfie Furnival. Single race. So this will just be a lap of the circuit. This actually will be quite useful for those racing later on in the day, just to familiarise themselves with this circuit. And where the breeze is, it's almost perfect conditions. The sun unfortunately has gone behind the clouds, but we hope that can come out back a little bit later on this afternoon. So here we go then, race 1, the very first Sports Shoes Podium Festival. And what a better way to start it than this. So off they go, off the line. And they'll go round quick to into that first bend. It's a slight uphill for them before a kind of very, very gradual downhill along the back straight, shall we call it. That's where the crowd are going to be, and everyone just filling up the arena, or the track, shall I say. Talk about the brands. I mean, Solomon, Puma, Morton, Adidas, Red Bull, New Balance, Asics, Hoka, just about every brand that you could think of is here, showing their product off as well, getting people to try shoes on. And you can take shoes for a test, you can win prizes, live music, beer, food. Absolutely epic. And that's the Reading AC athlete Wolf May, looking very good early on, and he's going to be joined by, is that Charlie Atkins, who I ID'd on the start line as well. So we got two lads up front, side by side for the time being. And they got a healthy gap back to the first girl in third place in the race, but she is winning overall in that girls age group. So Wolf May of Reading looks to be stretching himself down that back straight. Very, very smooth indeed. And they got a tough bend. It gets a little bit lonely up there. That's actually the section of the course they're on now, is where the athletes are going to be chilling out, relaxing and preparing, and of course warming up for their events. And in fact, there's some ice baths. The Ice Bath Company and Red Bull collaborating together to provide some excellent recovery for a lot of these athletes. So well, Wolf May taking this race by the scruff of the neck, looking very, very smooth indeed. And he's gapped Charlie Atkins, and he's all on his own now. So the Reading AC man doing the red, white and blue of that club proud. Rich history, and in fact Johnny Davies goes later on in those elite races, and also a Reading AC athlete. 13-16 lifetime best over 5,000 for him, so some good inspiration for Wolf May to follow in the footsteps of those great athletes that have come from that club. All on his own then, and as I said, they'll do that it's kind of a bigger circle, if you like, a bigger loop on that back section of the course compared to the first, where all the brands, tents and shoes and all the live music and beers are as well. So Charlie Atkins, and let's have a look at a little bit of change in this race so far, because we'll ID a few more of these. Atkins through. Wolf May's going to take it though, coming down the home straight and looking very, very smooth. And what a run from him. Got just under, 2:55 on the clock. Anything close to 3 minutes would be very, very special. And Wolf May is going to be your very first winner at the Sports Shoes Podium Festival, crossing the tape as we speak. What a run from him, the man from Reading AC, and he's actually continuing on, so do apologise. I think they may well go 2 laps, and but you might hear me repeating myself, because it looks like not much is going to change in this race as Wolf May looks comfortable at the front. And that was around about Charlie Atkins gone through as well, so there's 3:20ish through him through the first lap. So can they get inside 7 minutes? That's what we'll be looking out for now. Single file, but great. All the athletes really giving it their all. Great competition out there. And what a place on the English schools is obviously today. There's the bell sounding, so just under 2 kilometers. To give you a bit of context, 974 meters a lap, so just under that kilometer. But wow, as Wolf May comes past my commentary box, he is just opening up that gap. Charlie Atkins still in second. He's doing well in second place at the moment, but oh boy, Wolf May is just flying along. Looks very, very smooth, and I hope he can stick around and enjoy the afternoon, enjoy the evening ahead of him as well, because there's going to be some fantastic athletes on this circuit a little bit later on. Some of the very, very best in the world to have ever run over 5,000 meters are going to grace this this cycle track in Leicester, which is quite special, really. So Charlie Atkins in second. I'll try to identify who is in third place as well, and that looks like Alfie Furnival in third place. So there's your top 3: May, Atkins and Furnival. We got Florence Rudkin is the lead girl at the moment, but she's going to have a tough battle with Charlotte Long, because those two are neck and neck at the moment with about 500 meters or so to go. They're on the back stretch of this track. They're going to go on that lonely section. They're very quiet out there at the moment. It won't be later on though. And if you're watching and you like what you're seeing, get yourself down here. You've got plenty of time. We've got races until 7 o'clock tonight, and there will be an after party as well, so to make your trip worthwhile. There's the live bands behind me are just setting themselves up to rock the day away. So Wolf May out front doing his thing. Hefty little gap he's got. There's Atkins that you can see on shot. 9.22. Very smooth, just taking that bend in his stride now, but Wolf May coming into the home straight. And well, he was around just outside 3 minutes for lap 1 on the clock at the moment. We're 6 minutes on the clock at the moment, so he's going to be, 6.5 minutes or so. He's probably got 30-40 seconds of running left, and people lining the fences to get a piece of the very first winner at the Podium Festival. Charlie Atkins, Will Furnival in second and third there, but look at that for a shot then. Wolf May, ladies and gentlemen, Reading AC takes this junior race 2 kilometers. Your very first winner. What a run. Dominant from him. We look forward to seeing him at many more podium events in the future. And he may even give him a few years in the senior event. So in second place, is it still Charlie Atkins? It is. He's managed to rally. He's managed to hold off Will Furnival. It looked like for a minute or two Furnival was going to get back on terms and it was going to be a right ding-dong down the home straight. But Charlie Atkins looking very, very smooth, bounding his way to the finish line. He's going to take that second place in Wolf Furnival for a great battle in third as well. Now it's time to ID some of the girls out on the course. I think we've seen a little bit of change as well. Charlotte Long up there. Ida Bell in there as well. So Florence Rudkin. Some great running from all of those as they continue to cross the line. There's Florence Rudkin. That's what 2 kilometers all-out effort can do to you. Very, very hard. Great experience for all these athletes. I mean, this is absolutely epic. Good time now as that race finishes up. Just to talk you through the timetable, the men's and women's open race, it's going to be a joint race. The only one of the few joint races of the day, shall I say, and that's going to go off at 12:30. That's for anyone outside of that 18-minute 5k barrier. There's going to be 100 or so in that race, and then we've got a 1 o'clock sub 18-minute race, and there's going to be a 5k race every half an hour. Gives you kind of a short 10-minute window, 15-minute window in between races to get your breath, go grab a cup of tea, and get back onto that live stream. So and then the time trial off at 3:30. That's worth putting in the diary. We saw the pilot event for that just last year. It was a huge success, and I think races like that is the way. We're going to see a few more of those over the next few years. It's certainly exciting for us at home, viewers at home, and then after that time trial event, it'll wrap itself up around about 5 o'clock. Athletes are going off in 1 minute intervals, and it literally is just the fastest lap of the track. And then the elite races, they get started at 5:30.
the first of our 5k races, the first open race at 12:30. Come on down to the racing. Look, you can warm up on there now. You've got just over 17 minutes to race start. And remember, all 5k runners, you'll be running 5 laps plus about 100 metres, so your start gantry is the one furthest away from the stage. So it's 5 and a bit laps, the loop 970 metres. Race number 1 of the 5Ks of the SportsShoes.com Podium Festival. 12:30 is the start time. 12:15 is the time now. So in this last 15 minutes you can come on down to the racing circuit and do a lap or so just to get your orientation. Remember, we're starting at the gantry furthest away from the finish line. 5 and a bit laps. Open race, we've got some internationals in there as well. Spain popping up, we've got obviously the local events as well, supporting the races, racing the Mason Mansfield, not just very close to the Leicester clubs, as well as lots of students that are here today. So less than 15 minutes to get that warm up on the race circuit. Please do play the race circuit when the races are going on. They are going to be busy, very interesting.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Rebellion Flash 2. Look out for the Mizuno lab technicians who can tell you all you need to know about the shoe technology and how you can bag yourself a hot personal best. And the competition area today will have 10 lucky winners with a year's sponsorship from Mizuno, so you can train their sponsor. Mizuno's lab technicians are scattered around the site, including Olympic medalists, Holly Bradshaw, they have a competition entry, QR code.
gives you
11 minutes to race start. 11 minutes to race start if you're in our first open 5K.
beauty of
52
Samara
women entered,
is that
58 men
energy.
entered. 11 minutes to go.
Energy.
Hashtag just saying.
More than is a game changer. It's
Reminder, the start line
as far as
is
nutrition is
finish
concerned.
line gantry.
More than a
Gantry
game
around
changer.
about 100 metres away from us. That is the start line. There's the 100 metre dash towards us, but then 5 laps from there. We've already one race down. That's the Podium Juniors, Will May and Charlotte Long taking the honours. And we are just over 10 minutes away from the start of our open race. A very busy open race. So yes, keep warming up on race circuit. But once the
I want to put it this way that more than is a game changer. It's as far as nutrition is concerned. More than is a game changer. All the sportsmen and sportswomen are looking for the products whereby it's friendly to the stomach and can be directly absorbed to the bloodstream, and you get the benefits. And there is no other product. It's more than products. For a recreational runner or in those that I would explain that protein needs fuel to move for a long time. If recreational runners actually wants to run all city marathons or even ultra marathons or even go up the mountain, then they need to have more than actually in their pockets. It acts actually as food. The beauty of the marathon is that immediately it's in the stomach, then it's absorbed direct to the bloodstream, and it goes on the whole of your body, and you get a lot of energy to think and energy to move. So if you're a recreational runner running a lot of marathon inside the mind to be sharp all the time. But the marathon is the only way to refuel yourself. What I am doing in training is what I am doing in the race. I am practicing fueling when I am at home. I am practicing actually to drink every 5 kilometers when I am at home. So when I'm training for 40 kilometers, I need to have eight bottles to actually make sure I grab every 5 kilometers. Make sure I drink it actually the substantial amount. And if I get the substantial amount actually to my stomach, then the result and the compatibility of running the whole long run is realized. The more they practice before, then the more they will consume more on a rest day. If actually one person actually want to beat that 4-hour barrier marathon, and if actually it is he or she decided to really put more fluids on his body, then the performance will be high. We'll break the 4-hour barrier. Because the more you drink, the more you perform. The more you drink, the more energy is coming out of your body. The more you drink, the more you run good.
Well, moments away from the first senior race of the day. We had the juniors go just 20 minutes or so ago. But first senior race, this is the Open. It's going to be a joint race, men's and women's, all in one race. And well, we're looking for around about just outside 18 minutes for the winner. We expect something like that. And then the races are seeded from here on out. So Open now, and then from 1 o'clock the races are seeded. We got 18 minutes, 16:40 at 1:30, and sub 16 race at 2 o'clock, and then 2:30 the sub 15:40 race, and then the last of the non-elite races, sub 15:15 race at that's going to go at 3 o'clock before that time trial as well. So just keep an eye out. Here we are, some of the start lists on screen. And if you're wondering what on earth you're watching, it's Sports Shoes Podium Festival, one of its kind, and we'll hopefully explain it as the afternoon goes on more and more. But effectively, a whole host of brands are down here at this event showcasing what they have to offer, and we'll have athletes repping those brands later on in those elite races as well. And it's just a festival of running, to be honest. It's almost like the national running show here this afternoon. There's just so much going on, so much to get your hands on. There's prizes to be won, shoes to try, gear to try on as well. More to it down here, so you can experience some supplements as well. But so the reason the athletes are starting all the way down there, it's 976 meters a lap. So once they get that first, well, just 150 meters or so, and go past that finish tunnel, it will be 5 laps from there on out. So just over 5 laps, and I'll try to ID a few of these runners as they set off and we get underway. I'll be joined by Hannah England a little bit later on as well. So, and some more intel on the track itself. Just 5 feet of climb. So it really is one of the fastest circuits in the UK, and a massive prize pot, over £30,000 prize money on offer. So that will be dished out a little bit later on in the day. Unfortunately, no prize money for these lot, but plenty of prizes to be won actually. And we've got a live bands here as well. So the stage is rocking, the stage is set. Here we are, and the man left the picture. Well, the legend himself, the brains behind this event, and Chris Barnes just checking his watch. He's come a long way since those races up at Barrowford. The original Podium, a more central location was required for such a large event like this. So I think I saw Jeff Woodward on that start line as well, 790 tall figure. He's shout out to Josh Schofield and PGC1 coaching, because works with Jeff, making sure he is in PB shape. I'm sure he'll hope for a PB today. James Wright also in here, Claire Watson, Sarah Clinton, Louise Collins. Look out for all these names. So men and women. Women will typically have the longer number on their bib. There's a men. I think that's just an organisation thing, but so 1,200 runners are going to lap this track up throughout the whole day. We're expected to have double that in spectators as well. Terrific numbers here, and the rain is holding off at the moment. Beautiful sunshine this morning and a light breeze. That's picked up a little bit, but hoping for that to settle a little bit later on as well. So there's the unsanctioned athletics running club. You can see Gareth Maguire looking like he's ready to go on the start line as well. Famous vest, that club growing in popularity as well. Some great numbers coming out of it. Sent by that to Richmond and Zetland vest. Well, you know who wears that? Mark Scott. He's done a few podiums in his time, preparing for the London Marathon, particularly over in Portugal at the moment. Charlie Yates is on that front row as well, and interested to see how many of these men on the front row will be there later on. I suspect quite a few. I think that's Ken Harker of Richmond and Zetland. So Chris Barnes makes his way off. He gets out the way. The athletes are ready to rock and roll here for the first senior race at the Sports Shoes Podium Festival. Lots of them going to their stopwatch, making sure they start that watch. And away they go then, just 100 or so in this race. And what an atmosphere, a sea of colour flocked down this straight in Leicester on this cycle track. So once they get under this next banner, that's a Cheltenham Harriers vest up front as well. Once they get under that finish line banner, they'll have 5 laps of this circuit. And you've really got to be fairly patient with the 5K. It really starts to hurt at about 3K, 2/3 of the way through is always where the questions are asked of people. So we'll see how this race unfolds, and 736 up at the front. We'll try to get an idea on that. Looks like a Birmingham University vest, in fact. And it is indeed. That's Josh Ballinger. And looks very smooth, taking the race by the scruff of the neck at the moment. I mentioned before, Wickham Phoenix, Sharcy Barnett. Some fantastic colours out there, and clubs being represented from all over the country. So this is that first bend on the track to give you a little bit of context. This is where all the brands are. You can see Solomon, Garmin. You can go try out all their gear, and then they'll come down what is a large straight. It's effectively 2. You can see the map there. 2 big straights. Very gradual turns as well, which is good. Nothing to really break the rhythm, which is very, very important. There is a slight, ever so slightly uphill on that first turn though, as they make their way round. And this is where they'll have the wind behind them, the little breeze there will be behind them on this section of the course, and they'll have a headwind when they come back around that turn. So we've got a nice pack up front actually. All the suspects are in there that I mentioned before. Gareth McGuire's in there, Ken Harker, Simon Hart, and Jeff Woodward, Charlie Yates as well. 792, that's Charlie Yates of Nuneaton Harriers. He looks keen to push things on a little bit, and once they come around for that lap split, we'll start to get an indication of what sort of time they may finish up with, but expect around about that 18.5 minutes, low 18 minutes I suspect for the front runners in this race. So near perfect conditions, and Sports Shoes Podium Festival is well and truly underway, and all the brands involved: Adidas, Solomon, Garmin, Puma, Red Bull. Athletes can actually get a nice bar. That is the athletes' village to our right, their left, that they will they'll warm up in, they'll go chill out in. There's bean bags and everything, nice warm tents for them to sit in as well, pre-race. But looking good at the moment is the man from Nuneaton, Charlie Yates. He's an under 17, I can tell you that much, and well, he's not frightened to push things along a little bit, is he? And also up there, Josh Ballinger, I mentioned him, Birmingham University student. Hey man, well, what a university to be a part of. Fantastic numbers, they'll have a fantastic training group up in Birmingham as well, not too far away. So they're going through the lap markers there now, and I've got about 3:40 on the clock, so well, just over. So they're probably inside 18:30 pace at the moment, bearing in mind they've run well over a kilometre by the time they go through that lap marker, but it's worth keeping an eye on that each lap, just for a reference point really. Unfortunately, no kilometre splits for us. There's a few Birmingham University students out there as well, hunting for a personal best today. You can see the crowd really filling up, and that is something that Chris Barnes, race organiser, really wanted to make sure he had at this event, was the crowd close. He wanted them pretty much right on the track. You talk about lane 3 beer and cheer, and the example Highgate has set, he wants to do his very best to replicate that in a road race setting, so fans can connect with athletes and friends and family as well. Look at him there, Charlie Yates though, looking very, very smooth. He perhaps didn't expect himself to be on his own at this stage in the race so early on. He's starting to get a bit of a margin open up, a bit of a lead as well, a bit of a gap there. Back to Jeff Woodward. So those two are your 1-2 at the moment, and Ballinger from Birmingham University just sitting in behind Woodward, the tall figure of Woodward. So just biding his time, getting a little bit of shelter from the wind, and this is where the race starts to get a little bit more serious. They're approaching that first mile split. Maybe round about that top, well, just after they get round this bend on the bottom half. So athletes well and truly into their rhythm. It is streaking out a bit, but these races are going to be packed a little bit later on as well. Just spotting Sophie Kent there as well. Lee Beckett, sports psychologist, very good sports psychologist, worked with various Premier League football clubs as well. No time. And, she'll be dialing in and focusing and practicing what she preaches, no doubt. But look at this, it doesn't get much better than this, seeing everyone get after that 5,000 personal best in a proper race as well. I'm sure many of them have done a few park runs in their time, but there's nothing quite like this. Every place counts. So the leaders are going to come round. There he is, Mr. Charlie Yates from Nuneaton Harriers. Find out what his personal best is. Well, he's 19:08 official 5,000 metre personal best on the roads. He's got a park run of 18:02 personal best. So, well, can he get near that 18-minute barrier? That's the secret, really. He's on his own. He's going to have to do it the hard way. He's going to have over. Well, he's been on his own already, and he's gone through that lap marker. So what's that? 6:50, just under 7 minutes for 2 and a bit laps. And Jeff Woodward and Josh Ballinger of Birmingham University. Jeff Woodward, coached by Josh Schofield of PGC1 Coaching. Fantastic community of running up there. I believe they're based in Northampton, but athletes from all over the UK are a part of that training setup, and they're under the watchful eye of Schofield. But Woodward's got a tough task on his hands now, and the rest of them coming through, checking their watch. About a third of the way through this race, just over. I think a few of them, well, it's going to be a lot of runners sub 20 minutes for 5k, I can tell you that, almost the whole field. But the leaders are going to be dabbling with that 18-minute barrier. They really are. And these athletes will have the luxury of enjoying the afternoon ahead of them. Perhaps they get an ice bath at the Red Bull and Ice Bath Company in the Athletes Village, or perhaps they'll enjoy some pizza, or they'll get their boogie on with the bands and the live music throughout the afternoon here at the stage. Enjoy some food and drink as well. So still Charlie Yates, and don't be alarmed, it looks a lot closer than it actually is, and we may even get some lapping going on if Yates is to keep up this sort of rhythm, because he's going to come around this turn, he's going to have some stragglers to eye up and look to overtake, and there's Ballinger moving himself in a second, just swapping that second and third place with Woodward there. Look at that, Gareth Maguire, unsanctioned athletic club, just moving his way onto those two who are going tip for tap through every lap of this race so far. And if he can get on terms with them, that's going to make for an interesting final lap or so. So you're going to come up to 3 laps run. That's see if I can just spot in Charlie Yates. He's going to be coming around that turn any minute now, and yes, he's going to be lapping people very, very soon as we focus on the rest of them coming through shot. About halfway into this race now, and there we are, tucking in Charlie Yates. Oh god, he's going to cut through, slice through all of these lap runners, and it's probably a good thing for him. He's got something to aim at over the final few laps of this race. He's been all on his own, but that hard effort, pushing it on from the front, is going to pay off. He's going to have some nice markers to chase down, and that's exactly what you want when you're in his position. He's hugging the inside there. Coached by Eric Fowler. Doing a great job with this young man and getting a real taste of success. A real taste of what it's like to be at the highest level in this sport. Look at that, Woodward and Ballinger still toe for toe as they go under the banner. But Yates looking ever so smooth at the moment. Birmingham University student and Woodward not giving each other an inch, and this is the important part though. You've got to, if someone's feeling good, this is where you really want to push on, and can you break them? But also vice versa, if you're not feeling so good, you've got to stay in contact. You can't let them get an inch. The minute that gap opens up, it becomes awfully hard to close, especially when you're max out effort over 5,000 meters. And well, I always say to a lot of people, you get your first kilometre or so done and you're virtually in lactic. The rest of the race, it just steadily gets worse and worse and worse as the race goes on, and then you got to muster something up for that finishing straight and that finish. But Yates looking very, very comfortable up front at the moment. Like I said, Gareth Maguire still in fourth at the moment as well, so good to look back at him. Cheltenham Harrier moving up into fifth as well. We're trying to ID that lead female. Looks like an athlete from potentially Wycombe Phoenix, so trying to identify her as she comes past on the shot. But there's Maguire sticking at his task, working very, very hard just to get on terms with those guys. He's just keeping that gap at the moment, so he's going similar speed for sure. Nice sort of chase packed in with this lead female in this race. 1:2.94. So Jeff Woodward and Charlie Yates, he's starting to falter a little bit, and Woodward and Ballinger have worked together all race long. Maguire there in fourth, and these guys are lapping now as well. They go through this. This is the lonely section of the course. The crowd haven't quite made their way over to this part of the course yet. They haven't needed to, as it's steadily filling up here at the New College Cycle Track here in Leicester. You can just get an idea of the branding and what's gone in to put on to stage this festival of running and to celebrate all the great things about our sport, from competition, but also the tech involved. So this may well look like Charlie Yates is leading still, but Ballinger is just moving himself up, and is he going to gap Woodward? I think Woodward, you would probably favour him in a sprint finish, wouldn't you, just because of his the slightly longer stride length once he gets that going. But that's the thing, you've got to get it going, you've got to have the ability to change gears. But Charlie Yates enjoying himself now. That was probably going to be the hardest lap of the race, to be honest with you. Round about that 3-4 kilometre mark, it's very, very difficult just to stay on it. The pace is always going to drop. Woodward and Ballinger, they still can't get back on terms with him. Look at the clock, 13:32 on the clock as he goes through there. So can he get anywhere near sort of a 3:40 for this final lap? Or actually he's going to need to go just fraction quicker, isn't he? 3:30 for this final lap, but a 3:40k pace, bearing in mind it's 976 meters per lap, and you can see there are some slight undulations. I know 5 foot of elevation over the whole course, but there are a few little ups and downs, and one of those ups coming on this bend is it's just the tighter of the bends. But I'm just looking now, Yates is now pushing on. It looks like he's found a little bit of a second wind. He'll certainly get a wind behind him on this stretch of the course as well. He'll know that every lap athletes can just feel it out as they go, know where the rough spots are, know where they need to relax a little bit and push. But Yates, the under 17 from Nuneaton, he's turned up here in great form, I must say. Continues to weave himself through the lap runners, so we're just going to keep an eye. And well, credit to Josh Ballinger from Birmingham University. He's been squeezing it all race long. Woodward just sitting on him as they go by. What have we got? Less than a mile to run, less than half a mile to run, shall I say. This really is the crunch point. What could Jeff Woodward do? When do you make your move? Like I said, do you make it into the wind and try and gap them so they can't sit on you, or do you make it with the wind just to save a little bit of energy and almost slingshot round? You can see, look at this for a split screen, fantastic coverage of the Podium Festival. And you are watching race one of the day. Well, we had the juniors for a little bit of a warm-up earlier on, but the first senior race, and I say senior as an under 17, is taken by the scruff of the neck, and he's comfortably, he's led from gun to tape. He deserves everything he's going to get. He's about to crown that final bend of the track. He's on the slightly lonely part, but he is just still absolutely chopping through this field at the moment. And I can say, well, if you're a Birmingham University fan, it is Ballinger who is in second place now, and Josh Ballinger has actually gapped Jeff Woodward. Their long time battle, been covering it lap after lap here, and it looks like Ballinger is looking the stronger of the two, and perhaps deservedly so, because he has done an awful lot of leading himself over the last couple of laps. But here comes Charlie Yates coming into the finishing straight. He's going to line himself up against all these lap runners. He's done well. He's probably got past almost half the field, I must say. What's the time on the clock? That's what we've got to keep an eye on. 16:23 at the moment. Wow, he's going to smash his lifetime best. He's got an 18:02 park run, a 19-minute official 5K, but he has made light work of this, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be close to 17 minutes if he can keep it going. He's got about 30 seconds of running left. He might just miss that 17-minute barrier, or will he? Charlie Yates, the Nuneaton man, under 17, beats the seniors for the first time here at the SportsShoes Podium Festival. Look at that, 16:50 on the clock. What a run. And Woodward, commentator's curse, takes second. Ballinger in third. What a finish from Jeff Woodward. Well, Josh Schofield looking after that sprint finish for sure. So your top three are across the line. We're looking out for fourth place now. It was Gareth Maguire who is going to hang on to that fourth place. He suffered a little bit over that last lap. Looking smooth, donning that unsanctioned athletic club. Shout out to them. Another awesome running community. This is what this event is about, really. All those running communities out there. Lead women now coming through as well. It's another Birmingham University athlete who's going to get second. Great running for that lead woman. Couldn't quite ID her though, so I do apologise for that. But that's a great result indeed. Look at that, 17:40-ish. And they'll continue to cross the line for several more minutes. A lot of athletes just getting a bit mixed up with potentially what lap they're on. Don't know what lap they're on. Runners are honest people, aren't they, really? We really are. We never cheat ourselves. And yeah, they'll just have to clear the course ASAP because we got a bit of a mix as well. But well, how about that then? Race one in the SportsShoes Podium Festival, and we can enjoy some fantastic sprint finishes over the next few minutes. As I said, a lot of athletes stopping their watch. Well, it's only official if it's on Strava. You know how the saying goes. Starting in 7:58 as well. Ken Harker, Richmond and Zetland just crossing the line, 18:50-ish. So, well, this was the open race, and we got the sub 18-minute race to come. But as I suspected, a whole host of athletes well inside 18 minutes on that race. And not only that, here we are, Yates, Ballinger, and I think they're missing Jeff Woodward on those results. It was definitely him who got third. Maguire was fourth with 17:30, so Woodward would have nipped himself inside 17 minutes as well. Charlie Aikins there, 04, Noah Phelps, Simon Hart, Simon Kelly, Joe Hull as well, Tom Beasley. These are your unofficial results. Live results throughout the day though, do keep an eye on Race Timing Solutions. That's where the live results will be flashing up, so do keep an eye on them. As the evening goes on, and look at this thing, the 20-minute barrier is being smashed by a few of these athletes who are just nipping inside that 20-minute barrier, perhaps for the very first time as well. And that on screen is the very famous Charlie McCarthy. Runs for Belgrave, but does an awesome job behind the lens, and no doubt he'll be getting content all afternoon long. McCarthy, if you haven't checked it out already, is a big part of Callum Elson's YouTube series as well. So not sure what happened to Jeff Woodward's chip, maybe a little bit of problems there, but on the Race Timing Solutions you can also look at those lap splits as well, so see how even people were. And obviously do account for that first lap being a little bit quicker because, like I said, we've got around about 200 meters of track. They lose sort of 25 meters every single lap, 976 meters, so 24 meters to be precise, shy of a kilometer. And there's women's results. Violet Rudkin in, great running from her. Charlotte Vaughan meeting as well, Lucy Hillary, Kathleen Charlton. Good running from them, and look how many were sub 20 minutes in that women's race, and even the top two sub 18 minutes, which is truly quite special considering that that sub 18 minute race is next up. But the way the races work, when I say the time, for example, sub 18 minute race, it is that, so you would have had to run a sub 18 minute 5k to qualify for that race, so it may well be a lot faster than 18 minutes. We sure hope it is, but these athletes have proved conditions are good out here, and the track is fast. We already knew that, and there are a few course records and stuff that I will remind you of as the afternoon goes. But for now, take a break, get a cuppa, and we'll be back for that sub 18 minute race. Well then, just moments away from this sub 18 minute race. Look at that, Charlie Bell on the start list, 617. Look out for him, former University of Oxford student. He's got brains as well as speed, and looking forward to see what he can run today. But the rest of them as well, James Kane, Ben Cairness as well, Dylan Clark, Will Clifton. Some of the people we might see at the helm of this race, or at the fore of this race, should I say. It's Jake Anderson as well in here, so expect to see, I think, well, they're going to have to go somewhere. They want to beat Charlie Yates' time of 16:50 in that open race, but I think we might see a winning time around about there, and the whole field should be inside that 18 minutes. We'll wait and see what they can do, but I do think as well the races have been a little bit, we've only seen the junior race to be fair, and that open race, but they've been a little bit stretched out, and as the afternoon goes on and we get towards the evening, the races the depth just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're going to be a lot tighter as well. So expect to see a much more competitive final few laps and home straight as well, as people sprint their way towards this awesome finishing gantry that we've got eyes on, where the stage is as well, the live band. So if you are watching at home and you're within, well, even a 4-hour radius of Leicester, get yourself down here, because those elite races go off at about 5:30, 6 o'clock, and the evening gets better from there, and it will be worthwhile, I promise you that, because there is an after party here in Leicester. We've got the stage, and well, there's alcohol. Even New Balance are providing free beer, popcorn, and a chance to win some awesome prizes as well. And one of the prizes actually to see who can get closest to a minute running on the treadmill without a clock. And if you can do that, the closest person to a minute will walk away with a New Balance Fixie bike. So some great prizes to be won, as well as shoes. You can win bikes here as well. And so then this Podium Festival, first of its kind, and it's something that I feel like will ignite a little bit of change in this sport and highlight what actually can be done when you get the right people behind it. And so many brands here, and you know, to really enjoy sport, I think there does need to be a little bit of a team setting involved, and for brands to well, unofficially go up against each other, if you like, and in those elite races they're going to be representing, athletes are going to be running for the brands, representing the brands as well. I think if you grow a little bit more attachment, it's very hard to everyone has their personal, you know, their own favourite runners out there, but that might be few or far between. Whereas if you can support a team, you can really be a part of a community and share that experience with friends alike, and that is why team sports do so well. And perhaps individual sports like running, they suffer a little bit in that regard with popularity. But a lot of these people here today, they enjoy the sport for its purest form, and that is just getting out there, running as hard as you can. They'll train meticulously to try and get towards their PB, and they'll look forward to the day they can put on these carbon shoes. And I don't think anyone is on that start line without carbon shoes these days. Put on their carbon shoes and battle over 5k. So Charlie McCarthy just jogging his way to the start line, the man from Belgrave. I mentioned him before, I'm sure he'll get a lot of airtime. Look at him wearing that nice Belgrave colours, the white and maroon shorts with the gold sachet. What sort of shape is he? And 734 as well, to keep an eye on him. Sam Woolfolk of City of Norwich on the front row. Chris Barnes looking to get this race underway then. We'll still have a lot of mixed races throughout the day, so do expect to see elite women, and we've got the elite women and A and a B race, and that is worth noting. The women packing so much depth here, which is just great to see. Sometimes they enjoy or prefer being in mixed races because of course they're a little bit more competitive. The gaps aren't quite as big and they can get dragged around by some guys as well, but yeah, there's that much depth here in Leicester that we're going to see two elite women races later on, as well as that time trial. Over £30,000 of prize money will be dished out and shared amongst the winners today. So then, officially race 3, and 6:19, the man in the green there, the sail vest, Torian Blazeby. What a name! Can he blaze round this track? So to the stopwatches, and away they go then. Race 3 here at Leicester, the new college cycle track. Podium Festival has a few Cambridge and Coleridge athletes to the fore. Highgate Harriers in there, sea of colour, loads of club vests on offer. And 688 Derby AC. I was going to say Derby County. I'm sure he's a Derby County fan. And that is Josh Mitchell, senior man from Derby. So around about 40 seconds or so to cover that first 150, 200 meters of track, and now they're going to have 5 laps remaining. And there's the St Mary's University vest, Loughborough University vest as well. And what a weekend, actually. English schools, if you're a junior athlete, is taking place today. Hence the just the one junior race. But as weekends go, speaking to Chris Barnes, the race organiser, it was a little bit tricky where to put this festival of running in the calendar, because as we know, that fixture list is absolutely jam-packed throughout the winter, cross-country leagues and all sorts. But he sandwiched it right before the national road relays, which are coming up in April. I think regional road relays 12 stage is next weekend as well, and it just fit perfectly. And as you'll see later on, because of the depth of the elites here, they're all getting a fast, hard run out over 5,000 meters before they look to the to their various training camps they may go on, and look to the track in the summer as well. Right, there's Ben Fuller wearing the City and Sheffield vest. Just spotted him going past Shot as well, sipping in, triathlete at Oxford University. And Charlie Bell, also another Oxford University student in here. I might be slightly biased. I do have a little bit of connection with Oxford University coaching there, so I'll be IDing as many of them as possible. And rightly so, but follow Sports Shoes on social media as well for a lot of behind the scenes content and coverage. You'll get to see the Athletes Village, which is actually to the right of the athletes now, left of our picture. Right of our picture, left of the athletes, I apologise, and there's ice baths and recovery tools and stuff they can go and experience, and also just bean bags and comfy warm spaces for them to chill out and prepare mentally. And that is one of the things we'll probably talk about as the afternoon goes on, is that mental preparation and how important it is to kind of manifest your results as well and believe in yourself in this sport. It can be a lonely old place out there. So great depth in this one. Like I said, the man up front, Josh Mitchell at Derby, seems pretty comfortable up there at the moment, seems happy to lead the way. Charlie McCarthy was just off that front group as well. And look, you can't call this at the moment. So as they come through, Welcome back, everybody. Apologies, we had a power cut here. It's New College Leicester at this Podium Festival, but we're back, and the backup generator is in play. And at the front of this race, I can confirm it's Robin Hughes who stormed to the front, pushing things on, asking the questions of Mitchell and Knights in second and third. So Hughes there in the yellow, you can't miss him. It looks to be hurting a little bit, so perhaps that move might catch up with him. Let's see how the race unfolds over the next few laps. And this is the sub 18 minute race, ladies and gentlemen. Haven't got too much data on this gentleman. Relatively, well, in terms of 5,000 meter running on the domestic scene, relatively new to it. He may do a lot of running himself in and around work and his life, of course, but we haven't got too much background on the races he's run. He's done a few 10Ks last year in 36-ish minutes, so, but he's operating at a great pace. Shout out Charlie McCarthy there in that Belgrade vest. Excellent content producer. Ben Fuller comes with a shot as well on the far left. City of Sheffield athlete. So things hotting up in this 5K. So they're going to come round with 3 laps done in a moment's time, and well, still Hughes. Knights now having a little go at the front. He wants to push things on a little bit, and this is great to see, because these 3 men, if they are to crack a personal best, if they are to really run well and get everything out of themselves today, they are going to need to take turns at the front. They're going to need to push it on when one of them's feeling good, and kind of sit in when they're not feeling so good. You go through so many waves of, well, not just emotions, but just feeling so many dark patches in 5,000 meter. Almost the whole race is dark, to be honest with you. I mean, you've got to be very, very mentally tough to withstand the pain. And Jake Anderson sitting in 4th in no man's land. Looks comfortable though, and I tell you what, if they slow in that lead group, he may well get back on terms. But behind him is a big old train of men chasing him down. So under 10 minutes as they go through 3 laps run. So that's over 3,000 meters, ladies and gentlemen, just over 3K. So probably talking, what, 320K, so we're probably looking with 1640-ish for these men, and that's a little bit further back, so I think we're going to see inside 1630. And well, Adam Knights now looking very, very good. He started to gap the others, and as I say that, look at this, Josh Mitchell gets back to the front, the Derby AC man. I can say Knights studied at Leeds Beckett University, just an under 23 athlete, and personal best is 16:14, so, or season's best, and well, he's looking good, he's having fun out there. So him and Mitchell go toe to toe. Robin Hughes just starting to suffer, and that's exactly what Jake Anderson, early lead, is going to want to see, because he can just sort of latch onto him, and you want people coming back to you in a 5,000 road race, so you really do. So Anderson and Hughes, that's going to be your battle for 3rd place, but it looks like Knights and Mitchell up front. That's your one two. Look at him come around this bend, looking very, very smooth, the pair of them. So Suddenly in Ashfield is his club, former Pudsey and Brownlee as well is Adam Knights. 2-minute lifetime best over 800, so he's got the speed. If this comes down to a kick finish, you'd be looking to back in. It's Josh Mitchell and Knights in toe for toe. As we watch the rest of them come through, and well, they've got a mile to go now, around about at this stage, so we're going to see even this lot are going to be touching that 17-minute barrier. Potentially maybe even the 18-minute barrier for some of them as well, but you just got to get your head down at this stage in the race, and you just got to go for it. It's a nasty kilometre or so ahead, but once you come through the other side, this time in a lap's time, they'll feeling a lot more positive, and they'll be hunting down that clock as well. And if you're just joining us, this is race 3, and you can see on screen sub 18. That's how all the races are seeded here at the Podium Festival. They are sub a certain time per race. So what that means basically, that athletes in this race would have had to run sub 18 minutes or thereabouts to get seeded into this race. So it's Knights and Mitchell neck and neck. Anderson's done a fantastic job moving himself up into 3rd. There's a Loughborough University student in 4th as well. 7.25. It's all change over that side. That's Lewis Watts, actually, of Aberdeen, but wearing those Loughborough University colours. So Knights and Mitchell toe for toe, and it is Mitchell now, his time at the front. He was the one who kind of was keen at the start, pushing things on, and then he just settled. He let the guys do the work, but they're well through. 13 minutes on the clock. We're going to see very close to 16 minutes in this one. 976 metres a lap, ladies and gentlemen. So what's that? Yeah, probably saving about 4 or 5 seconds off of their K splits, and all splits will be, or lap splits should I say, will be on Race Timing Solutions. So do go over to the live results system. Very informative, very, very useful indeed. After each race, you'll be able to see that, and broken into categories. But I can confirm, as these athletes come through shot, look at that split screen, and it is Mitchell who just gaps Adam Knights, who's going to rally again. And it's interesting because there is a slight uphill on that very first bend, and it's how people cope with that. But then it's a long stretch, and you've got the wind with you on this section of the course that we're seeing Knights and Mitchell. As well, there's Watt as well of Loughborough, who's just coming through shots. So we're just, these are the minor places here. This is the top 10, just crowning out. City Norwich man as well. It's a great best in there. Wickham Phoenix. Oh my God, what a race we have on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mitchell and Knights, and look at the man from Loughborough coming through at the moment, Lewis Watt, wearing those Loughborough colours. This is a hell of a last couple of laps for him. He's really closed on these men. He's closed on the rest of the field. He's got himself in the third. And just how big is that gap, or should I say how small is that gap? Is he able to get back on terms with them? Josh Mitchell of Derby and County and Adam Knight are 1-2 at the moment, as well as Lewis Watt in third. And well, I'm looking out of my commentary box at the moment because I'm trying to see what's going on. But these guys, and look at this, Lewis Watt. Oh my goodness, he's gonna overtake Mitchell and Knights. Is he? A perfectly timed race, a perfectly executed race. This is what it's all about. That last kilometre in 5,000 metre racing is absolutely crucial. That's where you make the time. And they're going to be close to that 16-minute barrier. They really are. And Lewis Watt can go some. He's going to have 150 metres remaining when he goes under this banner. And can he do that in 30 seconds or so? It's definitely doable. Lewis Watt, ladies and gentlemen, he's hardly got to mention all race long, but he's just squeezed his way through the field, picked them off one by one until he came around that final turn, picked off Knights, picked off Mitchell. Lewis Watts of Loughborough and Aberdeen is going to take the race 3 here at the very first Podium Festival. 15:52 on the clock. What a run. Adam Knights is going to get what he deserves, just inside 16. It's going to be so close for Mitchell. Josh Mitchell just missing that 16-minute barrier. Nice lifetime best for them. Anderson coming through for 4th. What a run. And this is where athletes will crown that last turn, and they'll see the clock and they'll just want to go because they'll be right in PB territory, a lot of them. Robin Hughes I can see coming through now as well. Charlie McCarthy with a nice sprint finish for him, picking a few off on that home straight. Now we got a whole mix of athletes. It's Ben Fuller, he's going to be awfully close to 16:30 almost. 16:33 on the clock for him. Fantastic running for triathlete as they prepare for their main season. Talking to triathletes, Alex Yee we're going to get to see a little bit later on, so stay tuned for that. 7 o'clock he'll run in that men's elite 5,000. Last time we saw him at a podium event, 13:26 up in Barrowford. Thank you very much. And there's a lot of watch checking at this stage in the race. I don't think you want to be doing that. You want to just focus on finishing up as fast as you can. And can confirm as well, just peeking outside the commentary box, seeing Andy Baddeley turn up, so of the running channel, 349 miler back in his day. We're going to see what he can do today, and I'm sure that'll be covered here on behalf of Mizuno. And a lot of athletes are here on behalf of the brands that support with them and work with them, such as Puma, Adidas, Morton, Red Bull, New Balance, Hoka, Garmin. It's just endless. Just about any brand you could think of is here at Podium Festival, interacting with people who love this sport. Me and you But 15:53 officially then. We'll try and bring you those official results as well, but we are just flying through the day here. And there you are on screen. Lewis Watt, Adam Knights, Josh Mitchell, 15:53, 59. Great running from Knights to dip inside 16. Mitchell, unfortunately, heartache for him, 16:02. Had a barrier elude him. Anderson, Hudson, Hipwell, Bennett, Samuel Warfook as well. And City and Norwich man. And they filed down as well. China Kali, 16:28. Nice run from him. We'll try and get you. They are all mixed races, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll try and bring you the women's results as well. But all results from Race Timing Solutions. So the fastest time on this track so far, 15:53. The races will get faster and faster as the day goes on. Next race due off at 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. So just have yourself a little break and look at it. It's just starting to fill up here. The carnage of the runners, they're going to stick around all afternoon. They're immersing themselves in the brand experience as well. New Balance have got a terrific stage to go win a bike there, as well as check out their brand new SC Elite V4 trainer, released just in time for the London Marathon. Carbon shoes are plenty here, just what we like to see. Well, here we go, cracking along this afternoon. 3 races down, 10 more to go. Can you believe it? Sports Shoes Podium Festival. We are back up and running. So race 4, looking ahead to that. Morgan Andrew leads the lineup, as well as 76 other runners. No females in this one worth identifying. They're going to come in the elite women's B race, and of course elite women's A race later on today. They get going about 5:30. So stay tuned for that, because we've got an international lineup, Kenyans, and we got some low Europeans as well as our very best domestic athletes preparing for that all-important Olympic year. How crucial is this in their preparations? A blowout this time of year is often very, very key, just to see exactly where you are. Oh, I've just seen Kane Lee on the start list there, and he's a low 150, 800 runner, so a little bit of over-distance work for him. Talking of over-distance work, we're going to have Jake Wyman down here, so 850, obviously 1500 meter world champion. James Rhodes, no doubt he'll be getting content throughout the rest of the afternoon. He goes in this one in good shape, getting some terrific miles in his legs, Rhodes, and he wears the Croydon Harriers, Croydon Running Club, that's where he's based, vest as well. Yeah, I see him in the yellow, so, and keep an eye on some of my personal bests in this race. Possibly as well, Tom Madison, Tom Radley, Western Tempo, terrific club based out of Cheltenham, and Western Tempo. Dave Moonport does an awesome job. A lot of them as well will dabble in a little bit of triathlon as well. I mentioned earlier, if you're a fan of triathlon, Alex Yee is going to take to this track this evening at 7 o'clock in that men's 5,000 metre race. He might be the biggest test to those internationals coming over, the likes of Hagos Gebriu at 12:42, 5,000 metre man. I'll let you know the world record, the road world record, shall I say, stands at, I believe it's 12:46, and 12:49, apologies, Aragawi boasts that record, and Gebriu might be in with a shout to get in near it, maybe even sub 13. That would be something special. But for now, this race, to give you a bit of context, sub 16 minutes in 40 seconds. So, bunch of St Mary's athletes on that start line, getting ready to rock themselves. And 574, try and pick him out. St Mary's Reece Lincoln, St Mary's Athletic Club. Josh Griffiths as well. Victory's Kent, his home club, with donning his St Mary's best. He's 561, 16:06 his lifetime best. So a lot of these men will be looking to crack 16 minutes for the first time. We saw a sub 16 minute clocking in that race just gone. Can we see another one as they hunt themselves down around this track towards that start pen, and the noise is bubbling away here. It's building and building every race as more people flock to this new college racetrack in Leicester. And 1,200 runners are going to take to this track as the afternoon, the evening goes on. 570, tall figure there, that's Kane Lee, the man I was telling you about, very, very good 800 runner, so over distance work for him. James Rhodes there, 586 in the yellow, easing his way around the outside, almost Jakob Ingebrigtsen-esque. You know, letting people push and shove for that first 200 meters or so, and then you just settle in once they've all slowed down a bit and just keep that nice even pace. So they'll crown this first bend, and there's a slight uphill on that very first bend. You can see the one they're going through now, and it's a lot tighter as well, isn't it? Goodness me, very, very tight up front at the moment. 6:10, Ryan Wilmot, Hernhill Harrier, 16:15, his lifetime best. Was down at Battersea Park last night covering the Ryan Under Lakes there. A lot of Hernhill Harriers battling it out around there. No doubt he trains there regularly as well. So Wilmot looking smooth up front. Looks like he's done the work, and he's fit and healthy and ready to go here. Live results on Race Timing Solutions. You can actually see the lap splits on Race Timing Solutions as well. So do keep an eye on them, very, very useful. And a man we haven't identified then, 568. Just get a quick number check on him. Sean Knight. And I mentioned in the previous races the unsanctioned athletic club. Well, that community growing and growing and growing. Do an awesome singlet as well, actually. And doesn't look like Knight's wearing it, but he's looking good in that bright yellow. Easy to spot for me and you at home watching this Podium Festival get underway. A 9 to 16:26 man. So, all right, what can? If they're just outside. To be fair, they're about 3:20, 3:30 through the lap because it's over a kilometre, 976 metres per lap here. 25 metres shy of a K, so if you just round it up, you can be sure they're going to be inside that time. But yeah, they're looking at that sort of split through this first lap. They're on for something sub 16 minutes. And that previous race won in 16:53 by Lewis Watt of Loughborough University. And well, talking of Loughborough University, another man is up at the front in this. They do dominate the British university scene. That's that violet, not to be mistaken for the Leeds Beckett singlet as well, which is very similar colours. And that Tommy Blake, Loughborough Troy Running Club in 16:54. I've got his best down for at the moment, but he's worth a lot more than that the way he's running. And 3:24 for that first. Well, it's over a kilometre. It's about 12. It's about 1150 metres ish, 1170 metres. So they're operating closer to 310 speed per K per lap. So that's 1550. Running, and if they can close hard as well, I think Lewis Watt showed how it's done. You've got to be able to close hard in these in the final few kilometres in the 5K. That's where the race is really won and lost, to be honest with you. And you look at the elite scene, that final kilometre is usually 10 seconds quicker even in the ones that come before it, so you can make up a lot of time on that last lap. Lewis Watt showed us that. We got an awesome pack up front then. Luke Carroll in this one, 5:46. Look out for him, former English schools champion. 16:12 his most recent best performance, and that Western Tempo vest in the orange. It's 5:44. Brad Keres of Mansfield Harriers. Well, be a local lad when the English national cross country relays come to town, and he's taking this race by the scruff of the neck. Kane Lee leads that chase group, as it were. There's about 10-12 of them in there. And look at this. Okay, so this is where things starting to break up, as Keris just squeezing it now, asking a few questions to these men in behind him, the likes of Sean Knight, having to just work a little bit harder. Sam Soles, Buxton AC also in that front group. He's an under 17 athlete, so he's doing a great job to compete amongst these seniors. Soles of Nottingham Uni and Buxton AC. 16:04 parkrun to his name. Hasn't got a 5K, an official 5K to his name, so he's going to want to really attack that 16-minute barrier. 4:16, 1500 metre runner. You'd think he'd have it within his capabilities to do so. So as they file around that bend there, are we familiar with this part of the course now? That's the athlete village to our right of picture, that Red Bull gazebo tent. That's where athletes can grab an ice bath. Well, it's got ice bath weather today, but hey, whatever enhances the recovery. Who knows what these athletes have planned over the next few weeks. National road relays coming up, area road relays coming up as well. So Tommy Blake then from Loughborough Try, also featuring up there for now. So it's Keres and Blake at Loughborough Try. He looks to have just tucked in a little bit. Is the lead just chopping and changing? I think this is a little bit credit to the weather. The wind has picked up a little bit. The rain is just setting in at this new college cycle track, and I think these athletes are just feeling the effects of that. Hence why they've just been a little bit hesitant down this straight. But 6.5 minutes on the clock after two and a bit laps of this track. You're looking for about 2.15 kilometers run, and we are still, the depth is real here, and it's very, very good to see a lot of men still within the mix. You can't call it at this stage, and Chris Barnes, race organizer, will be very, very, very happy with his seeding. Quite a comprehensive seeding process goes in to make sure everyone's in the right race. We know how important it is to be in the right race, and people often say, why is the road quicker than the track? And over the years we've just seen it is purely just down to the bodies that you have around you on the track. You're hard pushed to have this many athletes within your level around you. You find yourself isolated a lot on the track. I think as well, the track's mentally actually a harder test to crack over 5k. It really is. So Brad Keres still up front, doing a job, just pushing the pace. There's a nice chase back in behind though. 4 of them just in behind, looking very, very comfortable and relaxed at the moment. As athletes just sort of weaving their way around this course. They don't want to take the bends too tight. They want as little as possible breaking the rhythm out there. But that was quite a wide line that Brad Keres decided to take the Mansfield Harrier to the right of our picture right now. And it looks like that's almost one group. I can pretty much confirm that it is. What you see on screen, that gap is not very big in behind. And Sam Soles mentioned him earlier, the under-23 athlete from Buxton. He's just moving up on the outside himself. As these men, the crunch point's coming in. Crunch point's really going to come and ask a few questions of them over these next few laps. But Brad Keres still running very, very well up front, doing a lot of work. Happy to be up there, and everyone else kind of sheltering in behind a little bit, to be honest with you. And Tommy Blake. Love for triathlon. Has he gone back to the front? It looks like he has. Phoenix Best moving up now as well. And look at those for a pair of shorts from Tommy Blake. Well, he really is supporting the scarlet colours of Loughborough, and Keres just doesn't want to let the lead go, does he? He's just moved himself back on to the front of this race. And 580, a man we haven't mentioned at all, Corby AC, Archie Parkinson. 580, looking very, very smooth. Just done everything right so far. 16:17 his personal best. And when we looked at Lewis Watt in that last race, he just kind of moved himself up at the perfect time. He covered all the right moves. He wasn't at the front. He wasn't pushing too much early on. And James Rhodes running well a little bit further down. Luke Carroll, those two having a good old battle. And as well as a load of unmen. So we've got coming up for 10 minutes on the clock. And they're through 2 laps to go. So how close to low 15 minutes are we going to get for these gentlemen? That lead group now is 4 deep. We've got Parkinson in there, Keres, Tommy Blake. I believe that's the Lincoln and Wellington Best who's just taking his time at the front. He's going to start squeezing things along as well. So we have seen a little bit of change in this one. 584 and looking very good. Well, Stephen Kershaw-Smalley looking very good. He takes his turn at the front. He's squeezing it now. He's asking questions of these 3 in behind, and this is what you want, to be honest, when you're going through a personal best over 5,000. You can't rest up, you can't let up. If someone goes to the front, you've got to accept it. You've got to just hang on for dear life. You don't want to let any gaps open up. These men will know that, their coaches will know that on the infield, and we're packing up here. I tell you that much, the crowd are flocking. I said 1,200 runners, but we're expected to have double, maybe even triple that in spectators here throughout the afternoon. And the great thing is, there's so much on offer, so much on display. Brands in town, live music, bands, free beer, free pizza. What more can you ask for? If you're a lover of running, this really is it's your idea of Christmas, to be honest. So, Stephen Quersha-Smale, made a hash of that pronunciation, I do apologise, but he's still up at the front, pushing on. The wind on their backs through this section of the course, and that's why they're going to just keep squeezing seizing it. That's you've got to make the most of these opportunities. If you feel good, you do kind of have to go. You can't rest back too much over this sort of distance. It's not a 10k, it's not a half marathon. You are right on the limit. It's awfully hard to judge, and well, not only is racing 5,000 meters very hard, but training for it is perhaps even harder. Getting that, identifying that red line. So here we go then. How about this? Archie Parkinson now. He's taking his turn at the front. As we see Kane Lee just going through picture on the left-hand side, but that's Parkinson, the man of Corby AC, pushing things along, single file. We're coming up to a lap to go. Be interested to see what the time is on the clock. And it's really broken up. These are where the gap's open, isn't it? 12:40 on the clock. So if he runs close to a 3-minute kilometer, which I think they might be very, very close to, just because the lap, each lap being 976 meters long, so they're going to be awfully close to that, in fact. And long-time leader Tommy Blake at Loughborough Triathlon Club looks to be just suffering a little bit of form's going, isn't it? And that's the last thing you really want with a kilometre to go in a 5k, for your form to sort of be dipping and struggling along. You want to be still full of running and really close hard, maximise every second. But look at this, Archie Parkinson. Well, enjoy this now, and you know what? It's an interesting setup, this course, because this is the bit where all the crowd are, the brands are, the atmosphere is basically when they get over on that far side. With that'll be around about 400 to go. It's a little bit quieter. The questions are, you're inside your own head. You can hear yourself breathing. Look at Parkinson, Corby AC. Well, he's the smoothest man on this cycle track right now. Being chased by Quercia Smale. He's looking very, very smooth in second place, actually. He's sticking to his task, and that's what you want to see, because he did a lot of front running. He pushed it on when it just started to falter on that lap 4. But here goes Parkinson. Comes around that bend, not even checking behind. Doesn't want to give him an inch, does he? Doesn't want to show that he's hurting. He certainly will be hurting, I can tell you that much at this stage in the race. That's Quercia Smale just checking his watch. And Jethro McCraw, by the way, works out of Birmingham, running a triathlon club actually. So is Parkinson's coach, and he's doing a phenomenal job. McGraw is bringing through the next generation of runners in this country domestically. But Parkinson's got a 3:46 lifetime best over 1500. This is over distance for him. So a 16:17 5k is perhaps pretty modest, and he's run this like a 1500 meter runner, hasn't he? Parkinson, he's just closed it, he's wound it up as the race has gone on. He's probably been the most even pacing guy out there today, but he can enjoy this last 200, 300 meters to go. Well, less than that. Here he comes. Round this bend will be the 200 meter mark. 15 minutes on the clock. Give him a massive lifetime best. I can promise you that much. Can he go under 15:30? 15:53 was the fastest time on this circuit today. That was in the race prior. But Archie Parkinson, Corby AC. Well, what a PB. That will kickstart a track season ahead of him. No doubt we'll see him in the summer as he approaches the line. Crosses, let's say 15:33. What's a personal best for Parkinson, and what a run as well. Quercia Smale coming through now too. And 5:49, quick idea on him. And that's Josh Brommelholm of the Wirral AC. So a nice trip down south for him, and inside 16 minutes. How many are we going to get inside 16? That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or no, can we get 10 men under if they have a sprint finish? Oh, potentially 10 men under 16 minutes in that one. Kane Lee just coming across. That's a nice PB for him as well. Luke Carroll, that's a personal best for him. A Western tempo at Orange Crest makes the commentator's job nice and easy. St Mary's University students as well. Packing well here. Good weekend, good outing for them. I'm sure they'll be bringing in noise later on this afternoon. So, as you can see, sub 16:30 race, and almost all of them inside that mark. So, hats off to Chris Barnes, great seeding. And conditions, well, they did get a bit nasty, didn't they? And we hope they get a little bit better as the afternoon goes on and the evening sets in. That wind should die down a little bit. Well, there's the results. Obviously, they're unofficial at the moment, and what the results have started to do as well is merge races. So Lewis Watt was in that previous race, and he's run 50.53. It was a fantastic run from him, the Loughborough University student, but he didn't actually come fourth in that race. So take these results with a pinch of salt. And also the winner in that one was Archie Parkinson. He's not even on the results. And so with Stephen Church-Ismail there, 15.40 cracking run from him, and well deserved for his big move at around about 3 kilometres.
Gives you wings.
The beauty of the marathon is that you get a lot of energy to think and energy to move. Marathon is a game changer in sport. As far as hydration is concerned, marathon is a game changer.
So you are looking at the start list for this sub 16 minute race, and well, we've already seen plenty sub 16 minute clockings here. I think we might see a sub 15 minute clocking here, to be honest with you, in this race. Conditions are getting worse, unfortunately, so if you are travelling to New College Leicester, make sure you pack a rain jacket. It's starting to rain, however, that is due to stop come the evening, and the live band are keeping everyone going and full of positive energy. Live music, live band, food, beer, an absolute festival of running here. And of course, loads of brands in town as well: Puma, Asics, Adidas, Red Bull, Sullivan, Garmin, all sponsoring this event, but all showcasing what they have to offer. And later on, we're going to see a few athletes represent those brands as well. So an unofficial kind of battle, as it were. many of these athletes here today will be able to go and test out some of the latest products and tech. I mean, head over to New Balance 10, you can win yourself a New Balance bike, a New Balance Fixie road bike. So just the person closest to a minute without having a clock in sight, running the treadmill for what you think is a minute, and the person closest will take home that bike at the end of the day. So look at that nice Loughborough quartet, didn't look ready to go. Embracing these conditions. And hey, the 5,000 metre world record was set at about 11 degrees, and we're not far off of that here at New College, Leicester, up at this cycle track. So these are the women's results, and this is these results are merged, and they'll be throughout the whole afternoon. So do take them with a pinch of salt. But these actually, all the women happen to be in that first race, because we've got 2 elite women's races later on this afternoon, and they'll come at 5 o'clock and 5:30. Those 2 races. But Violet Rudkin at the moment, quickest female of the day, 17:37, and good to see a couple of those inside 18 minutes as well. Charlotte Vaughan also inside 18 minutes. So one of the fastest men in this field today, Rafe Mann, Aldershot, Farnham and District. Look out for him, 15:42 his lifetime best. Daniel Moses, I think I just saw that Redney Seavest, 15:46 as well, his PB. Also, I believe I spotted, was it Finn Cross of Aldershot, Farnham and District, older brother, Ellis Cross. Paul Bradshaw, well, he's no doubt got the fastest 800 metre PB, rocking that Mizuno singlet, 470 Radders, husband to Holly Bradshaw, Olympic medalist in the pole vault in Tokyo just a few years ago. So and still enjoys his running. Often see him well over distance these days. Enjoys these 5Ks and 10Ks. Even saw him at Ribble Valley just before the new year. Home club, Blackburn Harriers. So a few more on that start line worth identifying. In the yellow there, that's Will Annabelle. He's an under 20 from Derby and County. Not wearing the Derby colours, but there he is. Get up for him. He certainly wants a feature in this race. 155 800 metre man, 16:25 park run. So off his track times, he's been seeded in this race. You'd like to think he can go well sub 16 if he's operating around about that level. So a few 800 runners in this, and well underway. These gentlemen as they speed on down through the finishing gantry. They'll have just over 5 laps ahead of them. It's 976 metres a lap. I'll continue to echo that throughout the afternoon. And Daniel Moses of Reading AC looks to just find himself just at the back, at the rear of this field. A lot more bunch than we've seen. The races are getting deeper and deeper. Like I said, 1,200 odd runners here today, and 490 taking things up at the moment. Jack Holland of Notts AC, 15:44 lifetime best. So he's familiar running over the 5,000 metre distance as well, and even over distance, often taking part in a 10K as well. So I mentioned 800 runners in this field. We got 10K and cross-country specialists and well, athletes. I mean, someone like Jack Holland might be looking at that Notts AC team and thinking, I want to be a part of them come that 12 stage in, well, next weekend is the regional 12 stage and the national 12 stage as well in a few weekends' time. He's almost proving shape, proving fitness that, or he's just in very, very good form and he wants to obliterate his personal best. But goodness me, perhaps enjoying the atmosphere a little bit too much and soaking it up, and it's going straight into this first lap. And the tall figure there of Sale Harriers, Manchester, 5:23. Andrew Thompson as well sits in second place, so thin at the front of the field. And well, Holland just making sure that yeah, there's no bunching, there's no pushing or shoving at this stage in the race. So there's a slight uphill as they take that right hand turn. You can see on the picture there, they're going to be going around a big loop, and in fact in the top right of picture you've got the live map of where they are on the course, and what a great graphic that is to really give you a little bit of more detail and understanding of this this cycle track. So Jack Holland, it'll be interesting to see what we can get that kind of that first kilometre split at. Say this is a sub 16 minute race. I threaten we might see some low 15 minute clockings in here, perhaps a 15:20 or so. Finn Cross there, you can see him in the Aldershot vest, the Loughborough quartet. as well, and it's in a Valley Boys Track Club vest as well, so they're here in good spirits. Indeed, based out of Cardiff. Those guys, great community actually blossoming down there. Some of their more profile athletes, Lloyd Shepherd, Adam Mead, they're going to be running a little bit later on in the afternoon, evening. And James Thee, who no doubt coaches a few of those men, also here announcing. So Jack Holland at the moment, I can tell you he's going to complete a lap in 2:45, which is just shy of a kilometre. The kilometre mark is probably around about where he is now on the course. So he's well under 3-minute Ks at the moment. I think so's the rest of the field. So it'd be interesting to see how this race develops, whether he will be at the front for the full 5,000 metres. He certainly went off confidently, and he didn't want to mess about early on, I can tell you that. So the pack goes through 3:15, so every race got quicker so far, as you'd expect. He's looking very smooth, and I've just seen Matt Stonia walking around down there as well, carrying a whole host of Morton boxes. And Morton, if you are unfamiliar, a supplement brand in the sport, and their bicarb product has become more and more popular. Effectively, what sodium bicarbonate does is buffer lactic acid, so a useful tool, fully legal, don't worry, but athletes used to take it in I think through baking soda, but the one drawback to it is it can upset the stomach. Lots of professionals taking it these days, and Morton showing off here as well, so perhaps worth it. Well, if you're watching this, you're probably not in the area, but if you know anyone who is, maybe they can pick you up a box, because it might come in handy down the road. And Jack Holland looking very, very comfortable and smooth at the moment, and I was worried he'd gone off a little bit too hard, but to be honest with you, he's got a healthy lead, and he's just extending it, the man from Not Say C, with a 15:44 lifetime best. He's certainly on his way to obliterate that, and a few noticeable results from him this season already. Parkrun a little while back, 15:51. I know parkruns are unofficial, but 15:51 parkrun would suggest he's probably in low 15-minute shape. You can do that on a cold, rainy Saturday morning in February, hey? How about it? So Holland and Not Say C continuing to just apply the pressure, pull away from the rest of the men in this field. There's enough for students as well, Valley Boys Track Club. And just making a few moves, single file now, athletes just hugging that rail, and I can't blame them. You don't want to run an inch further, do you really? Not when you're right on your limit like a few of these men are. So Andrew Thompson, I believe, in the Sale Harriers vest is in second place at the moment. I'll just double check, that's 5:23, looks like Thompson indeed. So those two are 1-2, and well, is that gap closing? Not really, to be honest with you. And just going to get that just over 2 lap split, 6:10. Well, he's not messing about, is he? Because that's well over 2 kilometers. So Holland is actually just operating still on that 15-minute tempo. If he could go sub, that would be epic. For this early on in the afternoon, we thought we were going to see those sub 15-minute clockings a lot later on, but we might be spoiled with one now. And well, these days you've got the GPS watch, haven't you? You've got the trackside clocks as well. You can dial in on that rhythm. You can lock, and look, if he's done, the athletes will know what shape they're in. There's many sessions you can replicate, which is similar to a 5,000 meter race, that's for sure. 8 by a K, perhaps the classic of all classics to predict your 5,000 meter PB. But also, I always think you need to go a little bit longer than a K at 5K pace. You need to do some 1,200 meter reps, or perhaps even some mile reps, and work your way down, just to really get the confirmation of what shape you're in. But of course, you can't do them every time. And the best well, shape indicator is turning up and blitzing a 5K, just like Holland is doing. And Andrew Thompson looking comfortable in second at the moment for the time being. He does look awfully relaxed. I can confirm that as he comes past my commentary gantry. And the Loughborough man, we've already seen a Loughborough athlete win today in Lewis Watt. What a run he had, obliterating that 16-minute barrier a few races ago. But Jamie Webster of Bedford and County, 5.29, wearing those Loughborough colours, and he may well get himself up into second place. It depends how good Thompson is feeling, but those top three are away at the moment, and if it was me, I'd want to be in that chase pack still. We're just about on the halfway mark, and that chase pack just sweeping round that corner. You see the St Mary's vest there, 497. Let's get a good ID on him. That's Rafe Mann of Aldershot Farnham Bishop. Mentioned him before, actually, as one of the quickest in the field at that 15. I think he's got a low 15:40, 15:30 personal best. Confirm that a little bit later on, but he'll know what he's doing. In all fairness to him, he probably is operating around about personal best tempo. But even that chase pack, you can really see where the wind is, because it goes from 2, 3, 4 abreast to straight single file where that chase pack is, and everyone wants to tuck into the wind, don't they? And then it widens up a little bit, and they all look for clear footing. So wow, Holland in. Right, so he was 6:10 after 2 and a bit laps. I think if he's around about 9 minutes just before that finishing gantry, he's going to be in with a great shot of 15 minutes, and that would indicate he's still on 15-minute tempo.
The runaway leader in this one.
So, keep an eye on Holland, not say C athlete.
Still inside 15
Looking very good. There's 9 minutes on the clock now, and I would say he's still on 15-minute tempo. He's going to have to, this is the key lap, you can't let it slip too much. He'll know he can rally, you know he can make up a little bit of time, but he's just got to keep on it, and round by the crowd and where the brands are, the live music, it's going to G these athletes up a little bit. It's going to give them a little bit more of what they want, and well, I mentioned the Loughborough athlete there, Jamie Webster, but he's been joined by the Belgrave man as well, and then you've got the two Simmies in behind. 497 Rafe Mann moving well, 479 as well, just going through the shot there. Daniel Evans also of Loughborough. So these guys crowning out your top 10, and they've got a good battle going on a little bit further down the field, but oh boy, Holland is putting on an absolute display, and perhaps a little bit of frustration going through his head right now, thinking, I wish I was in a faster heat, I wish I was in a faster section. But look, when all you've done is park runs in 2024, what can the race organiser Chris Barnes do, hey? But he won't mind winning this one. It's a feeling not many of us get to experience, actually winning domestic high level races, just because of the sheer quality in this country over this sort of distance. So 492 will quickly identify that. Oliver Jackson of Belgrave moving very, very well. Rafe Mann a little bit further back, so it's Jackson and Webster. Belgrave and Bedford County are the clubs. Webster rocking that Loughborough singlet though, and yes, Jackson in Belgrave. So those two are 3-4, and I'll tell you what, the man from Belgrave is looking very, very smooth, and he's cutting through the field at the moment. And his next target, he's going to look up ahead of him and see that green and red Sale Harriers Manchester. He's going to want to get back on terms. Webster says no thank you. If you're going to get back onto that Sale vest, we're going to do it together, and that would make for an interesting finish for the minor places here. Credit to Andrew Thompson though, he's done very well to hold that second place the whole way. It's easy to really just lose a bit of ground and just struggle to hold that hard, sustained rhythm on your own, especially when you know a whole load of men are chasing you and they're working together and they're taking turns up at the front, they're sharing the wind out. But he's there, and do you know what, he's probably tall enough, he's got the physique to buffer through these conditions without too much problem. So I saw a little grimace there as we flash back from Paul Bradshaw. Jack Holland then comes down this bend, and again, if we see 12 minutes roughly before he goes through the line, I mean, it's 976 metres a lap, so perhaps if he's a fraction over 12 minutes through that finishing gantry, he's on for sub 15 minutes. He's on for a massive lifetime best. I mean, 15:44 his lifetime best. He's going to nail that. There's the bell, the shiny bell. Race organiser Chris Barnes will be ringing. Jack Holland will welcome that sound. He's probably been waiting for it for the past few laps. 12:13 on the clock. He's going to run a lifetime best. Can he run anywhere near a 3-minute kilometre? And he's going to be 15:20 or just inside. Jackson and Webster going through the finishing gantry now. They'll check their watch. 12:20 something on the clock. 12.5 minutes. So a lot of these men are going to be 15:30ish. And in fact, with some of the quickies in it, a lot of these men are going to be lifetime best territory, and it shows you that even in these conditions how fast this track is. 5 feet of elevation, ladies and gentlemen. But for me, it's the atmosphere, it's the quality of run, it's the depth of the field, and it's the atmosphere out here. I think the minute you walk up across the fields over to this cycle track, you're getting giddy, you're excited. Everyone I bump into comments on how just exciting it is and how revolutionary it is, really. And I really do think events like this are going to take off over the next few years. And we talk about all these brands getting involved and team elements of the sport. I think that's how we attract new audiences as well, outside of just this hardcore running network that me and you at home are a part of. Jack Holland in looking good. Andrew Thompson going past the shot as well. Webster and Jackson. Webster just pushing on. He's checking his shoulder. He's looking to gap Jackson. Jackson says no. Look at that battle for third there. Loughborough beat Belgrave. Always got to compliment Belgrave's kit, and Steve Garner behind that design as well. Lovely maroon and gold colours. So Jack Holland then can slowly enjoy this. We've got about 600 metres left of running, and he's going to be ever so close to that 15-minute barrier. I think he's just going to miss it. He's going to be rewarded with a personal best, I've got no doubt about that. And look at Webster and Jackson there. Couldn't be further apart. And it looks like Webster has just gapped Jackson just a fraction. They're really glancing at the watches, aren't they, at this stage in the race? And there's a good chase back as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of those break into that top 4 and really come at a rumble. There's a slight downhill this finish before it goes just ever so slightly back uphill in the last 50 metres or so. But round this bend that you're seeing now is downhill. But Jack Holland coming into this finishing straight now. The man from Notts AC, 15:44 lifetime best. He's led gun to tape, and I tell you what, you can't put into words how hard that is. He went off hard. Andrew Thompson come with a late run as well. These two have been 1-2 all race long. They're well ahead of the rest of the field as well. Look at this for a shot. Thompson, can he get back on term with Holland? Holland's done all the work. It would be a cruel way to lose. They'll both be rewarded with a big personal best. Andrew Thompson, 15:07 on the clock, and Jack Holland is second as well. Wow, would you believe it? He was not threatening for the win all race long until the last 400 metres or so. Look at this from Webster. He's going to have a ding-dong with his Loughborough teammate as well. Oh, he's going to take it. It looks like Webster takes it on the line just. I'm going off the stop of the watch. And there you go. Oliver Jackson coming through at Belgrave. And now they'll flock over the line. Loads of men inside 16 minutes. No problems at all there. Birmingham running a triathlon club. Bratt member there as well. It's a Highgate vest looking good. Chelmsford vest as well. A few more Western Temple athletes. Finn Cross. Shout out to him coming up to the line. Can he win his personal battle with sprint finish? He's going just inside 16 as he crosses. Yes, he is. Well, congratulations on comes from a rich family. Rich running family. Ellis Cross. He'll be racing today over 10,000 out in California at the 10. Tonight, can he go sub 28 minutes? Quite spectacular. A few more of those men racing as well. People like Rory Leonard and there's Paul Bradshaw I mentioned before in the red there, 470. He's going to be inside 16.5 minutes. A little bit over distance for him. 145 800 metre man. 146. Lightning quick. So there you go. Sub 16 minutes. And bring you the next race on the circuit will be that sub 15:40 race, and now the margins get a little bit smaller. Sub 15:40, then sub 15:15, and then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got that all-important time trial. So look at Andrew Thompson, 15:06. Holland loses out, but hey, perhaps had he not run the race like that, he wouldn't have been rewarded with such a fast time. Just see him by the commentary booth now. He looks a little bit gutted, but at the same time, I think he's secretly chuffed in his efforts and his performance, and he knows if he gets in a faster race. run. Maybe even less than that. Andrew Thompson just must have smelled blood at this point because he just rallied. And I think it was a collaboration of, well, Holland was fading and Thompson was picking it up. But look at this, as soon as you get on terms, and I always think as soon as you feel that athlete coming back to you, you just don't give up until you get past them. You always find something else. And on the line, Thompson and Holland, and do you know what as well, with all the live DJs and music kicking around, I bet Holland didn't even hear him coming. Superb. And yes, as I say, oh, look at that Garmin as well. Believe it or not, they are in town, so yeah, a lot of people enjoying the latest tech here as well as the latest footwear. But he looks awfully happy to be rocking that costume, doesn't he?
the beauty of the marathon is that you get a lot of energy to think and energy to move. Marathon is a game changer in sport. As far as hydration is concerned, marathon is a game changer.
Well, 5 minutes before that next race, and this is going to be the sub 15:40 race, and I think we're going to see our first sub 15 minute clocking of the day. We almost had it in that previous race there, and Andrew Thompson with a fantastic late finish and timed his race to perfection. We've seen a few of those go down, and but this one here then, one of the fastest men in the field actually, Ben Wills, or not on that start list in front of you, but he's on a few pages down. Look up here, 454, Bracknell AC athlete, and studies up at Loughborough University as well. He's got a low 15-minute 5,000 personal best, and knowing the guy, I would say he is very, very close to that 15-minute barrier, so it'd be great to see if he can do that. A few more in here as well. Finn Hutchinson of York AC, he's a 15:14 man. He'll wear 398 on his bib, and again another low 15-minute runner. So conditions settling down. We had a little bit of rain, but it seems to have gone away now, and the rain seems to have eased off, and the track is still dry, and everyone's still dry in the area as well. And we got a lot of crowd just settling themselves in for the afternoon and enjoying everything that is playing out in front of us. We've got an athlete village here behind the start as well. Ice bath, so I wonder if anyone's had an ice bath yet. But maybe there's heats and finals on the same day. You grab a bit of recovery in between races, but I don't know, maybe if you're a long run on a Sunday you could jump in after your race. But awfully cold and just a little bit blustery here, but I'll be honest, it hasn't affected the times that we've seen at all. Really hasn't, because everyone who's run, well, we've seen almost every race winner has run a personal best. I can tell you that much. So no one seems to be affected too much at the moment. So there they are then, anxiously waiting. They'll know what's ahead of them. 5 in a bit laps of this track, 3:59. Look at him, Ethan Akrod of Liverpool Harriers, wearing that bright yellow vest. We'll keep an eye. He stands on that front row, number 400 as well. Gripping his watch, he doesn't want to miss a beat, does he? That's man from Darlington AC, Livu Ayanita. Swansea Harriers as well. Loughborough students are here in force, and 384. Alex Franklin of Leamington Sea Athletic Club. He's wearing that Yorkshire County vest. One of the most competitive counties in the country when it comes to distance running, endurance sports in general. Obviously, they have a great cycling pedigree up there as well. So these men about to take to their marks. This is the sub 15:40 race. I'll bring you a few more as the race gets underway, and to be honest, we'll just pick out those to the fore and those competing for those top spots as well. Who's going to cross the tape first? We'll wait and see. But if you're tuning in, you're wondering what the hell is going on here. This is Sports Shoes Podium Festival, very first of its kind. Effectively invited all the brands down here to showcase what they got. Athletes are representing the brand as well. People can experience the brand, experience the new shoes, the new tech coming out. But over £30,000 of prize money as well. And this is a very, very new revolutionary format that Chris Barnes, race director, has come up with. He's also starting these races alongside Alex Donald, who key member of Welsh Athletics as well. So away they go then in this sub 15:40 race. 100 men in this one, so packing these fields a little bit more. Good depth, a good few banks of athletes. James Winsip in there as well, another Loughborough University student. I mentioned Ben Wills, one of the fastest on paper on the start list. I can't see him at the moment, so it doesn't look like he's going to feature in this one. And we've got a lead car. Now that is going to be is going to be here for the elite races as well, just to get some artsy images afterwards to go out on YouTube. So if you're watching live on YouTube, there'll also be race highlights and stuff on YouTube tomorrow morning as well. So keep an eye on that. You can watch yourself back on YouTube, and keep across on all the Sports Shoes social media channels throughout the day. There's a lot of behind the scenes content on them as well. So crowning that first bend, it's a slight uphill over on that section of the course. It's 388 up front at the moment. That's Matt Harris of Rosendale Harriers Athletic Club, 15:28 lifetime best, and looking very, very comfortable at the moment, Matt Harris. So good running from him. And you can see how tightly packed this race is, and well, you want to be on the inside, really take that shortest line possible. 439 on the outside as well. 439, Tom Smales of Barton and District AC, 16:07 his lifetime best. Well, he's operating inside that, and he clearly have something to show for it. The reason why he's in this race, Loughborough student, sub 4 minute 1500 runner, 8:46, 3000 lifetime best, and well, 15:55 actually over his lifetime best, over 5000, and his road PB a little bit slower, but hasn't done one in a few years, and a few cross country results to his name. 5th at those Northern Cross Country Championships on the outside there, Tom Smales. So moving well, and in the cap, well, we better identify him. If you're wearing a red cap, that's easy ID for us in the Coventry booth. Ben Heron of Helpston Harriers, and let's see how long he's going to feature up at the front. So there's your kind of pack early on. Heron, he's a vet 35, and we've got a few actual vets a little bit down in the vet scene. He's very, very strong in that Masters Championship as well. A lot of these vet 35s running, well, a few of them inside 15 minutes as well, and even down towards low 14 minutes, and the vet 40 category not far off as well. So it shows you can peak whenever in this sport. You really can. There's longevity in it. I think Mo Farah won his last global medal around about 36 years of age. So to be honest, you could argue that once you tip 35, you're actually in your absolute prime. So coming around then, that's about a kilometre done, kilometre run shall I say, and the 3:01 on the clock. So not far off what Jack Holland was clipping off in that earlier in that race just before, the man from Notts AC. And things looking very, very nice up front. It's a good pack there. A very good pack indeed, and still on the outside. Tom Smales, Barden District, just moving very, very smoothly at the moment, and that graphic on the top right, a picture as well. I think it's great in identifying where those lead men are in terms of the course and in terms of the race, and it's a spectator-friendly course, all right. Not only are we getting good shots on the live stream, but all the spectators in the arena. Well, with 5 and a bit laps of the course, and as you can see, you can just walk across that small walkway there, and you're right on it. And that's something Chris Barnes really wanted to make sure that the fans were close to the action. Their noise could just echo itself onto the athletes, and it could really pump up the atmosphere for those running, and it's a very, very enjoyable experience, I tell you that much, for these gentlemen. Sunderland AC vest. Well, that's not a short journey at all by any means. Steve Ranking of Sunderland in that blue vest, sitting in 3rd place at the moment. So not really a pack, it's just all one race. So you could be sitting back in sort of 10th, 15th right now. And I would probably say you've got a chance of winning this, looking at the previous races that we've witnessed here this afternoon. On that quiet section of the course, then not many fans out here. This is the athlete village to the right of Pitcher. This is where they'll be able to kind of chill out, and I expect a few elites to be milling around there. And well, if you're me and you're a big fan of the sport, I think that's where I'd be, trying to grab autographs of the likes of Geviwet a little bit later on this afternoon. A man who's run 12:42 for 5,000 metres. Boy, oh boy, would I love to pick his brains and ask him his secrets. Man from Ethiopia going to grace this new college, Leicester cycle track. There's a Richmond and Zetland vest there as well. 397, another Loughborough vest. So identify your friends and families in this one. Family members, how are you all doing? One big train of runners at the moment. Going to sweep themselves round. We'll get that 2 kilometre split to you shortly. All the results live on Race Timing Solutions. And well, 1/3 of the race run. We can comfortably say that. We can assure you with that. But still looking very good. Tom Smales just seems to be happy at the front. James Winship lurking as well. That Bracknell AC vest, studies up at Loughborough University now as well. There's Winship, and you're seeing his athletic career slowly blossom. And I think they're well through 2K at this point. Around about now will be the 2 kilometre mark. 6 minutes on the clock. So this is great to have so many men on for that 15-minute barrier. And they're going to need a few late on. I think they're going to need to help each other out. They can't let it get tactical. They can't take a respite. They need to just keep plugging away, keep sticking to their task out here. But yeah, you can comfortably say at that 2 kilometre mark, they are on 15-minute tempo for now. So still Smales up at the front. It looks like another Loughborough University vest in there. A lot of Loughborough students have come down for this one. Well, it's not a million miles away, is it? It's pretty much on their doorstep. And speaking just off air, with a few milling around on the course today as well. I think actually, once this was announced, a lot of athletes were targeting this race. There's not many opportunities for these athletes to really. That's Xander Sproston of Crawley AC and Loughborough University. Who's just moved his way to the front of this race, and he's going to take them through this 3rd lap now and push things on. But yeah, there's not too many 5,000 meter races when you are at this level, operating around about that 15-minute tempo, where you can guarantee such strength in numbers, such depth, and be on a fast course. And look, we're fortunate enough, we've got some fantastic conditions here today as well, so we're lucky with the conditions. And as the afternoon goes on, the wind's just getting lighter and lighter out there. It really is. And I think it's going to be virtually completely still by the time those elites race later on. So well, Sproston, Xander up front is stretching things out now. Steve Rankin of Sunderland AC still in that lead group of 2. Winship, Bracknell, and Finn and Hutchinson, City York, Ben Heron, the Helpstone Harrier. He was the one with the cap, so we can still identify him. Matt Harris, Rosendale Harriers, and Ethan Ackrod, Liverpool Harriers, just moving a little bit further back, still within touching, striking distance, shall I say, of the lead men. And you know what, actually, things are just starting to break up a little bit. Those gaps are slowly forming. And it's a Horsham All-Stars vests, potentially. I've seen just Horsham AC. So let's keep an eye on that clock. 15 minutes is a lovely marker to go for. 3-minute Ks doesn't get easier maths than that, and these lads will enjoy lapping those sort of splits. So they're going to be on. They're there or thereabouts, aren't they? And well, thanks to Sproston hitting the front. He is asking the question, who wants to go with me? Who wants to break 15 minutes today? Because I'm going to do it. I don't know about you boys. Alex Franklin is in 2nd place in that Yorkshire vest, and he's just trying to bridge that gap. And I tell you what, there's a pack of 5, 6. I say a pack of a train of guys, and they're almost all together. So that lap actually for the full 976 meters was only a 3-minute kilometer. So they have slowed a little bit, but that's okay. I think they need another one of those, and then they can rally on that final lap and really kind of get that time down towards the end. Money in the bank at this stage for these men, but Sproston, oh my goodness, he is pouring it on at the moment. He seems to enjoy this far section of the course. It does go slightly uphill. The bend's a little tight as well, and it just seems to be absolutely unfazed. She's clearly got good strength in the legs, and then as it kind of gradually goes downhill again, the pack just try to get back on terms reluctantly. I don't think they really want to get back on terms. They're just trying to salvage their race, salvage something from this. And a little bit of change. New man to the 4 as well. 4.54. Just gonna pick him out of the bunch. Just saw him. That is Ben Wills actually. So he's not wearing the Bracknell colours, and he's making my life hard for me. Apologies, Ben. I know him well, but he's running very well. He is also a Loughborough student. So Loughborough go 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Franklin in 4th. And you got the man from Liverpool Athletic Club as well in the yellow. That's Ethan Ackroyd. Just hanging on in there, but Ben Wills, he'll know Spronston, he'll know Zander very, very well. They'll be teammates, they'll be training partners, they'll match up against each other week in, week out. It's competitive training sessions over in Loughborough. I'm sure there's titles in sessions. Who's got the fastest rep? Who's got the fastest last lap? And there will be probably course records for those tempo loops as well. But well, it's a pack of 4 now as we see the rest of the men in this race flock through. We got some great packs here, and they're just all hanging on. Follow the man in front. It's almost like you've got to put your mind elsewhere. Stop thinking of the pain, stop thinking of the hurt, stop thinking about how far you've run, how far you've got left. You just need to literally ensure no gaps open up in front of you, and drag yourself round. One more lap of this circuit near enough for these gentlemen. And Ben Wills got back on turn with Zander Sproston, who's done a lot of the running at this stage in the race. The Franklin Liverpool man as well. And then there's James Winship, mentioned him before. And he's going to have a tough battle with that Sunderland Harrier, Steve Ranking. So here comes the car, making a bit of noise, getting the crowd going as well on this straight. But Ben Wills is now hit the front. He's going to push things along. So Ethan Ackroyd as well, just sitting in 3rd. I'm just trying to identify that 3rd Loughborough student, if I can get an ID on their number. But that was a slightly quicker lap. Not a kilometre split, but a lap around about 2:55 for 976 metres. So if they rally, they're going to be right on that 15-minute barrier. And oh boy, is it a barrier in sort of men's 5,000 metre running, women's as well. Obviously women's more at the elite end, but for these men, they'll be talking of this. I feel like the minute you break 16 minutes, the next logical barrier is just 15. There's no step in between. Ben Wills then hits the front as we Cardiff AC runner as well. James Winship just working his way through, hanging on in there. There's Ben Heron with the hat. Identified him early on in the race as well. But there's Ben Wills. He's enjoying himself. He's stretching himself out now. Zander Sproston in 2nd place. Ackroyd as well of Liverpool Harriers in 4th. It's going to be a dust up over this last lap. And Tom Smales of Barnet District, he's still competing, he's still battling away. But it's single file now, it's just hanging on for dear life. But Ben Wills up at the front, just easing himself around the final kilometre. He was just hiding, just lurking on those early laps, and he's just pouring it on. He's in behind the car, he'll know the gap he's got. And Sproston slips back into 3rd place by the looks of things. And 3.98, that 2nd Loughborough University student, Finnan Hutchinson. I mentioned him, City of York man, someone I picked out early doors actually as one of the fastest in the field. So Wills is just opening up. He's in his state of flow now. Stride is extending. turnover is increasing as well. And Hutchinson of City of York's going to have a good battle. So Loughborough, in fact, though we're not going to see 3 Loughborough vests cross the line, they are 1, 2, 3 at the moment. They're putting on absolute display and virtually home turf for these Loughborough University students. But now let's keep an eye on the clock, because we've got 180 or so meters to run for Ben Wills. So he's going to be right very, very close to that 15-minute mark. I think he's going to do it, to be honest with you. 14 and a half minutes on the clock. James Winship's going to be close. Around about these gentlemen here are going to be ever so close to that 15-minute barrier. They might just miss it, but 14:50 on the clock. Then Ben Wills might just be outside that 15-minute barrier. It's been a fantastic run, and he's eased away from the rest of the field over this final kilometre or so. 14:59. Oh, it's a cruel way to go. 15:01, 15:02 for Wills. And the Loughborough men flocking behind him. Winship coming through 15 low. And great running from all these men. So not quite as fast as we were hoping, but still well inside that 15:40, of course. And we're going to see almost the whole field coming out. Look at the depth, ladies and gentlemen, to you at home. If you want to run a PB on the roads, get yourself down to a Podium event. It seems to be the place where PBs are run. I love to look at the ratio after this. BMC usually release figures, don't they, on their sort of PB percentages per race. I think Podium's percentage will be pretty high as well. And that would be a lot of admin for Chris Barnes. I'm not sure that's his cup of tea. But still, coming in well under 16 minutes, a lot of these gentlemen. City of Stoke, man. Love to see that. Sutton of Avon and Somerset there. And lots and lots of Loughborough athletes, I must confess. All moving very well. And this is the last few. Shows you, the whole race through, and well, about a minute separating first and last almost. So great running from all these men out there today. And I'll tell you what, the flags have virtually stopped fluttering here. So conditions are near perfect. They're cool, they're overcast, and there's a very gentle light breeze. And there you are then, your official results. Ben Wills, cool, look at that, ever so close, 15:01. Alex Franklin took second in here. What a finish from him, by the way, came out of nowhere. And Finn and Hutchinson, 15:05. Zander Sproston, 15:06. And Thompson, Winship, Holland, and Jack Holland from the previous race, though, just shows you how good a run he actually had. And I said he's probably a little bit frustrated he wasn't in that fastest race. But hey, he's proven his form now. And he would have got right amongst it in that quicker section there. So to give you a bit of context, we've got one more race coming up before that time trial, and do stick around for that time trial. 3:30, that is set to go off. Athletes will run on the minute, every minute, for about half an hour or so, and well, it's seeded in a way, so the fastest runners will set off last. But whether the fastest runner will actually be the last runner, it would be an exciting climax if that was the case. But lots of 800 runners, lots of 1500 runners in that one, including Jack Higgins, British 800 meter champion, is going to go in that at 3:30. So, but as you can see, sub 15:15 up next. And will we see our first sub 15 minute clocking here at the New College cycle track here in Leicester?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The beauty of the marathon is that you get a lot of energy to think and energy to move. Marathon is a game changer in sport. As far as hydration is concerned, marathon is a game changer.
Well, here you are. There's some of the runners that are going to be going in this sub 15 minute and 15 seconds race. I said at the end of that last one, will we see our first sub 15 minute clocking here on this Podium Festival event? I sure hope so. And do you know what? I sure think so. We've got a lot of men who are right on that barrier, sort of 15:03, 15:02. They've been flirting with 15 minutes for a little while now. And I think it's going to take a few of them to go sub 15. It would be cruel if just one man did it, but one of the fastest in the field, worth pointing out, Adam Stokes of Bristol and West. Look out for that vest. Caleb Stevenson as well, Aldershot Farnham District. Lucas Stubbs, World Chelsea Barnet Harrier. He's a 15 flat runner, so he wears 351, and he's going to come up on that next stage. But Stevenson, man at the bottom of your screen, who identified as well. Rivero Stevenet as well. He's Raphael. A very handy low 15 minute runner himself. So a lot of these athletes have gone around about 15:15 is their lifetime best. So I think it's going to be quite tight out there as well. Of course, it always depends what sort of shape these athletes come into races like this. Say on those previous heats and previous races, a lot of athletes would have identified this race and wanted to peak for it. Because it is a chance to get a 5k personal best before they perhaps step down to the 1500 and shorter distances on the track. And again, some of them will be trying to book their place in that 12-stage team next weekend, but also maybe trying to fight for some Bucks qualifying positions as well come the track, because that's early, mate. There's a lot going on in the summer. It feels like it's going to be one of those seasons that gets going really early, and we're track obsessed. Even in April, May time. So Chris Barnes, Alex Donald, they cleared the course and they're about to get things underway here. Race 6 then. We've had the junior races, we've had the open races, and we've got faster and faster from here on out. We'll continue to do exactly that as well. That's Tom Bird rocking that Pontypridd Rodents vest there, white and black checkered 291. Certainly looks like him. And 15:12 his personal best. He's been awfully close to that 15-minute barrier multiple times, so I hope he can do it here today. He's in good form, bases himself in Cardiff, trains under the watchful eye of James Thee as well. And that Loughborough student 350. And they get called to their marks. And that is John Stolberg, Leicester student, 15:14, his personal best. Lucas Stubbs as well, I mentioned him in Sharp's best. He's 3:51. Can't see him on that front row yet. So away they go then, and race 6 underway, sub 15:15, and oh yes, they're getting off a lot quicker as well, aren't they? Not too much fighting for position, but a fast start, no doubt. They won't want to hang around, they won't want to leave anything to chance in this one. They want to make a bit of time, and Jensen Connell, Leeds City AC man, he's a 15 flat runner, he's up at the front, he wears bib 3:01, so yeah, around about 20 seconds or so, that's the extra distance we're looking at. And there's Connell. Oh, look at his shots. These are fantastic. This is the camera in the back of the car. Very, very creative with the filming here and the production, and that's one thing that they really wanted. Not only did they want to put a fantastic event on in person, they wanted to make you at home wish you were here. And okay, look at these two then. 3:01 and 3:44. So it's Collier, and who's alongside him is Matthew Scarsbrook of Birchfield Harriers. So these two are your early leaders. And Jensen Connell of Leeds AC, I mean, what a fantastic training setup they have over there. Huge numbers flock to the track on a Tuesday and Thursday night in Leeds, and or the opposite of that, go out there and batter the roads. But 3:41, we're in that BMC Academy vest as well. Good to see him repping that. Is Freddie Roden, Abbey Runners in Leeds as well, and the rest of the field file in behind. So there's your top three, and initially those top two, Collier and Scarsbrook, got out very, very hard, and now they settle back in a little bit. Still at the front, but just calm things down a little bit. It's a lot of excitement, a lot of atmosphere, music blasting, beers flowing, pizza being eaten, and more and more people rocking up throughout the afternoon as well, as we near those elite races. And after this, we're going to have that time trial, and seeing Chris Barnes, race organizer, milling around. And I tell you what, this is an idea he came to probably close to definitely 12 months ago, probably closer to 18 months ago. Chris Barnes said, wouldn't it be great if we got all the brands involved and we had one massive festival event where we had I think he would still have liked to see people dancing on the infield and a bit of a circus act like we see at Highgate as well, but he kind of want to replicate that atmosphere in a 5,000 and just make something which is very, very enjoyable for the athletes, not just the crowd as well, and the people coming here. But yeah, you get to experience a little bit of everything, whether it's trying out some fueling strategies, sodium bicarb over at the Morton tent, or testing out the latest product from the brands like Puma, Adidas, New Balance, all those shoes you've seen released and all over the internet. Boy, oh boy, are they flying. I've just got to stop myself there, well under 15-minute pace. And, well, they're going to cross the finish line gantry in just outside of 3 minutes, and they would have run an extra 150, 160 meters further than a kilometer. So 3:11 on the clock. This is a fast race, hence why we're seeing a single file race. Everybody looking relatively relaxed at the moment, just hanging in there. City of York man as well. Is that Benji McCartney, Oxford University student, just hanging on the back there, doing his job, sticking to his task as well. Great running. But 3:04, is that a... Well, I'll shout them out. A Bowerman Track Club vest, but yes, of course, Alex Dunn from Leeds City Athletics Club won't run for the Bowerman, but he's repping their vest regardless. Always good to see, taking inspiration from some of the very best in the game, and he's now at the front of this one. Wind blocking for the rest of the field. I say that, very, very light breeze now, so conditions near perfect. But Jensen Connell still amongst it as well on the outside. So these two men will know each other very, very well. Both from Leeds AC. Tom Bird in there with that Pontypridd, rocking that Pontypridd vest as a Cardiff University student up there too. And that may be Malik Roosti. Malik Roosti of Cardiff University in that lead group. You can see him in the red there, 3-4-2. It is indeed Malik. And it's a big pack at the moment. It always is. It's so often the way that we've seen things play out. It's been a big pack up until that 2.5k point, and the minute that passes, things really break up. And I always say in 5,000 meter range, a little bit like the marathon, everyone can be there at halfway, and who can stand the test of time over those final few kilometers. And not only that, the pace tends to increase over those final few kilometers. So you can see top right a picture of where they are on that course map, coming round to complete their second lap. And it's still Connell up front, Leeds City dominating. They're all wearing black, to be honest with you, so not the blue and gold vests that we've become accustomed to seeing on the national domestic racing scene. There's a Rugby and Northampton vest in there as well. 355, that's Finley Ward. Seems to be moving very well, looks relaxed, doesn't he? Looks comfortable, if anything. Finley Ward, 15:08 lifetime best for him. So all of these men are typically low 15-minute runners, and they're all going to be looking at 15-minute marathon, and this has got to be the day I do it. It's a little bit like breaking 2 minutes over the 800. It's a real pain to do until you actually do it, and then you never look back. And the same with 4 minutes for the 1500, and yes, the same with 15 minutes over the 5,000 meters for a lot of these men. And they would have tried, they would have had several attempts up to this point, trips to Armagh, trips around the UK for a lot of these podium events, Battersea Park even. But here they are in Leicestershire. Can this be the day they do it? It would be the first sub 15-minute run of the day as well, of the afternoon. But Connell just glancing at his watch, and they're well on pace at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. That is worth noting. Well on pace, all looking very, very comfortable out there. But things are starting to break up. That lead group of you could probably class it as potentially 20 or so athletes just hanging on in there. I think that group is quickly going to whittle itself down to more like 4 or 5. So 3:01, where he's been all race long. That's James Connell, Jensen Connell. Sorry, he is the fastest in the field. Perhaps he saw that on paper. Perhaps he knows that and expects himself to really push on. He's working with Andy Henderson, of course. Pretty much anyone in Leeds is these days. He's a fantastic coach, but he's operating in a very good tempo because, like I say, some of his results, 13th at the Bucks Cross Country Championships this year. And that is a result with me, for me, that if you're anywhere near that top 20 in a Bucks Cross Country race, you're well sub a 15-minute 5k runner. So he's getting nothing but he deserves at the moment. I hope he can stick with it. Perhaps he might be good on the mud, but second at those Northern Counties Championships as well. That was in the under 20 age group. And so James Connell of Leeds Beckett University leading the way, pushing things on, asking the question quite cruelly. That pack behind, just kind of sitting off him, but enough that they're in contention, almost teasing with him, messing with his head a little bit, just leaving it, hanging him out there to sort of suffer on his own. But he seems to be content with that. He seems to be quite controlled, easing himself. This is a slight downhill section of the course. It's worth noting it's not completely flat, although it's a supposedly 5 feet of elevation over the whole race. It is, or per lap, sorry. It is. There's a little bit of ups and a little bit of downs out there, and they do test you after 5 laps. You do think, oh, this is a steeper section than I remember, but no wind to contend with. So that's a big, big positive. And if they're anywhere near 9 minutes coming through that finish gantry, that'll be less than 2,000 meters to run. So be about 1,850 meters to run. Apologise. So yes, they'll be well on their way. So 350 hits the front. John Stolberg of Loughborough University. Loughborough have tended to dominate today. They've come here in large numbers. I've just seen Carl Bennett sort of walk past the commentary gantry as well. He's sort of brains behind the operation up there. Saw Matt Stoner in the arena as well. Bit of a Loughborough legend. But yeah, Jensen Connell just struggling a little bit further back down the field as well. After he was featuring early on, Tom Bird just suffering a little bit as well. So some of those who went out a bit hot, a bit hard, just questions are being asked of them now. So Stolberg, it's his turn at the front. Jensen Connell is in that second pack now. And And as we can see, we'll try and identify that second place athlete, but at the moment doing a fantastic job at just sitting in behind and completely staying out of that wind, staying out of that breeze. That's Josh Geary of Chorley AC. The atmosphere, the crowd are really getting behind some of the athletes out there. It's getting noisier and noisier as we go. Geary's an under 20 athlete. He's got great support out on the track, I can tell you that much. Katie Hewson, his coach, 4-minute 1500 runner. Well, isn't that ironic? I was saying about how the 4-minute and the 15-minute barriers, they tend to match up. You get stuck at them. It's almost like a bit of a mental block, mental barrier over those distances. And Geary, the under 20, sitting in second place at the moment, right on the tail of the Loughborough student in first. He is a 4-flat 1500 runner, so wouldn't it be awesome if he can obliterate that 15-minute barrier? And 38th last week at those UK and counties in the under 20 age group. But Stolberg up front, he's comfortable. He's sitting there. He doesn't seem too phased about Geary behind him. What do we got? A metre or so between them. It's Geary and Stolberg, and we're looking at the two who are going to feature now as they come round. We're going to approach that final lap to go. So we've got, well, they're getting near the kilometre marker, as I keep saying. I repeat myself throughout the afternoon, but 976 metres per lap. If you've been on air for the last 3-4 hours, then I apologise. But most of you perhaps will be just joining us for select races. But do stick around because, boy, we got some interesting matchups later on. With those elite races, Melissa Courtney-Bryant as well, Alex Millard, some of the best athletes New Balance have to offer. Anyway, and then on the men's side, Hales Gebrewet, Jake Whiteman. So Stolberg and Geary, they're 1-2 at the moment. They're going to be well inside 15-minute pace. Look at this lap to run, and they are 11:45 on the clock. And there's Malik of Cardiff University in third. He's moving himself up with Jensen Connell. There's those two, and I tell you, we're going to get a lot of men sub 15 here this afternoon in this sub 15-15 race. But wouldn't it be great if we could get 20, 30 or so men inside that iconic barrier? And even those who are crossing the finish gantry now at about 12:09, 12:10 run on the clock, they're in with a shout of break in 15 minutes if they can really rally. And all they need is just about 3-minute K pace for that last kilometre, because that last lap just a bit shorter. But boy, Stolberg and Geary are going toe to toe. They look like they're sprinting as they come past the commentary gantry now. They're making their bid for home. Perhaps, well, if it was on the track, you would be thinking about your sprint finish, wouldn't you? Be thinking about opening up. But they are really squeezing it now. And do you know what? Geary's not going anywhere this under 20. Almost reminds me of Will Barnacle a little bit, the way he runs, that form. He's someone we're going to see later on, but he's just kind of just sitting there, isn't he? He's like a leech. You just can't shake him. You can't shake him off. And I just worry a little bit for John Stolberg of Loughborough University in Birmingham running a triathlon club, because if he can't get rid of Geary coming into that last straight, will Geary just have the mindset and the momentum to go past on that finishing straight? Like I said, it is a slight downhill over on that far side. When they take this sort of left-hand bend that they're slowly approaching it, the track just drops away from them very, very gradually. And I remember a few years ago, it was a 2013 Great North Run, one of the best races I've ever seen. Farah, Bakili and Hiley, all the greats. And Farah lost out there to Bakili because he just couldn't negotiate it downhill. It's nowhere near as steep as that. It's not a very good comparison, to be brutally honest with you. But we saw Andrew Thompson rally in those earlier races, and he did gain a bit of momentum, and some slow up, and it all changed. But look at this thing, getting the race he deserves. Stolberg of Loughborough University is coming into your finishing straight. You can see on picture he's probably got about 250 metres remaining. He's done away with Geary in behind him, the under 20. He's going to need a few more years of experience to contend with John Stolberg. I wonder if they have some matchups to come over the years. But Stolberg looks fantastic. He looked like he was sprinting going into that last kilometre, and he's just maintained it the whole way. He's poured it on, he's applied the pressure, he's up on his toes. He's got a crowd behind him as well. He's got a lot of friends out on the course. Talk about breaking 15 minutes. 14:30 he may even do. Stolberg, 14:32. What a run. Geary, the under 20, a massive lifetime best well inside 15 minutes. And now sit back and we count the numbers. Who's breaking 15 minutes this afternoon? We've got a Rugby and Northampton man as well. There's an Abingdon AC vest in there. What a run from him. David Bunn of Abingdon AC inside 15 minutes, 14:48. And Jensen Connell, he's going to be happy with that 15 minutes. There's PBs are plenty in here. I can't name them all, I can't credit them all, but they all deserve a shout out. As they come flocking across the line, and even the lads now running low 15 minutes. There was, I don't think we had one man in this race who'd broken 15 minutes before. They're all 15-minute plus runners. So to be operating down low 15-minute territory, they're all PBing at this point. And Tom Bird, one of the early features, just crossing the line as well. A few more Loughborough students, good university battles out there on the course, and well, here comes Benji McCartney. He's got to stay at his task because he's on for a big lifetime best. He's on for a sub-16 clocking if he can hold it together. Come on, Benji. Oxford University student, does very well to juggle his studies and running performance. 15:50. Nice run from him, and a few in behind as well, continuing to approach that finish line. Oh, and just a whole host of people just collapse in the minute they cross. And it really is like that in 5,000 round. You're coping with lactic for the last, well, probably from about that first 2 kilometers, you're in the red zone. Well, at 3:30, we're going to introduce that time trial event. It's something very, very new. It was piloted this time, well, about 12 months ago, just under actually. And athletes will run every minute, 1 lap of the circuit, dominated by 800-meter runners and 1,500 runners, mid-distance runners, I should probably call it the official name, but oh boy, does it make for an interesting watch, a little bit like if you watched the cycling, the Tour de France, that time trial phase there. But I've been waffling on, but to the right of the screen, there's your results. You've probably identified already, and how many men sub-15 there? Is it at 12 or so men sub 15 minutes. Fantastic running by all. Sean Flanagan, the last man in. Cruel for Ed Mitchell, 15 minutes, sorry. Ben Wills, 15:01 from that previous race. So Lucas Stubbs, good run from him as well. Freddie Rodham, but boy, and I think that's actually missing Stolberg off the front of that. He won it in 14:32, so not quite sure what's happened there, but Geary was second place in 14:37. And there he is, Stolberg being added to the top of the list, 14:31. What a run. And well, if you're an elite watching this stream, just tuning in to see what all the fuss is about, and to see where you'll be this evening, rest assured, conditions are good, track is fast, and a lot of these athletes are walking away with some big lifetime bests, so we hope you can too. Time trial, and then we've got sub 15 minutes, and then we go to those elite races. Stick around.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So there's the timetable on screen. The time trial is set to go off at 3:30. I can confirm actually the first runner will go off at 15:50, and that'll be Adrian Lewis from Aberdare Valley, 800 personal best of 2:15. So they're going to get faster and faster from there on out. We've got around about how many? 38 entries in this one as well, and the fastest man, the fastest seed, shall I say? Ben Murphy will go 1:47 man from Tonbridge. He's got, I guess he's got boast some pretty strong PBs across the board, and I think that's why he's gone as the final seed, because he's got a strong 5k of inside 15 minutes, which is decent enough for a 1500 runner, for an 800 runner, and a PB of 3:45 as well. So he'll go last. Tin and Crook and just for him. Ben Claridge in there as well. Max Walton, Tyler Billiard. There's some of the main, some of the women that we should look out for. Marissa Damink of Holland. She was 10th in the World Road Running Mile Championships back in October. She's Dutch 800 and 1500 champion. Andy Badley mentioned him earlier, but Jessie Fulkenrud as well. Hannah Nuttall. Well, I'm excited to see what she can do. I mean, what incredible form she is in 15:03 this indoor campaign. 12th at those World Indoor Championships in what was probably arguably the strongest race of the championships depth-wise, in my opinion. So, yes, very, very exciting to see what she can do. So a few of these athletes who are going to go in the time trial warming up around the track at the moment. And as I say that, Erin Wallace just strolls on by, looking a little bit cold. It is a little bit nippy out there this afternoon, but and a little bit blustery as well. And but yes, so the time trial due off at 15:50. So hold fire and get yourselves a cup of tea, because once that gets started, it won't stop from there on out, because we then have the elite races to follow, and this Podium Festival, if you like, really sparks itself into light. Well, if you're just tuning in or you're sitting here wondering what is going on, we are just under 10 minutes away from the time trial event, which is athletes are going to run over one lap of this circuit, which is 976 meters. And just to explain it in a little bit more detail, they're going to be seeded. It's not a reflection of where they're going to come, but basically it's as simple as fastest lap of the day, male and female, will win the time trial. The time trial prize pot. There is a cash prize as well for it, and like I said, they're going to run over that just under a kilometre, and they're going to finish off. I mean, Ben Murphy is last to run. It doesn't necessarily mean he's the fastest on paper. The seeding's been done fairly accurately, and we'll try to get quicker throughout each person, but it's done in a way that keeps it interesting. A little bit like if you ever watch downhill skiing or the Tour de France, when you see that time trial event take place in the cycling as well. So a big old prize purse on offer for a lot of these athletes, and over £30,000 on offer. And well, we've got some fantastic world-class athletes coming here this afternoon and this evening, but we've also got some world-class broadcasters. Hannah England is going to be joining me very shortly. I've just heard her tiptoe up the stairs in the commentary booth, so we'll let her get settled in, and then she'll be joining me throughout the rest of the evening here to help unfold the action ahead of us. So in the time trial, just confirming that prize money for you, those watching at home, £2,000 up for grabs, which is, well, that will be the most, without a doubt, that the athletes in this field would have earned in a race before. That is fantastic amounts, and £1,000 for second, £500 for third, £200 for fourth, and £100 for fifth. And I don't know about you, but if I was looking at this competition, it's the slightly easier way to earn £2,000 when you look at the lineups in those 5,000 meter races. A little bit later on, those elite races, you've got to beat a 12:42 5k man in Hagos Gebriwet to take home the full cash prize. Obviously, course records and British records, European records up for grabs. More on those races to come, but we'll talk you through the first couple to go in this time trial. And well, the name I was looking out for was Hannah Nuttall. She's going to run 24th. So, like I said, athletes will run on the minute every minute. So we've got a good, well, half an hour or so, potentially a little bit more ahead of us with athletes competing. Cameron Boyack, an interesting name, kind of getting back to his best. GB runner in the past, through the age groups as well. Looking on the women's side, Zoe Hunter, Ava Lloyd, one to watch. You're under 20 1500 meter finalist, and obviously we know coached by Trevor Painter, so interesting talent coming up through the ranks there. Neve Brigson Hubbard as well. Well, she's running fantastically over the longer stuff. There's a bit of a step down in distance for her, but again, perhaps she looked at that prize money and thought, that's I can come away with that £2,000. It might be between her and Hannah Nuttall, but I can now introduce Hannah England. She's sat comfortably alongside me. Hannah, how are you doing? First impressions walking in, because you must be quite amazed.
Oh, it looks so cool, Matt. I parked the car over just the other side of the racecourse here, and you can hear the music. You can hear it just sounds really exciting. And just walking through here, it's a who's who of middle distance and distance running in the UK, and that's what's lovely. You've seen people that have come here just to spectate, and then the athletes warming up as well. Everyone just seems super excited for it. And this time trial is just something so different. You mentioned that no one might have seen £2,000 worth of prize money. Andy Badley, maybe Dream Mile.
Good point, Hannah.
On a comeback. He's going to come. I did text him and said, come on then, what sort of shape are you in, Badders? What can we say about you in this time trial? And he said he's in no shape at all. So I look forward to watching Andy Badley getting overtaken by loads of people.
Well, he'll have some marathon legs in him, I think. Was it Valencia Marathon I saw Andy Badley do? That was pre-Christmas, so he's a little bit of time to flush that out the system. But you're dead right, Hannah. Dream Mile winner, 3:49 miler. So in his day, he'd comfortably speed round this track and take home that cash prize. And we can see him warming up just out in front of us as well, just familiarising himself with the course. Probably, I think the biggest thing, Hannah, is understanding where the wind is. And there are I know it says 5 feet of elevation, but it seems like more to me. There's a slight bit of an uphill on that first bend.
Well, that's a real kicker. I think when you look at a 1,000, that's the kind of thing that really makes a difference. We see that in cross country so often. You can see a course that looks pretty simple, and that to a cross country runner doesn't look like anything, and you do a mixed relay on it, you try and run flat out, and then suddenly you are found out a little bit, you get a bit of lactic. So that could certainly happen here as well with the 1K.
Yeah, I think judging your effort around this circuit is going to be absolutely crucial. You're right, where's the lactic going to spike? And for those of you at home, do follow along. Race Timing Solutions, if you go on there, they should have live results, and we should be able to, we're hoping to get these 1 kilometre splits in, so we can give you a little bit of context to who's running. I've got a couple stopwatches in the background, so we can keep an eye on those kind of fastest laps or some of the key names a little bit later on. Those running early in this time trial, no disrespect, but we don't expect them to feature late on for the big prizes, because the field gets faster as it goes. And to lead things off here in just a few minutes time, or 2 or 3 minutes time, is going to be Adrian Lewis, a vet 50, Anna, but 6th at that England Masters 1500 metre indoor championships.
And I think if you can get yourself round the indoor track pretty quick for 1500, that puts you in good stead for a 1K. But that's what I love, the fact that we've got a vet 50 athlete going off first, but we've got under 20 athletes further down this start line as well. I think it's just going to be really interesting. I would hate to go off first though. Surely Adrian Lewis is just thinking, can I hold on? To run scared like that as well, I don't think that's a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. And knowing Chris Barnes, I'm sure there's some sort of hot seat format down there where you can sit with a crown on your head for a few minutes until someone overtakes you and knocks you down a peg or two, just like we see in the downhill skiing. But the first woman to run will be Ella Saunders as well, and she's coming in here with good form. Reading AC, look up 2:14 800 metre PB. And Hannah, we're scanning through the start list. Hannah's done extensive research as well, one of the very best in the business, but it does seem to be dominated by 800 runners, this 1 kilometre time trial.
I think this is a perfect test for an 800 metre runner as well this time of year. You just want a bit of impetus to go back into that endurance training. A lot of athletes will see them go up a distance indoors, so 8 might do a 15 might do a 3K, and so this is another opportunity like that. But also, I think there'll be a whole lot of people in this time trial just fancied a day out. All my mates are going to Podium 5K. I do not want to have to run a 5K. How else can I get there? And this time trial is your answer.
I think that's a very good point indeed. I mean, earlier on in the earlier races, we've seen Loughborough University absolutely dominate the field, and a few Birmingham University athletes as well. So a lot of students here today, and perhaps they know a thing or two about the after party which is going to take place. We've got the live band and the stage trackside as well. So it looks like we're all but ready, Hannah, for Adrian Lewis to go. He's going to go dead on 3:50. He's going to go, so that keeps it easy, because they are, if they run to schedule, Hannah, they'll be every minute from there on out, so we can keep an eye on the sort of times and the laps people are running. Full disclaimer, there's Jeff Whiteman counting them in, but it's not a full kilometre. So off goes Adrian Lewis. It's not a full kilometre, it's 976 metres, which we've been trying to point out all day for you, but here he goes.
It's all manner of split screens we've got going on here. That is phenomenal. You know when people say, why can't you show a field at the same time as track? Here we go. 3 different views we're going to have on this time trial. That's an important point as well, Matt, that it isn't a full kilometre. So whatever they run, yeah, we can't call that a full kilometre. But for me, Adrian Lewis has gone absolutely tearing off here. The cadence is high, the fear is high. He's the first man to start the time trial.
Oh, I think that's absolutely okay. I think there's no other way to run it, is there? You've just got to get out hard and hang on, and it's no coincidence that the atmosphere is at its very best on this section of the course. It gets awfully quiet over on that far side, and I think that's where athletes are going to struggle. But it's great to see we've got the clock in the bottom right hand of the screen as well, as Adrian Lewis comes past us at the commentary box, and we're a minute down, so our next runner, Anna, is about to get underway.
Ella Saunders up next. Reading AC, 4-second personal best outdoors last year over 800 metres. She improved from 2:18 to 2:14, which is a disgusting improvement. What a show off! And there she goes off chasing Adrian Lewis down. She was 4th at the South of England South of England indoor champs this winter as well. So wintering well. And I think with it not being a full kilometre distance, it is just a bit of fun for these athletes. But I really like the intent that Ella Saunders has set off with it on this race as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that quite a lot as well. You've got to just blitz yourself up that first hill and around that first bend. But as you mentioned there, Hannah, Reading AC, but also coached by Mark Booth, who's doing a terrific job with a lot of mid-distance talent especially females down at Reading. Lauren Church kind of leading the way for them, and I think we might even be seeing her later on, so always big supporters of these podium events. So Adrian Lewis sort of coming round that final bend, not quite into the finishing straight, but we're probably looking at about anything close to a sort of 3-minute K to lead the way.
And that's what's funny, you can see here as Ella Saunders goes out, Hannah Nuttall is coming back in, fully dressed in. That's because she's got a long time to go till she starts off. We've got our third leg runner off though, Zoe Hunter. Thought we were due to have Tom Welton, so they must have knocked him off. He's not turned up, and we turn up with Zoe Hunter instead, who made her GB debut at the European Cross Country this winter, going all the way to Brussels in December, which came 32nd in the European Cross Country there for the junior team. And she's a rapidly improving athlete. Bronze at the Bucks Indoors over 1500 metres, coached by Jeffro McGraw. We've seen him walking around, he's got a few athletes. But Zoe Hunter, the next athlete, chasing down the other ones. It's
a very good point you mentioned, Hannah. We weren't due to see Zoe Hunter, we were due to see Tom Wetton, but Chris Barnes, race organiser, announced that if anyone doesn't turn up or they're not here, you're just gonna get bumped up. So we do get an athlete running every single minute, and well, here he goes in. Adrian Lewis just about to cross the line. He's just outside 3 minutes, 3:04.305. So he leads the way for now, and it's all going to be eyes on Ella Saunders to see if she can break a 3-minute K to take herself into first place. And there you go, in Barnsley fashion, he's given Adrian Lewis the £2,000 check prize. How cruel.
I absolutely love that. So he's got to stand there pass that round. It's going to be kind of sweaty by the end of it, whoever ends up with that.
Absolutely, and James D down there as well. So Ella Saunders coming into the finishing straight. It looks like she's going to be well inside a 3-minute kilometre, to be honest with you. She's got less than 100, well, she's got about 100 metres to run. She's going to have to cover it in about 20 seconds. It's going to be very close, Hannah.
Well, it's a good finish from Ella Saunders. I think she went off really fast with good intent, but you said, Matt, it's a bit exposed out there. It's a bit windy and a bit quiet on the far section, and for me, Ella Saunders is kind of in all sorts of trouble as she's finished here. She probably hasn't judged her effort that well, but running on your own is so hard. It's something I was awful at, but she is sub 3 minutes there. We'll call that 2:59 for Ella Saunders. She'll get the female £2,000 check for the moment.
Well, she will indeed, and as she finishes, it's going to be Will Driscoll who sets off. And well, Hannah, you identified the first proper track season last year, relatively new to this game. Belgrave Harrier. Belgrave brought perhaps they brought a minibus up, because I've seen a lot of Belgrave athletes in those earlier races as well. So good strong coming up after the Battersea Friday night under lights last night as well for some of their club mates. But what can Will Driscoll do here? I'll try and keep an eye on a few markers on the course to see where that sort of 400, 500 metre marker is.
Zoe Hunter is getting near the finish of her leg here. She's powering towards the line. Zoe Hunter trying to get every single second she can. It is definitely Zoe Hunter, not Lily Saxon. I know that face. 2:49. That is the time to beat for the women at the moment. The check passes hands from Ella Saunders to Zoe Hunter.
Yeah, and Lily Saxon is actually due to go on the left, bottom left of your screen as she sets off there. And another one who's massively improved over the 800. She's down, operating around about a 2:07 mark. And well, I think we're going to see potentially our first athlete break 2:40, and it could come in the form of Will Driscoll.
I think it's really interesting what kind of athlete you are for this race. I was honestly pants at going out and running on my own. I needed to sit behind someone, get towed to a fast time, and then sprint the last 150. So this would be a nightmare for me. And we're going to see all sorts of kind of paces and what situation people are in on this home straight. They're either going to be absolutely hauling or they're going to have saved a little bit of a sprint finish.
Oh, you're dead right, Hannah. And I mean, we're on the eve of the road relays, aren't we? That's going to be next weekend, and I always hated it because, yeah, you would just run solo legs and you'd have to squeeze everything out of yourself. Like you, I just could never do it. But some athletes are used to training alone, used to repping alone, and these are the athletes perhaps it's going to really favour. So bottom right of picture, Hannah, another one's underway.
And that is Will Driscoll. You thought he might be one of the men to go underneath 2:40 at the moment. Or was it William Nicol? Apologies, getting my Williams muddled up. William Nicol takes off with his Taunton AC vest. Of course, who... All right, and we're back. We have had a finish there from Will Driscoll. Sorry, we ran out of power. We've got it back. We are here. William Nicol out on the course. William Driscoll has finished. Let's see if that check passed his hands. That might help us figure out whether he ran any faster than Adrian Lewis, so that 3:01. Surely Will Driscoll has got a hand on that £2,000 check at the moment.
Well, like you say, it is just all going on. It's exciting to follow, that's sure enough. But it's Lily Saxton who's going to be next into that finishing straight. It looks like Ty Brockford Langley who is set to line up. Jeff just introducing her there, just to add to the nerves, Hannah.
As if that's exactly what you want. Jeff Whiteman reading out your bio as you wait for the clock to tick down. I've done a few road races like this where the clock ticks down, and it feels more stressful than just when you're waiting for a starter to do it. We used to do it at the Fifth Avenue Mile, 30 seconds to go, 10 seconds to go, and I think Ty Brockley Langford will be going through that as well. But Lily Saxton on the other end of the programme, just finishing up her lap at this racecourse. Remember, it is just underneath 1,000 metres, but with the incline, with the twists and turns, I think it's probably equivalent to 1,255 for Lily Saxton. So the check stays with Zoe Hunter on the women's side.
It certainly does indeed, and as you say that, Hannah, Ty Brockford Langley would have looked at that mark. It was interesting because Saxon finished just before Langley was able to set off, and I think she's going to go, right, I just need to get inside around about 2:45 to take the lead in this one. Of course, she's going to want to do as much as she can to really not just take the lead, but put a few seconds on it to really give herself a buffer, because some of the women coming next, I mean, the next female, for example, Hannah, is going to be Ava Lloyd.
Yeah, Ava Lloyd has definitely got the wheels over 800 and 1500 to challenge underneath that 250 marker, but it's a whole different ball game if you're out there on your own. So Will Nicol coming in, the Taunton AC athlete. This is what I was talking about. He's in the hurt locker. He's wishing he got a bit slower on the other half of the course. 2:45. So we're not sure on the time for Will Driscoll, the time to beat, but I don't think 2:45 is going to be enough to take the check.
No, I think it's awfully close. Definitely won't be enough to take the check tonight. We're going to see something in the 2:20s, I think. So just one runner out on the course at the moment. Is it Ty Brockford Langley as Driscoll, as Will Nicol, has finished. So, and Isaac Scott didn't run. So yeah, we're just
okay.
Ty Brockford Langley. So sorry if it's confusing to you at home. It's confusing to us in the comedy box, but they're one of a kind.
It's like cycling, isn't it? When they're just setting people off. It's like the Tour de France time trial, pretty much, give or take a power cut. And me and Matt on the comms, it's pretty much the Tour de France. So I think we've got Mark Gardner up next. Is that with? No, I couldn't quite clock the number on that, and I don't quite know that club vest either.
St Mary's, Santa.
Oh,
your arch nemesis.
That's why I've blanked out the St Mary's University vest. There we go, 26. So that should be James Ackhurst. So we have got a few athletes that have dropped out, if 26 is right.
Well, that makes me think Ava Lloyd may have dropped out as well, Hannah, because she was due to be Mark Gardner and Tom Barrett. Both of those athletes aren't here, and it was Ava Lloyd who was due to go next, and we haven't seen her. But however, knowing Chris Barnes, he may have shifted her a little bit further down the pecking order, because she is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to what she can split for this lap, and obviously being a very good 800 runner, she's going to be near taking the one of the top prizes.
So we have got Ty just coming towards the finish now, and I think they've just, because these athletes will be timing their warm-up for when they were told, I think it's what we've seen James Ackhurst here get his very first ever interview with Jeff Whiteman, just to keep the crowd entertained, just to keep the rest of the field on track, because you can't go confusing everybody if they've got a particular start time in mind.
This is it exactly, and I think that's going to be around about 2:48, 2:49 for Ty Brockford Langley, so she's not quite going to go to the top of the pile.
It's going to be tight there. We should those guys down there. Okay, we've got the checks over there. The check is still with Will Driscoll, and is it still with Zoe Hunter? I think they're going to be splitting hairs down there for the women's check at the moment. We're just having a slight pause. This is quite nice actually. We can catch our breath ever so slightly, because we're going to be setting James Ackhurst off on time. He should be going in around about 30 seconds or so. So that gives us a small chance to catch our breath. We think that winner's check at the moment, £2,000 with Will Driscoll, and either with Zoe Hunter or Ty Brockley Langford. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that was a very close one, and James Ackhurst in victories, Kent athlete, St Mary's University student, 3:59, 1500, and 1:56, 800 as well. And 5 second 800 PB this in 2023 last year. So Bucks cross country, as well as St Mary's often like to turn up there and make a bit of a noise. Wasn't their year this year, I must say. Not a team medal between them, but Birmingham dominating that one. So we're just waiting for Ackhurst to get underway. Jeff Whiteman counts him in and off he goes now. So Ackhurst sets to the course. He's going to be the only one out there, and there he is. Looks awfully relaxed early on. Doesn't look like the event's getting to him at all.
Too slow for James Ackhurst. He's going to be finishing like an absolute train, unless he's got his Garmin kind of wired up, or any other watches are available, and he's got 400 metre splits or 200 metre splits or something, because that's the only way, I think, on a course like this where you can correctly gauge your effort, unless he's been down here sneaky training for the last couple of months. Might be someone with a home advantage.
Well, absolutely. And talking about those splits, by the way, talking to Chris Barnes, race organiser, he didn't really want to make too much of a fuss over them. He didn't put 400 metre splits out on the course, because I think he wanted it to add to the excitement, where you really are anticipating what someone's going to run coming into that finishing straight, and you've got no idea.
And that is where we do. That is the only place we differ from the Tour de France, to be honest. We are just about as organised and professional, but we don't have middle of the lap splits, unfortunately. Number 25, Ben Makin, is next off. 3:55, 1500 metre personal best this year. Blackburn Harrier, and that's it. He's driven off that line like there's 12 people on a curved line and they're all braking for the inside of a track. That's what we like to see.
Got out those blocks like a true 800 metre runner, hasn't he? See how he negotiates this bend, and this is where the slight incline is on this bend. Actually, this is where the friends and family will be as well, as he goes around that branded section of the course. And you can see James Ackhurst on top of the picture then, just still looking very relaxed, but I think he's deceiving almost Jakob Ingebrigtsen-esque the way he's just covering the ground out there. But oh boy, Makin still being very, very aggressive. He's through that first sort of 200 metres or so now.
Ben Makin is definitely started at a faster clip than James Ackhurst. He's just coming in front of our commentary position now as well. He looks strong, he looks like he can maintain that, but perhaps he's going to have to take a bit of a breather, a bit of a recovery when he gets to the top of the course. But who knows, we'll have to see what sort of state he is as he comes under the arches.
Well, that's Stanley Clark, who's just got underway as well himself. 3:55 or under 1:55 for the first time last summer, and he's a 1:54 800 man and a 4:05 1500 man. So again, we're starting to see a few more of these 800 runs. You can tell by the way they go off that naturally they just want to go out a lot harder. And for the first time, we're seeing Ben Makin just suffer a little bit, and he's about halfway through. But coming into the finish in James Ackhurst, and Hannah, this could look like our new leader.
It certainly could. James Ackhurst, he's looked nice and calm and smooth the whole way around. I think his cadence is higher now than when he started. I think he's mustering a bit of a sprint finish. At the other end of the podium, Ben Makin just starting to falter ever so slightly. So what do we reckon, 2:38 there, 2:37?
Certainly, like, there's definitely enough to take the lead. So Ackhurst is your new leader in this time trial, and lining up, set to go as well in 10 seconds or so. Jeff's going to counter a Niamh Britton-Hubbard, and Hannah, what a phenomenal talent this young lady is.
We just saw her warming up as well, Niamh. She's had a great last 12 months or so. Brilliant personal best in the summer. She was 7th at the UK Champs, but she's got wonderful range as well, Niamh. I think everyone thought she was more of a cross-country runner. She was going to go longer and longer onto the roads, but instead, Niamh has just chipped away at that 1500 metre time, got it all the way down to the 4:10 or so. So Niamh going off very, very quickly, and we've got Ben Makin coming in to finish his leg here. He's still moving pretty well, Matt. If we're looking at around about that 2:37 being the fastest time we've seen so far, Ben Makin is going to obliterate that. 2:26 for him.
Yeah, I think on the unofficially, yeah, it's important we stress that. I think it might have been closer to a 2:30, 2:31, but he's definitely going to take the lead, and he did hang on to that aggressive start. Someone else who's gone out aggressively, Niamh Britton-Hubbard. Look at her go. 45 seconds on the clock. She is absolutely flying around this course down past us, Hannah, and you're right, she has spent a bit of time still running the 800 metres. I know that often comes to the varsity match against Oxford and dominates the 800. Bottom left of pictured in, number 22, George Sutcliffe, Birmingham University student, 1:54 lifetime best. Hannah, what can we expect from him?
Oh, lots from George Sutcliffe. He's coached by Dean Miller. So who knows, actually. No, I think George, they've got the Anti-Concrete Running Club. If you check them out on YouTube, they've got an awful lot going on. And I mean, if you want some questionable training content, go and look at the Anti-Concrete. They take all of it seriously, as you shouldn't take most of our commentary seriously. Stanley Clark cutting the tape there. That's another big run underneath 2:30. Again, we must stress this is Hannah and Matt timing. unofficially, but that could be a new race leader for Stanley Clark.
Well, it looked like Ben Macon wanted to hand in the check straight away, so he must have seen something that we haven't, and Stanley Clark may well have just gone into the lead. You mentioned the Anti-Concrete Track Club, Hannah. Well, they're going to need to light their concrete out there today, because we've got crushed tarmac down there, perfectly paved, and he's running very, very well, almost halfway through his leg. Neve Britson Hubbard then, top of picture. 2 minutes on the clock. She's going to be, well, if she keeps this pace going, she's going to be close. She looks a little far out for me at the moment, but she's got about 200 metres left, so she's going to be definitely top female.
I think Neve Britson Hubbard could be putting down a new marker. So Basil Rock isn't going to run, and I'm really disappointed, because I think that's a brilliant name. Maybe it was a fake name. I did think, is there someone actually called Basil Rock? But he has withdrawn, so Nicola Monaghan is getting a little interview with Jeff Whiteman. That's what happens if someone doesn't turn up. Your minute is used talking to Jeff. Now Neve Britson Hubbard, she has used every minute she's had available down here. She is powering towards the finish. This could be a new lead for the females. It's 2:49 at the moment, we think, with Zoe Hunter. 2:42, 43, 44, maybe 2:44, 45-ish for Neve there. That will be a new leader.
That will be a new leader. Just Ty Brockford Langley was ever so close to that as well. I think she was 2:48. You can see Brockford Langley holding that check at the moment. And is that Nicola Monaghan's gone off now, Hannah, fresh off of Inter-Counties last weekend. I think she was competing for the Lancashire County out there. So she attacks this 976 metre circuit as Sutcliffe comes into the finish. If our cameras pick him up, he's got about 100 metres left.
George Sutcliffe, you're right, you can't be anti-concrete and then turn up to the Podium Festival. That just doesn't work. George Sutcliffe driving hard. He looks like he's paced that all right. He's still got a bit of pop in his step, trying to get himself as close as possible to the 2:30. He's going to be just outside, I think, if the clock down there is right. 2:31, 32, just a bit outside 2:30. So that doesn't challenge the mark of Stanley Clark. The £2,000 stays with him.
Does indeed, and I think it shows you the stress these athletes put themselves under, because Clark is still laying on the floor trying to get rid of all that lactic in his system, and Ben Macon is kindly holding the check for him at the moment. Neve Britson Hubbard, Hannah, worth noting, she takes that check now, so she's in lead as it looks like Tonbridge AC's Jordan Chambers, number 18 on his bib. 1:49 800 metre man is set to go, and well, he's gonna chat to Jeff as well.
So that's a withdrawal from Miles Witherseed, just to cause absolute chaos on our lovely colour-coded spreadsheet we had going. But hey, we can roll with it. Jordan Chambers, he will relish every moment of this chat. I bet Jeff is asking something very, very silly.
I'd love to be trackside, and probably just like you at home. And if you are at home and you're within about, a 2-hour radius, get yourselves down here, because we've still got a couple of hours until there's elite races this evening. Some big headliners in them, including Hagos Gebriwet, 12:42, 5,000 man, and we've got Melissa Courtney Bryant and various internationals going in that women's 5K as well. We may well see some national records. So Chambers set to go, and Nicola Monaghan will check in with her. She's on that quiet, lonely bend of the track, and you've got to keep on it at that stage.
You have, Monaghan for me is looking rather like I would halfway around a 1K on your own. I think she's probably thinking, why am I out here? It's a little bit quiet, but hopefully she makes her way towards the arches. She can muster a sprint finish and chip away at that time somewhat. The camera angle here, we can see her right in the background. I reckon she's probably got 250 metres to go there.
I think she has indeed. She's got about 45 seconds of running, 40 seconds or so, or less, sorry. But interestingly, Hannah, next on the lineup is Hannah Nuttall. She's certainly here. We've seen her warm up, and be interesting because we could be looking at the new leader. I mean, Neve Britson Hubbard's no slouch, but with a 15:0 5K personal best, Hannah, you'd expect her to take this time trial.
And if you'd really organised your race correctly, you'd give yourself a bit of breathing space now to have a chance to talk to an athlete like Hannah Nuttall. Jeff Whiteman, keen to take all the 50 seconds or so he's going to have between Hannah Nuttall and Jordan Chambers, who's off around the course already. They've got about 10 seconds till they've got to set Hannah off. A wonderful interview with Athletics Weekly this week. Hannah Nuttall talking about her father passing away before Christmas, the big shock that was for the athletics community with John Nuttall. Such a shame, and Hannah Nuttall was pretty open. She said her training was shaky before Christmas. It's been an emotional roller coaster for her, but she's been fantastic this indoor season. 15:03. She said her dad was one of the few people that instilled that belief in her that she could qualify for Paris, so she's very much running in his memory, and it'd be a mixture, I'm sure, between being inspired and also being slammed by those waves of grief as she remembers her father. But what a wonderful run at the World Indoor Championships as well in Glasgow for Hannah Nuttall, and she's whizzing around this 1K.
Yeah, I think that's credit to her support her support network as well, and her team, Helen Clitheroe, her coach, and all of those involved in Team New Balance Manchester as well. New Balance, one of the biggest brands here at the Podium Festival as well. You can win a fixie bike, believe it or not, Hannah, if you run the treadmill, and well, you have to get closest to a minute without looking at a clock on the treadmill. So yeah, person who's closest will take home that bike. But Hannah Nuttall, close to a minute into her Podium Festival time trial experience, as Jordan Chambers comes around the final bend for him, and 30 seconds or so to go. We could be looking at a new leader.
Jesse Fulkenrud from Holland, one of our international competitors. Most of them are in the 5k, but Fulkenrud, he must know someone. He must have said, I fancy a whole trip to Leicester, unless he's got an ace up his sleeve and he thinks he can run one of the fastest times.
Very, very quick from Chambers. It's certainly going to take him into lead. Is at a 2:24, 2:25. And, well, you'd expect that from a 149 Argentina man. Mark Cookway doing a fantastic job, and he's breeding 800 runners down at Tonbridge at the moment. Jack Higgins set to line up a little bit later on as well. The British champion, indoor champion over 800. If I'm reading the start list right, he's not on the start list, so ignore that. I'm getting too excited about Hookway and the terrific job he's doing down at Tonbridge. Hannah Nuttall, almost 2 minutes in, as she's got about 300 metres remaining.
Well, and Hannah Nuttall, for me, really interesting. She ran the 405 1500 metres last year, and that's serious. And that's unlocked, I think, this ceiling in 5,000 metres, that she's been able to go so close to 15 minutes. She thinks she can go underneath as well. Thinks she can hit that 14:52 qualifying mark for Paris. But first, Hannah Nuttall has got to hit the 2:45 or so. We think that Neve Britton-Hubbard ran. About 30 seconds to go for Hannah Nuttall to try and get her hands on the women's £2,000 cheque. It's going to come under threat from some of the athletes later on. We've only got Marissa Damick, I think, the female athletes later to go. So if Hannah Nuttall can get underneath 2:45, she can take that £2,000 cheque preliminary. And she's going to do it. Just the naked eye here, it stopped around about 2:40, 2:41. You can see that just coming through on the picture. She goes over those boards, so I think she will be handed that £2,000 cheque. And that is quite some achievement there from Hannah Nuttall, all on her own, in the middle of a phase where she's probably more focused on the 5k.
Yeah, and well, so often the saying, isn't it, strength is speed, and Hannah Nuttall proving that here today. She's going to go well into the lead of this time trial. And Ryan Wilmot out on the course. I must say, we didn't cover him when he started, but he ran earlier on into 5k, so he's getting 2 races for the price of 1.
But if 5 and a bit laps isn't enough, go and do another one, get your money's worth. Oh, you probably had to pay twice, didn't you? Is it 2 for 1 on the race entry?
True, actually. Marissa Damick of Holland, then she gets her time trial underway, just 20 seconds or so into it. Looks quite relaxed at the moment, so 2 different styles of pacing. It's either get out hard and hang on, or just build and build and build as the race goes and really close out that last 100, 200 metres or so.
Well, next up to start, and around about 20 seconds, is this guy. You all think Tom Bosworth is the fastest racewalker in Great Britain, but it's not. It's Andy Badley. This man has no knee lift, but he's somehow running the low 3:30s and made an Olympic final. He was 8th in Beijing, Andy Badley. He now runs the very popular The Running channel on YouTube, so if you want to go check out some content on there all about road running, Andy Badley is your man. He says he hopes he's at around about 2:40 pace, but we shall see. He's testing some new Mizuno shoes today as well, I think. So if anything goes wrong, I'm sure they'll have someone to blame. Yeah,
I think he's been a supporter of Mizuno for a little while, hasn't he? But Hannah, I hope you get away with that comment, because I'm nothing to do with it. I don't want Andy Badley knocking on our door. But Ryan Wilmot coming into the finishing straight at the moment. He's, 20 seconds or so away, and he's going to be around about that 2:40. It's a solid run from him, bearing in mind he ran a 5k earlier on today in one of the slower seeded races. And some of the big players, Hannah, I think we've got one female left. We've got Damick out on the course, but we also got, is it Wallace, who's warming herself up, and she looks like she's getting ready to go. So 2:50 for Wilmot, respectable.
Big day for Ryan Wilmot, 5k in the legs and a quick 1k. So Andy Badley has just passed underneath us, and he does look good. He looks like he could be pacing this all right. You did mention he did the Valencia Marathon, and this is totally the other end of the spectrum, but probably more in Andy Badley's kind of comfort zone. Erin Wallace is just getting limbered up. She'll very much know what the target is here. Hannah Nuttall around about the 2:40, 2:41 mark around this course. Erin Wallace had a good indoor season. She was really hoping to represent Great Britain at home in Scotland and Glasgow with the World Indoor Championships. She didn't manage it, but she's very much got back into her training, and I'm sure an event like this would have been a wonderful motivation for Erin Wallace to keep at it in the last few weeks.
It really was, and just before she gets going, she's going to see the Mink come into the finish, and I think as the Mink finishes, Wallace will be setting off. So, that's a quick one there. That's inside 240 for Dominique, or very, very close too. So she may well be taking Hannah Nuttall's check away from her. So the Dutch athlete could well spoil the party here at the Podium Festival. But Erin Wallace on the start, getting set to go. I can tell you, I can confirm just over my shoulder, she is off and away. The final woman on this circuit. Anything inside 240 is going to be competing for the title.
Andy Badley with, who knows, maybe 30 seconds to go. He said he was in 240 shape. He's still got it. This is proving that muscle memory does work. Once an Olympian, always a high quality runner. And I'm not just saying that because I was mean about him at the start, but Andy Badley is running a really, really good leg here. We think Jordan Chambers might be one of the fastest so far with his 2:25, but Andy Badley, a very respectful run here. He's going to be way under his target of 2:40. He's driving for the line. There are going to be some tired legs today for many of these athletes, and I'm sure Andy Badley, that's going to be a shock to the system. 2:36 or so for him.
Well, very, very close. You got to start taking up the Masters ranks because, ditch the marathon. Badly, that's an electric 1 kilometre on this circuit. The wind looks to be picking up a little bit, Hannah, so maybe these going a little bit later on have a slight disadvantage, but Erin Wallace is flying through the first half of this course, the first half lap. She's got this bend to go, which is a little bit bigger than the first bend, but she's probably got about 500 metres remaining. She is absolutely attacking it early on.
Erin Wallace has been a force over 800 metres for the last 18 months or so. That 1:59 at one of the BMCs, her and Faye Walcott Nolan, with a male pacemaker or males in the race. So it's not on the rankings, but it was an incredible time. But you forget that Erin Wallace, she came from triathlon. She comes from an endurance background. She's so strong. And Wallace, she went off very quick at the British Indoor Champs, ran a 57 first 400 metres. And everyone looks at Gemma Reekie in her 1:58 with the winning time. But most of that was down to Erin Wallace's pacemaking and her bravery in the first half of that race. So let's hope that Erin Wallace has paced this one well, because looks like she's moving so well.
Yeah, you make a good point. She did certainly help Reekie out that day to run that electric 1:58 at the British Championships. Dominic Walton, bottom left of picture, getting ready to rock and roll. Jeff's counting him down, counting him in like he's done so often. The atmosphere bubbling away down here as they know the races are getting faster and faster. So Walton off. I mean, he's a very talented fifth at the British Indoor Championships just a few weeks ago. She's a very, very good middle distance runner. You often see him all over the country running those BMC circuits throughout the summer as well. But Hannah, here comes Wallace.
2:15 on the clock for Erin Wallace now, and she's super close to the finish line. We do think it might be just a shade under 2:40, the winning time at the moment. The £2,000 check with Marisa Damick. Erin Wallace charging for the line. She's super close. It's going to be very close to 2:30. That is phenomenal running from Erin Wallace, and surely the £2,000 check. Is there a time bonus as well? Because that was whopping from Erin Wallace. What a run. She's the final female out on the course, and she has run 5-6 seconds faster than anybody else. And next up on the start line, Michael Wilson, coached by Jeff Whiteman, so I'm sure he's getting asked something ridiculous now. But I put on our spreadsheet, I think Mike Wilson here might have been drawn out of order. I think he should be later on, so I think he is one to watch for a fast time. He might shake up the order.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Hannah. I think Jeff may have trained him meticulously for this. Wilson training hard at the moment. He's in good form as well. He's a bit of both, isn't he? He's a very good 800 runner. He probably doesn't know quite what his advantage is. 1:48 and 3:41. They go hand in hand, really. But Dominic Walton then over on the far side. He's halfway through his lap. Well, over halfway actually, and he's looking just starting to falter a little bit. But don't be deceived, because he's got an awfully long stride as well. Fantastic 800 metre runner. But yeah, Wallace, Hannah, just to summarise, I think she has taken that cash prize.
I'm sure she has. She's probably sat on the floor somewhere at the moment. But if you're just joining us and you don't know what's going on, this is the Podium Festival. It might be known for 5,000 metres. You might be expecting to see that sort of thing. But in the middle here, we've got a time trial. 1 lap as fast as you can. Athletes set off at 1 minute increments. And Matt Seddon and myself trying to keep a track of who's run fastest. We do think Erin Wallace is by far the fastest of the women. She blasted really close to 2:30 just then on this course that is just short of 1,000 metres. But the men are still very much out there.
Yeah, nothing's official, of course, but one thing that is official is Dominic Walton's sprint finish. He is flying down this home stretch, and he's on, is he just on about 2:20 or so? He's going to cross the line. He's going to be well inside 2:30 at this rate. As keep an eye on that finish line. Dominic Walton, I've got him 2:29 maybe 2:28 even. You just saw him there across the line. And James Young is out on the course at the moment. Mike Wilson as well. So actually that top camera that we're seeing, I think that's Alex Malloy at the moment, but that should be James Young out on the course because he set off a little while ago. Here he is. Cameras have picked him up over on the far side. The man who graduated Ole Miss. He's second at Armagh, so he's in good 5k shape, Hannah. And you're saying Mike Wilson's underestimated, but I think this man is even more so because 13.50, fourth at the British Champs over 3k, but boasts a 3:37, 1500 PB.
Well, it's Tyler Billiard off next, and that is an aggressive start. Also coached by Jethro McGraw. We've already seen some of his cohort out here. University of Birmingham student Tyler Billiard. That is a quick start, Matt. I'm worried for Tyler here. He's had a fantastic winter. He went over to Oman with the Great Britain squad and picked up a gold medal as part of the mixed relay at the World University Games, and that's really buoyed Tyler Billiard. That was his first GB vest. He had a fantastic summer as well, but he's looking to get his winter campaign finished, I guess, with this run here.
Whoa, and Mike Wilson may well have just put himself into lead with a 2:24, 2:25. You're keeping an eye on that camera on the bottom right hand of your screen. He flew across that finish line, and Jeff Whiteman, maybe a raised smile and a little wink to Wilson as he just crossed the line there. So next to cross will be James Young. Let's see what he can do. 2:24, 2:25 is about the lead on this men's side. The women's race has been wrapped up. We think Erin Wallace won that, but we've got a few to run here now, and is that Ben Claridge?
No show for Max Wharton. Takes us to Ben Claridge up next, coached by James Thie. He's down there probably trying to organise all this chaos as well and keep the crowds here in Leicester across what's going on. Claridge picked up a brilliant silver medal at the British Champs back in 2023, and he did 14:51 at Armagh the other day, and that was easily his best long kind of over distance run of his life. He's very much an 8:15 guy, and again it's another kind of slower cadence, slower stride. If you compare that to Tyler Billiard, I mean, Billiard isn't moving that quick right now. It might have been an overzealous first 600 metres for the Buak man, but Tyler Billiard working his way around the far side of the course, and James Young is in. He's on the floor. We've missed the time for James Young. Sorry, too excited about everyone else that's down there in the course. Is the check going to pass hands? Mike Wilson hasn't got it. James Young hasn't got it. Where is it? It's still with someone else over there.
Well, actually, the live results are saying James Young ran 2:20, Hannah. I've got it again unofficially, but it was a fantastic run from him. So he leads the way in this time trial with Tiernan Crawford sets off. Ben Claridge is out on the course, and Tyler Billiard coming with a big sprint finish to see if he can get amongst it and run inside 2:20. Now for 976 metres, don't get too carried away. They're not running a full kilometre. That would be something, but Billiard looks like he's just slipping away, and he's not going to match the run of James Young. He looks like he's 2:23, 2:24 even for Billiard.
And there you are, Matt, sitting on the official results as I'm I'm making it up as I go along. But that was a great run from Tyler Billiard. But James Young, that was a really sort of sensible, well-judged race. He seemed to be moving a similar pace the whole way through, and that is to be rewarded with, unofficially, a 2:20 ahead of the Dutch athlete Fulkenrood's 2:22. Billiard coming up at 2:25. So we have just got the one athlete down there ready to start. Everyone else is out on the course. Ben Murphy, number one on his chest. He's seeded number one. He is expected to win this race. 2:20, the mark he is chasing. He ran a personal best recently of 14:53. He is wintering well, and he was 8th at the British Champs indoors over 1,500 metres.
He was indeed, and I tell you what, Ben Claridge, we mentioned him before, stepping up from 400s to 800s and dabbling into 1500s. He's going to be ever so close to that 2:20 of Young. He puts himself into, he might be second, might be third. I don't think it's enough to overtake Young in first, though, as Young, well, he's smiling away to himself. He's not moving anywhere, is he?
He was flat out on the floor a second ago. Someone's propped him up. It helped him use the check as a bit of a walking stick, and James Young will be delighted if he holds on to this. Just Tiernan Crawford and Ben Murphy out on the track. Can they better the 2:20 of James Young? Ben Murphy passes underneath our commentary position. He's moving well, looking good. And the clock now for Tiernan Crawford. He's got round about 200 metres left to go or so. The clock for him, who knows what it's on? We can't see it. We've lost it on the screen. It's probably coming up to 2 minutes or so if we judge by Ben Murphy, who should have been a minute behind him.
Yeah, Crawford, also an Ole Miss grad, just like James Young as well. Those two really improved their 1,500 metre running under the watchful eye of the Ole Miss coach. And I tell you what, Crawford's rallying hard as well. He looks like he's just going to miss 2:20 as well. 2:22, 2:23 perhaps for Crawford. So he's going to have to play second fiddle to Young again. So now Young, Hannah, he'll start to lick his chops because there's one man out on the course, and that's Ben Murphy, and he's got that £2,000 cash or check prize in his hands.
90 seconds on the clock. Ben Murphy is going to be swimming in lactic. Whether he's got this right or wrong, a 1,000 metres is such a horrible distance to go. You've got to basically go hard and then hold on. And Ben Murphy is trying to hold on now. The clock at 1:45, and when it's got around about 35 seconds to get in, he is going to be working as hard as he can. He would have known, he would have seen James Young's 2:20. He would have still been there chatting to Jeff Whiteman, waiting to get set off. He's under one set of gates. He is working super hard here. Ben Murphy pumping his arms all the way to the finish. The clock here to the naked eye in front of me is on 2:10. He's got 10 seconds. I don't think he's going to make it, Matt. I think it is going to go to James Young. It's going to be mighty close. We're here just watching him drive towards the finish line. 2:15, 2:16, 2:17, 2:18. I think he's going to be just outside. Unfortunately there, Ben Murphy. Refresh that page, Matt.
Frantically refreshing, Hannah. The results are, well, they're virtually live. But I think he just missed it, Murphy has. But so James Young, Ben Murphy slots himself into 4th place, Hannah. We had 3 men who had ran 2:22, and James Young takes it with 2:20, and those women results on screen now as well.
Erin Wallace, what a run. 2:34. Damink and Hannah Nuttall so close. Neve Britton Hubbard was a bit earlier on in the rankings. She did really well with her 2:45. But what a load of fantastically good running there, all the way down to Nicola Mollyhan, just a notch outside 3 minutes. Like we say, this loop is slightly less than 1,000, but for my money, with the turns, being on your own, with a bit of wind, with the incline, let's call it about equivalent to okay.
I think the athletes will enjoy you saying that, Hannah. Yes, so James Young, in case you're just joining us, 2:20, what a run from him. Ben Claridge, Jesse fucking rude. Ben Murphy as well, what a battle. Look at them all, 2:22. Look how tight it was. Tina Crauken as well, 2:23. Tyler Billiard, Jordan Chambers, Mike Wilson, and all of these men sort of inside 3:40 for 1,500. Andy Badley, a very respectable down there, 2:39. So look, he was in 2:40 shape, Hannah. He's gone one better.
Well, right, so there was £2,000 for the win, but there's also 1,000 for second, 500 for third, 200 for fourth, and 100 for fifth. So not a bad day out for those men and the women.
Not at all, and we're going to see that later on in the 5k race as well. Big prize money paying further down the field, which is always good to see. So yes, James Young, I'm sure Jeff's asking him how he plans to spend that £2,000 this afternoon. But well, next up then, I think the next race on the track, Hannah, is going to be the elite women's, the sub 15 minute 5k. So I do apologise, the elite races will come after that. So yeah, your frantic, I guess, interval was the time trial. Now we're back to 5,000 metre running.
I think we need to go sit in a dark room somewhere and calm down, because that was a bit frantic. One person going off every minute, but I'm looking forward to a 5k. I think that's going to be a bit calmer. We look at Armagh, what did they have, 130 odd athletes under 15 minutes a few weeks ago in Northern Ireland. This today is very much sort of England's chance to better that, and that really gets underway with that sub 15 race at 5 o'clock.
So stay tuned, go grab yourself a cup of tea, and yeah, you've got a little bit to just relax before that race gets underway.
Congratulations to all three, and ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to the man handing out the medals who's created this whole concept, the race organiser Chris Barnes. So congratulations to our top 3 women in that format. We need the top 3 men to step forward, make sure we've got you and you're suitably branded, so go to the steps if you would please, fellas, but we won't tell you what order you're in, it doesn't.
So we need Jesse, we need Ben, and we need James, and that's Ben Claridge to presentation. As they're doing the order of our leading athletes going through the result. I'll take you through the top 6. So in 6th place, Tyler Billiard was 2:25. 10 seconds. Same second, great time. 10 seconds. Nick Hawkins was 5th place, was 2:23. 4th place, 2:22, and this will be shown as 10th and 100th of seconds on the official results, because this is what it went down to. So 2:22 was Ben Murphy in 4th place. So in 3rd place, with a time of 2:22, Jesse Fulkenroot. Well done, Jesse. The runner-up spot, also in 2:22, Ben Claridge. And taking the top check with £2,000. Put your hands together with a time of 2:20, James Young. Ladies and gentlemen, acknowledge our podium here in the SportsShoes.com Podium Festival 1K.
Well, look at this then, your prize giving for James Young, £2,000 for him, and well, Ben Claridge alongside him as well. And was it Jesse Fulkenroot in 3rd as well? So the Dutch athlete taking some scores. I think 2 Dutchmen essentially on
taking the
the
top
side.
spot on the podium, the big check's going home.
As well, take some
So again, the official
And that's some serious cash for these guys. We're coming up to that period of the year where people want to go warm with the training, and that pays. I don't know where James Young wants to go. Where I think he's working with Steve Cram, isn't he? Where Steve Cram want him to go coaching.
That's news to me.
Maybe I might make it up. Make some stuff, but you might be wanting to go altitude training. I'm sure he's got lots of peers that are doing that. You look at a trip to Flagstaff, £2,000. That would go a long, long way to making a trip like that possible. And then you don't know what that's going to unlock. If you can do a trip like that, get yourself in a race in the States, it just gets that ball rolling.
This is a good point, Hannah. So James Young working with Steve Cram as well as Alex Botterill as well. So Steve Cram forming a mid-distance powerhouse up there in the north, but certainly paying off because Young looking very good. And yeah, you mentioned about these warm weather camps or altitude stints as well that these athletes will want to do over the next few months, and they'll start to, there's that, but it's picking their races out across Europe and in the summer, because I feel like things are going to come thick and fast this season, Hannah, with the Europeans around the corner as well. But a quick advert break before we are back for that sub 15-minute 5K.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The beauty of the marathon is that you get a lot of energy to think and energy to move. Marathon is a game changer in sport. As far as hydration is concerned, marathon is a game changer.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The beauty of the marathon is that you get a lot of energy to think and energy to move. Marathon is a game changer in sport. As far as hydration is concerned, marathon is a game changer.
Well, a few minutes away from the sub 15-minute race then, and boy, have we got a lineup for you. And if it's anything to go by, the 15:15 race earlier on was, well, it was won at about 14:32. So let's hope we get something similar to that. And so that's due off at 5 o'clock, and then the race as well. They come thick and fast from that point onwards. We got the two elite races, elite women's A and B race, and elite men's A and B race as well. And in this race, in this sub 15-minute race, it's worth noting that we've got 40 men sub 15 minutes already. And as so often the theme has been this afternoon, if a race says it's the sub 15:15 or sub 15 minutes race, it's because the majority of the field have run inside that time. And Barnesy, anyway, wants everyone inside that time. Chris Barnes, the race director and meet organizer here, he is the one who came up with this crazy, wacky idea of Podium Festival. But you know what? It's paying off this afternoon. There is thousands of people down here, 1,200 runners or so. down here flocking to New College Cycle Track in Leicester, and well, we're just warming up for that main event tonight really. But Will Fuller is one to watch in this one, and in 2019 13:45 went to the European under-23s. He's not in that form at the moment, but still nonetheless running pretty well. So as athletes, well, just a few minutes, cool, calm and collected, not down on the start line just yet, so no one seems to be in a hurry in actually starting. But a few of them just milling around just there. That's the athlete village to the right of picture, and I mentioned before, a few ice baths to enjoy under that Red Bull gazebo. Whether anyone gets involved with getting an ice bath today, maybe they take their recovery very seriously. Alex Donald just calling all the runners to the line then, and Max Price in here as well, Dan Mapp, Jack White, Cam Chambers of Tonbridge as well, Harry Lawson one to watch, 14:48, Henry Jonas as well, City of Norwich, also one to watch. But lots of athletes that we will break down the field in a lot more detail as we go this afternoon. And of course, as we see some of the runners take to the front and to the fore of this race, you never quite know what you're going to get when it comes to 5k racing, especially on the roads this time of season as well. Everyone in slightly different training periods, but good Tonbridge AC turnout. We just saw Ben Murphy in that time trial as well. And so Hannah, joined by you, sub 15-minute race, and I was saying we've got 40 men inside that time already, so probably expecting anything around about 14:30 or quicker.
There is a lovely buzz out there. I've just stitched you up by getting stuck in the van for some food, stuck in the queue of the van for some food. But you know when athletes get brought out on the track and everyone's sort of yelling like, go on, says, that's what's happening down there. These athletes have made their way to the start line. They're all looking a little bit nervous, to be honest, because everyone's flocked along here. Everyone's getting themselves a coffee, a beer, some chips, and they're all saying, go on so-and-so, go on you, and they're really willing, as many of these men, underneath that 15-minute barrier as possible.
Well, here they go then, that slow walk forward. You're talking about nerves and that anxious excitement that these athletes will have when you get called to the line. That's when it really sets in what you're about to do, what you're about to go through. Sort of 14 and a half minutes ahead of them of pretty much pure pain, to be honest with you. I think you get by the first K or so, and then you think, oh my God, what have I got myself in for? So if you're just tuning in, Podium Festival up here at New College, Leicester. There's elite races this evening, over £30,000 worth of cash prize. And we've got some top domestic talent in this one.
I love having the Land Rover in front as well. I was wondering whether we'd be sat in that commentating, but it's all very good to have.
There were discussions.
I think probably couldn't get it through the health and safety. But we look at who's got the fastest personal best then. Probably Will Fuller of Coventry. I'm looking for him with 2:37 on his chest. He's not put himself on the front line. I mean, that says a bit about your confidence. He might not even be here, to be fair. Lots and lots of athletes entered this weeks ago. They will have hoped that their training's gone well, that they've arrived here uninjured. But such is the nature of our sport, it can be a bit of a lottery.
Yeah, it's something I was mentioning earlier on, actually. I think as soon as this was in the diary for a lot of athletes, I think they saw this as a great opportunity to run a 5k PB. And in the UK, I think there's few opportunities every year to really nail a personal best on the track. Slightly easier over the 1500 and 800, lots more opportunities. But 5,000 running, especially for this level, can be quite hard to find the right race. Boy, they've got it. There's no excuses here today. Slightly blustery, but I think with the sheer volume and the depth in the race, I don't think that should be too much of a problem for these men. So, about to get underway. What are we? A minute away. They've been on time all day long. Something we love to see, Hannah, as well. So, as they take to their marks, the last, I guess, open race of the day gets underway. 6 or 5 races remaining. After this, we'll have the elite races and lineups, and looking out for a few of those key runners. We'll identify them early on, but Birmingham University student there, we know how strong they are on the Bucks calendar.
Ethan O'Shea and Tommy Shaw right alongside him as well. Those two do so many miles together in their training. And I'm wondering now, as the wind is picking up ever so slightly down there, you can see the flag starting to move in the background, whether athletes are going to get sort of tactical about tucking in on the exposed parts of the course. They're running with the wind now, so no need to tuck in at all, but as they turn around the far side of the course and they start running into the wind, we might start seeing that sort of tactical. Could they possibly do an Eliud Kipchoge, get close enough to that car in front to get a bit of a wind shelter from that as well? So they are just starting to work their way round the first corner here. It is such a spectator-friendly course here, but the attraction of the food vans and the other sports companies we've got here is drawing everyone to this bottom corner, and then it can just be a little bit lonely up the top. We mentioned that with the time trial.
Well, I certainly can. I think that's where you've got to go for broke. If it was me, that would be where I'd be making my move, asking a few questions of those in the race. And, well, I can say 242 up front. Ben Harrison all the way from Cornwall. Must have been an overnight trip. They've got a strong group up here as well, so perhaps the minibus are making a bit of a weekend of it. There is an after party here as well, but he's got a 14:58 lifetime best as well, so he's another runner inside that 15-minute clocking. And look at that for a bunch, Hannah. You've got to take the turns quite tight round here.
You have got to be a little bit careful here. They look like they're running sensibly though, and at least we're not on a cross-country course, so you haven't got any underfoot conditions to lend into anyone sort of slip. I don't think they're going to slip at this point. I think the worst you can have is chopping your stride, and if anyone felt like they were stuck on the inside there, but they must all feel like they're going at a decent clip, because a lot of these athletes are confident and happy to sit mid-pack.
Well, they are, and I think we're talking about the wind, and the way they're 5, 6, 7 abreast there on that section of course would indicate that there is no wind up on that bend, and it might be more so when they come back past this finishing straight. But Jamie Rashbrook, identified him from Basildon 1450 lifetime best as well. He's in that Durham, it looks like Durham University vest in the white there, if I'm identifying my British University colours correctly. So yes, Rashbrook looking quite comfortable, and they all look quite comfortable at the moment. I'll be interested to see what they come through this first lap or so in, because bearing in mind almost all the field is sub 15 minutes, it looks quite relaxed at this stage.
It does look a little bit relaxed for me, Matt, and maybe that's just me thinking how hard I would have to work to run 3-minute kilometres, but it looks a bit sedate, and I wonder, a lot of them are going to have smart watches on. They're going to get a beep at a kilometre, or they're going to get the kilometre mark down their track side, and I think we could see a few athletes say, I've got an opportunity here, I don't want to waste it, I might pick up my pace ever so slightly. Max Cunningham, the Preston Harrier, just sitting next to Ethan O'Shea, another University of Birmingham student there, Max Cunningham, so they might start working together, pushing this pace if they feel like it's a bit slow.
Well, I'll tell you what, actually, it's going on the race before the time trial, which is one in 14:32ish. They're through that first lap very, very similar, and it's obviously it's about an extra 160 metres or so long, isn't it? 170 metres, so for a lap and a little bit, 3:11, 3:12 on the clock is not bad going, and now they basically just need to clip off just inside 3-minute Ks, and they're going to come up with a mid 14-minute 5K, which again would be PB territory for a lot of these men.
So Max Cunningham has gone to the lead just a little bit. He's got 221 down there with him as well. That's Joe Blacknell from Aldershot Farnham and District, BUAC alumni. I don't think Joe's studying anymore. I think he's gone over to the States instead. So this is very much a BUAC party. That's what we like to see. But Max Cunningham is pushing the pace at the moment. He's had a fantastic year so far. 13th in the Bucks B race for University of Birmingham, and a PB at Barrowford. Went under 15 minutes there at the Podium event up there. But Tommy Shaw next up to take the lead.
Well, everyone has their turn at the front, don't they? And I think as the laps go by, people just start feeling good. And I think that's where you've got to be most patient, to be honest, because if you feel smooth, if you feel good, I would just like to see athletes bide their time for that little bit longer. There's no need to be at the front right now, but saying that, someone needs to take it up, someone needs to force the pace, so doing a good job.
Tommy Shaw has run personal bests all over the place last year on the track, and then he's backed it up with a 15:03 at Armagh. He would have been gutted to not be one of those 130 odd people underneath 15 minutes, so perhaps Tommy Shaw was going to the lead there to try and keep it moving. But it is now back to Max and Joe as they take up the running.
It is indeed, and Joe Blacknell of Aldershot Farnham District, you identified, Hannah, Birmingham University student, hasn't raced yet this year, so always interesting to see how people come into this. Sometimes it's quite nice to see that they're either going to be in great form or they're not going to be in not very good form at all, and there's reasons why they haven't raced, but sometimes they play a canny game and they just really dial down and focus on that one goal, and his goal today is probably going to try and win this race the way he's running up at the front, looking very, very smooth. That's 2:21 in the black we're talking about, with those red and blue shoes, which I think is of Puma, so we can give them a shout out.
No, Joe Blacknell is looking smooth. A nice move up the inside here, 2:48. That's Henry Jonas. Runs for the City of Norwich, but has unfortunately decided to wear the university vest I'm all about the University of Birmingham. But Henry Jonas has put himself in the lead. I've been really impressed with him this year. It was a wonderful silver at the Bucks Indoors over 800 metres after winning the English Schools title last summer, so back in 2023. So what a progression to go from winning at English Schools to picking up a Bucks medal in your very first year of university, coached by Tim Ash as well. And I've got a lot of time for Tim and Pauline. They churn out some fantastic athletes from Norwich. So this guy has not been doing enough partying at university because he's been too good at his athletics in his first year.
Well, and that's some range, isn't it, to be medalling at Bucks Championships over 800 in English Schools, and to be here over 5k, and not just be here hanging on. He's actually taken the race by the scruff of the neck, and he wants to push on as well. So, well, he's still got a few kilometres to go. Maybe someone needs to remind him of that. But he looks confident at the moment. He'll know what he's capable of. I mean, previously a 14:50 lifetime best, so he's operating inside that, but not by much.
No, these men are trying to run together. They're trying to push the pace here. We're coming up to around about 7 minutes on the clock, so they aren't even halfway, and that's really hard for these athletes that are more used to running 8s and 15s. I think it's very hard to be patient in a 5k and not get carried away, and you'd almost want to see them just wait until that last lap and a half. Like when we see people debut at a marathon, you say just keep a lid on it till around about 20 miles and then get going. They're just coming in front of our commentary position now, and Henry Jonas is not hanging around at all. He's pushing on the front here. He's opened up a gap over the rest of the field.
Well, he's asking questions, isn't he? And, well, one or two are going to have to choose if they want to go with him. At the moment, it's not too much of a problem because the depth in this race, there's not an inch between, 30 or 40 or so men at the moment. But, yeah, the lead vehicle getting very excited, geeing up the crowd, tooting their horn on the way round. And the spectators actually, well, they've got better and better throughout the afternoon, but they're almost peaking now. We must have 2,000 or so people inside this cycle track. Something Chris Barnes felt really strongly about. He said, we've got to make it easy for spectators. We've got to make the atmosphere as loud as possible. And he wanted them on the infield, not outside the fencing.
And it is a really lovely atmosphere, and like I say, you just almost hope they could take a stroll off onto the far side of the course where the athletes are now. I think if I was coaching anyone, I'd be sprinting out there and trying to, you could be heard at this point of the course. Unfortunately, I think Tim Ash is probably at home in Norwich, not watching Jonas here, but he is having a phenomenal run. He's got this Aldershot vest for company behind him. Let's see if we can ID him for you, just hiding in there. 230, 240.
I'll leave you to that, Hannah. But yeah, these two just edging clear a little bit. And do you know what? If Jonas is to win this, I think he's going to need a bit of help over this next lap or so. This is going to be 3 laps run up to this point, and this lap coming up, we all know between 3 and 4k. It's the crucial part really in a 5,000 meter run, and you can't slack off if you want to run that ultimate time. Everyone knows they can rally that last kilometre. That's almost the easy part of the race. But I tell you what, Jonas, he clearly knows that, Hannah, because he's sticking to his task, and now what was once a pack is turning into a single file trainer behind him, which means he's running fast enough that everyone else is suffering.
Absolutely. I think it's Liam Stone of Aldershot, Farnham and District tucked in to second place there, and this is a phenomenal run from him. He's done 14:54 on the track, but on the road outside 16 minutes officially. He's done 15:41 in a park run, but we know those times aren't official. So Aldershot man doing fantastically well in second place. Jonas, he's turning into a bit of a pacemaker here for these athletes. He looks strong, he looks smooth, but if he can't whistle this group down, he could be vulnerable. But hey, if he's a Bucks 800 metre medalist, maybe he's not vulnerable at the end.
I think he's going to back himself in a kick, and he looks awfully strong on this section of the course. This is where it goes slightly uphill on that tighter turn, and look, they are queuing up behind him a little bit, but that was once a pack and it is single file now, so he could take confidence from that. And like I said, if he's got any friends and family out on the course, I'd be feeding that information to him. And look, we mentioned he's going to have a fast close, so this is the crucial lap, and he's doing exactly that. And if he can get a gap and actually break that sort of elastic band, it's going to be just as hard for those behind as it is for him out front.
So there is still 5 minutes to go. This field here in the sub-15 race being led by an 800 metre man. He is the one asking questions. He's the one pushing the pace. There's going to be some athletes a bit further back in that group that are going to say thank you very much. Perhaps the likes of Liam Stone there from Aldershot, although he's just letting that gap open up. The athletes behind 277 there. He's got to be really careful. He's got a choice here. So you have to go past Stone because he's going to lose Jonas down the track if he doesn't.
And that looks like Jacob Smith of Kendall Athletics Club. Also, well, we talk about Bucks Indoor 800 metre silver medalist Hannah. The Bucks Indoor 800 metre champion is is just behind. So we've got two 800 metre runners here at the Podium Festival 5K. What are the chances?
I was hoping to keep a lookout for Jacob Smith, another youngster, another phenomenal 800 metre runner, coached by Nathan Shrub, who took over from Lindsay Dunn up in the northeast. And unfortunately, Lindsay Dunn passed away, but Nathan Shrub has really picked up that mantle in coaching the athletes in that area. And Jacob Smith, when you're looking up the field and you see someone that you've beaten at the Bucks Championships, you're kind of thinking, all right, I haven't got any excuses now. Yeah, I might be an 800 metre man, but so's he. And I think Jacob Smith is just rising to the challenge here being laid down by Jonas.
I tell you what though, Jonas is asking questions of this field, and if I was Jacob Smith, I'm starting to think at this point, blimey, he looks awfully strong. Yes, I'm better than him over 800, or I've beaten him in the past, but you know what, he's got to ask himself now, has Smith, do I fancy this? How bad do I want it? One thing, competing over an 800 metre championships, indoors, medals on the line, but this is just for sort of personal pride, and they're going to be both in a world of hurt, the pair of them, as they come up to a lap to go. They're well inside 12 minutes. We're going to see something inside 14:30, Hannah. I'm almost certain of it. That means closing this last lap in 2:50. We know it's under a kilometre. Very, very doable for these men.
I'm so impressed by Jonas here, but Jacob Smith, we know he's got the range. He was 40th at the Bucks Cross Country long course. He sort of rose to the occasion there, competing over a distance that was way out of his realm and resulted in a top 40. And his win at Bucks was his first time ever under 150. So Jacob Smith, for me, if he's managed to hang in here and he's getting a sniff at the win, I think he could be dangerous. And a lot of these athletes down here that are used to running 8s and 15s, they're going to be so relieved to just have one lap left. They're kind of in their comfort zone now.
Well, we're talking about the top two quite a bit in this race, because it has been all them, but I think it's Josh Blevins in behind. The man from Gateshead, he's 155 800 metre, 355 1500 metre runner, so he is running a very, very good race today. He's going to be rewarded by a big 5,000 metre personal best. He doesn't often compete over this distance, but Hannah, we may get a repeat of that Bucks 800 metre indoor championships, because it looks now that Smith is just edging clear of Jonas, but oh, they don't want to give each other an inch. There's a lot of pride at stake.
And there's a good chase pack all working together as well. Jack White, they've just gone in front of our commentary position. Jack White of the City of Norwich was moving very, very well. He's done 2:45 twice at Battersea in the last couple of years. And the man with the City of Norwich best, he looks like he's moving really well into 4th place. But surely nobody can catch these top two. And what a move here from the athletes at the front.
It's a massive move, and I'll tell you what, it looks like it's Jacob Smith's race now. So he was sitting in second for quite a lot. He's perhaps had a bit of a smarter race. He hasn't done any of the work up till this point, and now, well, he can have some fun. He just wants to compose himself around this bend. They're going to have a slight downhill, Hannah, and for these 800 runners, they're going to enjoy it. They're going to be able to open up their stride and really get moving as they come into this home straight now with, 200-300 metres to run.
What a wonderful showing from the 800 metre men. I think it's easy to go to your comfort zone to do races and to do distances that you're familiar with. Yes, you can say, I'm going to go run tempos in training, but really, if you want to know where your fitness is at, turning up to an event like this, putting your neck on the line and really seeing gives you so much more information. And that's what we've seen from Jacob Smith and from Henry Jonas as well, the Loughborough athlete, holding on really well for second place at the moment. But Jacob Smith of Kendal AC looks absolutely full of running. The clock on the screen just going to 14:10. 14:11, 14:12 or so. He's going to be very, very close to 14 minutes. What a run. He's going to lead a whole host of men underneath 15 minutes here. It's called the sub 15 race. They should have called it the sub 14:20 race. 14:18 unofficially there on the clock, and they are flying in here. There are going to be so many massive personal bests. The clock at 14:30. Hordes of men streaming in here. They're all going to be looking at that clock, willing themselves across that line in the next 20 seconds.
Goodness me, that was a special race. And look, Jacob Smith would have enjoyed that Bucks 800 metre title, but I think he may have enjoyed that just a little bit more. The crowd was absolutely electric, and he has smashed it. To run that, we're not even in the elite sections yet, Hannah. We're already seeing low 14-minute clockings. How many men have gone sub 15 here today? And oh, it's quite cruel for these men who are just missing out on that exclusive barrier.
Well, they'll be back at the next podium event. I'm sure they won't have to wait long for another fast 5k somewhere, because I love the idea of putting these races on in good circuits and good locations, and it's helping people break magical barriers like 15 minutes. It's so much fun. But you're right, there's a few men there that were agonisingly close, but a whole lot that were on the right side of the barrier.
Well, absolutely, all of them punching above their weight. And I mentioned earlier in the program, the BMC have that percentage of how many athletes PB at their events. I think Podium need to have one themselves, because we're starting to see some electric times come out of these events. So there you are, then the results on screen. And Jacob Smith 14.18 at the top, Henry Jonas 14.25, and Liam Stone 14.30. He rallied well because he did do a little bit of the early running as well. Josh Blevins, Stolberg, White. And Stolberg, in fact, actually, he was in the race previously, so shows you how good his run was. 14.31, he did that off the front of that previous race. So the strength and depth, and well, we're starting to count the amount of men who have run sub 15 already this afternoon. And so we've got the next up will be the Elite Women's B race, I believe. So we're looking forward to that, and that's going to go at 5:30, so in 15 minutes or so time. Well, moments away from this elite women's B race then, and well, now really we are into the pointy end of the Podium Festival, and well, I would say the sun is setting, but certainly not setting here, because we had an overcast all day long, a little bit of rain as well around that lunchtime, but these women set to go. And Hannah, perhaps you'll be better introducing some of these than myself, but what a lineup we've got.
Lovely lineup. We have got some under-20s down here. I think it's just phenomenal for the under-20s to get 5k experience. We mentioned finding a good 5k in Britain is hard. We do often have the challenge of the weather, which we do have today. But for an under-20 as well, to cut their teeth and get experience in a high-quality 1500, that's super exciting for me today. But I think probably looking at close to 17 minutes for this race underneath. I think we just saw those men ran so well in a sub-15 race, all the way down to 14:15s, that type of time. It would be brilliant to get as many women as possible underneath 17 minutes here. Beanie Brown is one of the athletes to watch for me. Big personal best in Battersea back in February, wasn't that? Around 20 seconds off her time, all the way down to 17:10. Can she find another 10 seconds? Maybe she's at her limit already. Maybe there's some other athletes out there that have done a good few months of training since their personal best, but there's a whole load of them kind of clustered around the 17:20, 17:10 mark.
I think what's good to see is it would have been easy for them all to just go in the races early on in the day, mixed in with the men, and but Barnsley was he thought there was enough depth here that they could have two elite women races, and that's what's most encouraging, I think, and the women enjoy that even more. And as we get on to the more official results, Hannah, we've got a Wild Athletics labelled licensed race, so records and stuff, they can count.
And that is really, really exciting as we look towards those 2 Elite A races later on this evening. We could see some fantastic times, but we have got Hannah Taunton down here, Paralympic bronze medalist from Tokyo over 1500. And she's one of those athletes for me that's kind of limited by the categories and what's available to them when they go to a global championships. Because Hannah Taunton, I think, could be an outright kind of brilliant 5k runner, but she often has to go and run 1500 if she goes to the championships. And her personal best, I believe, is actually the world record for her classification for T20 as well. So it'd be great if Hannah Taunton could get underneath that. It might be that it's only a track mark, but hey, it's a bit of fun. 17:17 is her time. She's done that on the track. Could she go faster than that today?
Goodness me, yes, so we may even see records in this one. So just to clarify, Hannah, what you were alluding to there is the fact that at major championships they just have the 1500, not the 5000.
I think that's the case at the para championships, because they've got a lot of different classifications. They don't necessarily have time in the timetable to offer every classification, every discipline. And Hannah Taunton does very, very well over 1500 metres at those major championships on the track. But I did, her 5k times are pretty good as well. And I don't think there's an opportunity at the Para Games for her to do a 5k. I could be wrong, but I feel like she only has the 15 available to her.
Well, here we go then, moments away. We've had the 1 minute countdown, so we're about 30 seconds away from these elite women getting underway. Floodlights are on then. The Sports Shoes Podium Festival is about to be lit up. Poppy Taylor also wants to know under 17s, a few under 17s in here as well. Lucy Wilkinson of Windsor, Slough and Eton, both of those operating low 18 minutes. So yes, the question is, can we see a sub 17 minute clocking here? We've seen fantastic times, so good so we're beginning to question if the course is short. Jokes aside, your elite women's race, moments away. And away they go then, lots of watches being started. So often away, Hannah, isn't it, the fashion? If it's not on Strava, it's not official.
Absolutely, well it isn't. If you can't clock it yourself and save it on your smartwatch and upload it somewhere, it doesn't count. But these women, as with the men's race, spread across the road at the moment, using all of the space here. They really are using every side of it, and I think this is the beauty when you get a very close matched race and everyone's times are very similar. You can get a real bunch, and we saw that in the men's race just now, the sub 15 race. They were very much together for a lap and a half, and that just gets everybody set off at the right pace. We have got a few athletes pushing it at the front already.
So we will continue to ID some of those in this race. Amy Nichols is another one to watch out for, under 20 athletes. So there's a few youngsters getting amongst it, and for many of them, not their first 5,000, but someone else I wanted to mention, Victoria Hiscock of Reading AC, one of also coached by Mark Booth, 17:06. She comes in as pretty much the fastest in the field. But Hannah, what about Anna Headley as well, 16:54 lifetime best?
Absolutely. So at the front here we've got 1211. That's Amelia Platt, East Cheshire Harriers, recent personal best of 36:29 at Trafford. That was a wonderful 10k they've got in Trafford. And we've got a Salford best up here as well. I think that could be, I don't think it's Erin Grime, I think it's the other, oh no, it could be Erin Grime. That's a Salford Harriers vest, no, it's a Sale vest, apologies.
Sale Harriers.
Yeah, getting my, not Salford, Sale Harriers, nearly getting my Manchester clubs muddled up. So we've got Lucy Armitage of Sale Harriers. That is her, I think, 1123. That is Lucy Armitage of Sale Harriers, personal best of 17:28. Really up for it today.
Well, these are great shots. You can see the crowd. They're going to line the course now. This wasn't the case early on in the afternoon. And what's so good is they've made athletes stick around here because of the entertainment and the atmosphere, the live band, the live music, the free food, the free beer. Why wouldn't you stick around and await for what's to come? So these women getting some fantastic support. And you're right, 2 runaways at the moment leading this out. But look at that for a pack then.
And if the pack are working well together, as that wind picks up as well, we know that's out there. We could see the pack draw these two in, but at the moment Amelia Platt and Lucy Armitage running strongly side by side. Lucy Armitage, the Sale Harriers athlete, is just slightly into the lead as well. I saw Hannah Taunton, the Paralympic athlete down there, Paralympic bronze medalist from Tokyo. She looked like she was near the front of that chasing pack, but it really is just these two, and then everyone else all bunched together. There's not much of a gap as you look through the rest of the field. So these two, they must be really motoring.
Yeah, I think they'll be starting to ask themselves if they would have hoped to be in that next section if they keep this up and they continue to pull away from the rest of the field like this. They're looking very, very smooth at the moment, and just picking up the kind of line and the route they're taking as well, Helen. They're going quite wide around the bends, and I think they're just looking to not break that rhythm. They don't want to hug the bend too tight. You've got to be quite careful. These barriers do have some overhanging feet as well, but looking very good up front. Another athlete I spotted in that lead pack, Laura Nichols, Bedford and County, is on the outside to the left of picture as she goes by. But that's a lap done. Obviously, we've got 3:13 on the clock for that lap split. We'll get a good gauge on what sort of pace they're up at. If they're 3:30, they're inside 17-minute pace. That's my unofficial predictions from the races I've seen play out, Hannah, here at Podium Festival throughout the afternoon.
Well, Matt Seddon has been here all day talking you through all the races, so I think it's not a guess, I think your educated guess is as good as anybody. So they are just slightly outside at 3:30 there. Lucy Armitage is still piling on this pace. Amelia Platt, for me, I think she made a bit of a decision, and Lucy Armitage over the far side of the course kept piling on the pressure, and Amelia Platt, when I think that's a bit overzealous, and she has stepped back into the rest of the group. You've got to make a decision when you're out there on your own. It is harder to run solo. It is easier to be in with a group, but that gets even more so if you go in over your head. If you overexert yourself and then you're exposed on your own, you could really struggle. So I think Amelia Platt just making the decision to settle back into the group, and Lucy Armitage could have a long solo run here on her own.
Well, she seems comfortable in doing so at the moment, and look, she won't be out there sort of sacrificing her race. She won't be messing up her race this early on, so she'll kind of know what speed she can hold. She'll know what level she's been training at. The Leeds Beckett University student as well, coached by Dave Rogers at the moment, but moving very well. Again, 2:10 lifetime best over 800, 4:29 over 50, 10 minutes over 3,000. So I've got her down here at 17:28, so she's well inside PB territory for now, and that's quite a scary place to be.
What athletes will know, there'll be something in their training that's given them the confidence to run like this, whether it be a tempo run, whether it be a training run. And Armitage just must know that she's in good shape and that she's feeling good. When you get an opportunity like this today as well, why not just go for it? And she's perhaps inspired by other teammates or other athletes that she's seen competing already today. And we have said it is a bit cold. I feel like the wind is just starting to drop here as we move into the early evening. The street lights are just starting to turn on around the course. There is an atmosphere building, and Lucy Armitage just kind of went, all right then, let's have a go.
And you know what, that lead vehicle is almost dragging her around. I think she's not giving it an inch, and I think she's enjoying that vehicle out in front just to keep her honest at this section of the course. But Hannah, perhaps now as they come up to a third of the way through this race, we can just talk about the Podium Festival, what exactly is you're watching here. We've got multiple brands in town. This is an idea which Chris Barnes had, about 18 months ago now. Wouldn't it be epic if we can have sort of a festival inside the racetrack, get all the brands involved, get people interacting with the latest tech, the latest gear, and that's exactly what you can do here.
And it has gone really, really well. Everyone's having a great time because we go to a lot of cross-country fixtures. That's kind of the bread and butter of our nation and middle distance and distance running. That's where everyone flocks at this time of the year. And we might have a few indoor fixtures, but this for me has got the feel of a cross-country because you've got that many people here. But the atmosphere, like you say, more of a festival, more of a sort of party atmosphere like we get at the Highgate 10K, and everyone's just enjoying themselves a lot more. Cross country, it's drawn out over the day. The races take a lot longer. You don't necessarily hang around to watch all the other races, whereas here we're really getting people just hanging out for the whole evening.
Well, I think and one of the perks of it is it's a 1 kilometre circuit or just under, and typically road races will lap around streets. It might be 2 big laps, and cross country especially, quite long big laps. It's hard to pack that many people into a small area, but we're certainly doing that here at this Podium Festival. So 2 laps run, she's 6:50, just over 2 laps. Armitage still up front, and look, 58 at that Bucks Cross Country Championships in Leeds. 6 weeks ago or so now. She's clearly built on that strength because she looks comfortable up front.
Armitage is really looking unchallenged. We're trying to pick out some of the other athletes further behind. At Winterslough Eton and Hounslow Vest there is Jemima Ridley, the under 20. She was 13th at the recent inter-counties and 17-17 at Battersea, so that's a really good running for the under 20 athlete. That was one of the ones I could pick out, pushing the pace on that chase pack. But the rest of the field really spreading out down the track. Let's hope some of these athletes are pacing it correctly. They could have some real fun. Nicola Sutton there just coming through. A wonderful comeback from having a couple of children. She's a sports journalist. Her husband works for Nike as well. She loves racing, so it's wonderful to see her getting the evening off. I'm sure her family are watching the kids. Maybe they're at home tuning in as well.
Well, yes, you're right about Jemima Ridley, who's moved her way up through this field. Oxford University student, and a lot of her teammates running low 17 minutes right now, setting PBs over the last few weeks. So she's in fine form, especially coming off of that 13th at that inter-counties cross-country. So we've got a fantastic chase pack, and Ridley leading the way in that pack. Can she reel in Armitage? She's got plenty of running still left to go, Hannah. Well, but not even halfway yet.
Sarah Coots of Fife AC there. We picked out one of the men earlier from Cornwall. I think someone from Fife AC will have travelled a long old way, and you're going to want to make that journey worth it. So Coots is pushing the pace there with Ridley as well. Hannah Taunton was still very much up there involved, and we did have a purple vest down there as well. Might have been a Loughborough vest. There is a pack forming of about 4, 5, 6 athletes that are trying to chase down Lucy Armitage, but that lead to the naked eye here at the side of the course is quite some lead for Armitage there as she nears around about over halfway perhaps.
It is indeed, and I'm just wondering, is that Victoria Hiscock in the black just at the back of that group, running a very, very canny race, just easing her way up? Don't quote me on that. I'm just trying to identify a few on the feet, just like you at home as well. There's Lauren Nichols, a Bedford County, on the inside, having a very, very good run, former St Mary's University student as well. So just starting to spread out, and it's so often been the way this afternoon, to be honest with you, and this is what happens in 5,000 metre running. Everyone can do the first 2.5k, the first lap or so, Hannah, but then the questions really start to get asked of these athletes.
And that's when, for me, you look to the athlete that's paced it absolutely perfectly and they could be moving in the right direction at this point. And Julie Briscoe, I think, did look like she could be moving in the right way as well. And they're just starting to spread out. Also caught Freya Stapleton coming through the track there. Her sister was actually the DJ at the World Indoor Championship, Shah Stapes. She does a lot of the British Athletics major events as a DJ, but her sister is a really good runner as well. She was about mid-pack here in this elite women's B race.
That's absolutely epic. I mean, talking of DJs, we've got the live band here, but Hannah, there's not much you don't know in this sport. Always providing us with fantastic facts as well.
So just coming on the other side of our commentary position here, and Lucy Armitage is still looking strong. She's still looking full of running. The taller figure in the white vest there, that's the Paralympic bronze medalist Hannah Taunton. She is sticking on the back of Sarah Coots, the 5AC athlete. So Hannah Taunton running well in third place now. And there was a big move through the field. There's an athlete there with a black crop top on who's really flown through the field. 1174. Fastest finger first.
Yeah, I feel like it might be Victoria Hiscock, to be honest with you. Looks a little bit like her. It is indeed. To the Reading AC athlete Victoria Hiscock, 1174. She's in that lead group alongside Taunton and the athlete from Fife as well. So two athletes from the opposite ends of the country, but still no one on terms with Armitage. And you've got to start giving her credit now, the way she's running. 3 laps down. She's got a lap and a half remaining near enough, and she's just got to stick at her task. But that gap, actually, she seems to just be ever so slightly pulling away, and they're making moves behind her. That chase pack is splitting up behind her, but they still just can't get on terms with Armitage. In sort of every corner, she just nips around them. She's then out of sight, out of mind, is always what my coach used to say, Hannah.
That's you want to nip off, you want to run away, but this is an open course and they do know where Sophie Armitage is and Lucy Armitage is and how they can hunt her down, and that is Sarah Coote and Hannah Taunton. I think for the first time they are starting to eat into that lead. And Armitage, she's not a 5k specialist, and if you've overcooked it, if you've been a bit overzealous, this fourth lap, the 4th kilometre, is really where you're going to be found out. And Sarah Coote is doing a fantastic job here running with Hannah Taunton. And those two are just starting to eat up the ground on Lucy Armitage.
And you know what's interesting to me? I think this is credit and kudos to the crowd, is the athletes. They come off that bend and they just make a beeline to run as close to that crowd as possible. That noise just kind of projecting onto them, you know, giving them a new lease of life through this tunnel of noise. Where we are just outside our commentary booth. You can see them just hugging that line elsewhere on the course. Armitage, Coots and Taunton.
Coots is doing all the work here. She's really pushing the pace, and that's been a very concerted effort over the last 2 or 3 laps really. Sarah Coots set herself in the second group and she bided her time, and it's only just now she's maybe had the confidence to know my legs are still there, I still feel strong. They're going to be out here for another 4 minutes or so, but Coots really looks like she's just upping her level, upping that momentum every step that she takes.
Oh, it's all about how Armitage is going to respond now, because there's no doubt about it. Coots and Taunton are on her tail. They're going to be giving her company any minute now, any second now, and she's going to have company over this last lap. So what does she do, Hannah? Can she hang on? You've got to get straight on their heels, haven't you? You can't really let them get away. Otherwise, you're a threat of everyone else eating you up.
This is heartbreak for Armitage. She's been out there on her own for a long time, working super hard. She almost looks surprised there. Perhaps the noise from the crowd might have masked any sort of heavy breathing or footfall from the athletes behind. As they come up for this time, though, they would get a bell if there was a bell. Is there a bell down there?
There is certainly a bell.
There is a
Chris
bell
Barnes
down
is on
there.
it. He'll ring it loud and clear for these athletes. They'll know they've got one lap remaining. Look at the time as well, because if they get anywhere near a sort of, 3.5 minutes for this final lap, they're going to be inside that 17-minute barrier, which would be fantastic running for a lot of these. And Hannah, that is well within them, actually.
I'm really impressed by Armitage here. She's rallied, she's doing everything she can to stay on terms with Hannah Taunton, with Sarah Coots of Fife AC, but Coots has judged her effort to absolute perfection. Hannah Taunton, for the very first time, the Paralympic medalist, swings into the lead. Hannah Taunton making a bid here on the final lap. She's seen the previous 4 laps, she's been patient, she's waited, but Hannah Taunton very quickly here, when she heard that bell, is just starting to open up a gap ahead of Sarah Coots. And Lucy Armitage, very tired legs for the Sales Harriers athlete there. Could she possibly hold on to third place? It's going to be a long old lap for her.
Oh, I really hope she does, and I hope she even goes on to break 17 minutes, because that's no less than she deserves so far. She's doing a good job of just hanging on to Coots at the moment, is Armitage. She just needs to keep that gap to 5 or so meters as she's taking the shortest line. Interesting, these ladies aren't taking the shortest line at the moment, Hannah. They're more worried about getting close to the crowd. I don't blame them. That's where the atmosphere is. That's probably what I would be doing, but at this stage in the race, you really need to save every second you can.
Fantastic running from Hannah Taunton from Taunton Athletics Club. Hannah England from England, sorry, Hannah Taunton from Taunton. I think that's the best way to be named. But Taunton looking really strong. She had 17:18 at Battersea. That is the fastest time she has run in 4 years. Her track personal best 17:17 set in 2020. That is the T20 classification world record. So Hannah Taunton is running so well. She's starting to look maybe a tiny bit laboured. It was a big increase of pace when she heard that bell. One of her race tactics was wait until the final lap and then try and stride away. The lead vehicle is almost teasing her. It's just getting a tiny bit further away as they come into the last 500, 600 metres or so of this 5,000 metre race. Hannah Taunton is going to swing left for the last time, and then it's a long home straight. It is really long. They have got a bit of wind out there, but Taunton looking strong, trying to hold on to the lead here.
Well, she's been toying with the field, to be honest with you. She's run a perfect race so far. She sat in and made her move, and when she made that move, it was decisive. Lucy Armitage, I tell you what, is moving into second place, and she's rallying hard as well. So's Victoria Hiscock of Red Sea in fourth, as well as Coots in third. So it's still a lot to play for in those minor positions. But you're dead right, Hannah. Hannah Taunton is taking this one by the scrub. It's been fantastic last lap, and just look at her now. She's using that downhill to advantage. She's getting those legs moving, opening up that stride. 200 metres or so remaining.
Armitage is rallying. It's wonderful to see Armitage. She did so much of the leading early on, and then she looked a bit surprised and crestfallen when the athletes came up alongside her. But I think that is Lucy Armitage just increasing her pace, getting herself into second place. Coots in third, and a really good run from Hiscock as well. She's in fourth place. Just a few metres left to go for Hannah Taunton. She's working hard, driving all the way to the finish line. 16:30 on the clock. This is going to be miles underneath 17 minutes. What a run from Hannah Taunton, the Paralympian in a Paralympic year. Breaks the tape in the elite women's B race. She looks astounded. What a run. Armitage rallying, holding her composure so well. She's going to be around 16:45 in second place, and a great finish from Victoria Hiscock for third, and Sarah Coots will have to settle for fourth.
One, Hannah and Kathleen Manor runners who are going to be inside 17 minutes. There's still 17-minute barrier. Jemima Ridley might just miss it. Oh, 17:01, 17:02, a personal best nonetheless for the Windsor Slough and Eton athlete. But
Brilliant running in the elite women's B race. 16:44 is where the clock stopped on the screen, but I'm pretty sure Hannah Taunton was faster than that across the line, and that 16:44 might be the second place athlete, but we will wait and see. There were a whole load of women under 17 minutes. Beanie Brown, I picked her out at the start to maybe get close to 17 minutes. I think she had a personal best, but not quite sub 17. Just great running. Oh, these women flooding across the line, still under 18 minutes.
Wow, what a race. That was on the stroke of nightfall here in New College Cycle Circuit here in Leicester. And look at the flags fluttering as well. What an image, what an advert for 5,000 metre running, for road running in the UK. And well, we've been talking, well, the name says it all, Podium Festival. And Hannah, it is actually slowly living up to that hype, because we're getting more and more people milling around. And I think as the darkness sets in, it really is going to turn into a bit of a party.
It really will, and I mentioned we've had the cross-country season. That's concluded. We've got the English schools cross-country today, so a lot of our young athletes are overdoing that. But the inter-counties has happened. The trial for the World Cross team has been selected. We're in a bit of a wilderness here between the cross-country, between the indoor season and the outdoors, and this is just a shining beacon of light for anyone that went, I just don't want to only train for the next 6 or 8 weeks. Give me something else to look forward to, and this is the answer, really.
Well, I think you make a great point, and that was one of the, I guess, headaches for race organisers when you're looking to put on something new, something revolutionary. Chris Barnes is scratching his head going, there's hardly a weekend free in the calendar year to put an event like this on. And you're right, we're getting a mix of everyone. We're getting a mix of those elite athletes that we're about to see before they go away on training camps and altitude stints and prepare for the year to come. We all know what's coming in the summer, the Olympic Games. So we're fortunate enough that this time of year is just sitting perfectly in between inter-counties last weekend, road relays next weekend, and of course off the back of the indoor season as well. So the next race will be off in about 11 minutes time.
So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
So welcome back, everybody. We have got the Elite Men's B race up next, and yeah, unofficially called Sub 14 45 race. But a lot of these men will be looking to go quicker. If it's anything like we've seen already, we've seen PBs of 30 odd seconds and more here at New College Cycle Track in Leicester. There you are. You've got eyes on that fantastic event village that we've got going down. Red Bull, Puma, Asics, Adidas, New Balance. You could pretty much any brand that you could think of is here offering their services, showing off their gear, showing off their tech as well. You can win a bike over at the New Balance tent. You can try out just about any shoe you could ask for. And although I don't think too many athletes will need that, they've got a lot of carbon racers down there on this beautifully paved, fast cycle track here in Leicester, and these men getting ready to go there. And a few athletes I should probably pick out. Charlie Brisley, New and Essex Beagles, 14:07. That's a PB, and the reason that's relevant is because that was down at Battersea last month, so you know he's in good form, and he's coming here in the way everyone else is running. Oh, he may even sub 14. Wouldn't it be something to Hannah if we saw a sub 14 minute clocking in the B race?
I mentioned already earlier on the coverage that Armagh had 130 under 50, 132 or something this year under the 15-minute barrier. We had a load in that 15-minute race. I haven't totaled it up yet, but you've got to think we're in shooting distance of that. If we get this B race right as well, we're getting close to what Armagh got overall, and that is just one of the wonderful 5k road races we've got in the calendar that happens year in, year out. And Podium, they've been inching up there, but they're really kind of moving on a level this year.
Well, so far, Hannah, I can confirm we've had 45 men sub 15 minutes already. So, and you think we've got somewhat about 60, 70, we've got 70 odd men in this one about to go. I'd expect to see almost, well, all of them go sub 15 really. They've all got PBs in that range. It's a little bit harsh to say if any of them have a particularly bad day, but a very, very strong lineup. So we could have well over 100 men sub 15. You think about that A race to come, and they certainly will go sub 15. So we can have close to 200 athletes sub 15 minutes.
Ridiculous. And there's lots of fast 5Ks around the world. You've got Monaco, you've got Carlsberg in California, you've got established races like that where we've had world records in Valencia and Barcelona, throw out very fast 5,000 metre times. But to have a mass participation race like this, it is similar to our Armagh in that nature that anyone can enter, anyone can turn up as long as you enter before the entries close, before the event is full, and have an opportunity to run a really fast race. I love it. I love the mass participation vibe of this race, and the elite results that it churns out, and a massive amount of personal best. Now the men, this elite B race, they're all stood on one leg on the start line. I'm just looking here at the Finnish gantry. They're around about 100 metres behind, and they have set off. And you've got to sprint through this first sort of 400 metres or so. You've got to give yourself a shot at a good position, else you're just going to get chewed up and churned out the back of a big pack.
Well, and look at this, Jeff McGraw, someone who coaches a lot of athletes who have been here this afternoon. He goes in this one, but also dead centre there, Jamie Webb in the Adidas singlet, 205 on his vest. What was he at? A 144 800 metre man in his day. We haven't quite seen him at that level for a little while, but doing a bit of over distance work here, and well under 30 seconds for that first close to 200 metres or so, and Jamie Webb slots himself at the lead of that chase pack, if you like. 201 takes up the early running.
Christian Tung of Ealing, Southall and Middlesex is the athlete there with 201 on his chest. He's feeling good, he's put himself further up. I think Jamie Webb, it's great to see him doing this sort of work. We have seen him run 5,000 metres before, I think in park runs and stuff like that, and maybe the other podium events, but we mentioned that with some of the earlier races as well, that this is exactly the sort of test you want at this point in your season. You can go away and do stuff in training that might indicate what sort of shape you're in, but it's a bit better to come put yourself on the line and really see. Big move there from Tom Butler, Shaftu Barnett in that black and white vest. He's moved himself up behind Tung in second place.
And it's also Jacko Farrell who's up there just to the left of pitcher Ed Blythe in this one. He's one of the quickest in the field. He's got a 14-12 lifetime best, so a lot of these men. Ollie Dustin, another 800 runner, Hannah, who we haven't mentioned yet, just tucked right in the middle of that pack somewhere, staying out of trouble. Tom Butler, well, we've seen him run some fantastic races over the years. He's in the Shaftesbury colours, and ran fantastically last year at the Night of 10,000s at Highgate, so he's someone who, well, there's a festival, there's Tom Butler, because enjoyed himself at Highgate last year and he's enjoying himself here tonight. Early days, one thing's for sure, he's going to have a very, very fast finish, he always does.
And they are spread out across the track. I was just picking out Matt Jackson as well. He's right in the middle of the pack, got a big beard and a sort of purple vest on there. Spends most of his week working very hard for Hocker, so I'm sure they've got a presence here at the event. And I bet he's been working all day and then got himself out here to have a race.
Well, there's a few athletes like this. We've got Ben Biggs later on who does a great job for New Balance, and well, he's been in the New Balance tent all day long, sort of showing people around the product, educating them on the product, and he goes in that A race, so I know he's looking forward to that. I think his manager gave him a few hours to sort of relax and reset before race time.
Well, and just we're on the theme of having two roles today, hats off to Ian Williamson of Cambridge and Coleridge, who's somewhere down there, I hope. He's also running a food van just behind us. It was absolutely brilliant. I can thoroughly recommend his hot dogs. And he's asked his coach, Mark Vile, to step into the food van and take orders so he can get himself down there into this elite men's B race. So I hope that Ian Williamson of Cambridge and Coleridge is hiding somewhere there in the middle.
Well, and 106 just to the left of the picture as well. That's Adam Barber, Harborough AC. 1420 lifetime best, and looks comfortable, and you can tell a lot of these men want to get things moving. It's 5-6 abreast at the moment, just feeling each other out as they come past the crowd for that first time. So that's lap one done, and they're through the lap in the tag on, should we say, lap in 180 metres or so in about 3:10, Hannah. So at the moment, if it's anything like that previous race, they are very close to low 14 minutes.
Ben Batkin of Kettering Town Harriers as well, 109. He was just slotted in on the inside, running the shortest line. Smart racing choice there if he can hold that through the tight bends and not get caught up there. You can see 209. Apologies, I thought it was 109. 209 is someone else.
Mark Bostock, 112, Leeds City AC, another 14:19 or 14:20-ish 5k runner. So lots of them at the helm at this race. In the fours, they're going to come round past the friends and family again, and the noise is just growing and growing every single lap now. It's warming everyone up out here because it's a cold old night, but for 5,000 metre racing it's almost perfect because the wind is almost non-existent now. It's about 9 degrees out there, and I think that's roughly what the world record was set in.
Jamie Webb holding on in well there. He's still in sort of the top 10, top 15. A very, very big bunch here. Christian Tongue has been pushing the pace at the front, but he's not pulled away from anyone. Everyone's very content with the pace he's setting. Jack Willis is 2:09, the Middlesbrough and Cleveland Carrier athlete. He's there in the headband just on the outside. So he's been staying involved, but being exposed there versus some of the other athletes that have been happy to tuck in mid-pack and stay out of the wind, if you like.
And this is very, very fast. I think we're going to see things break up in a lapse time. So where they are now in a lapse time, I think things will really start to thin out. There's a lot of men, I think, working particularly hard at this point in the race. And you can kind of tell by some of the body languages we're seeing already, sort of heads rocking side to side. Questions are going to be asked of these men, and it's going to get serious in a kilometre or so's time. They're all good enough. They've all got the 1500 credentials to actually hang with this for a mile or so. They're well through the mile, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. They're almost approaching the sort of 2 kilometre mark.
And that is the problem with 5,000 metres, especially when you've got an environment like this. I think when we move to those 2 elite races, the final A races that we've got coming up soon, then we're going to be faced with a whole load of athletes that have been in these different environments. They've had the crowd screaming at them, they've had the big lights, and they know how to control that emotion. But I think, to be honest, especially this man in the elite B race, was that pacemaking there for Christian Tongue. That makes a lot of sense. He's done a fantastic 2 laps for these men, and he was cheering. He was so excited with how that had went. That makes a lot more sense. I was thinking, why are they just letting him boss this race, letting him control it? And that makes a lot more sense. So Tongue steps aside and this B race gets underway.
That is interesting. I know we've got some pacemakers in the elite races, men's and women's A races coming up. Didn't realise we'd have one in the B race, but yeah, he did. He was happy to go to the front early on as well. And now the new unofficial pacemaker is Tom Butler as he forces things along. And Mark Bostock continues to feature there in these Bucks Indoor 3,000 metre finalists, 5th place a few years ago, coached by Andy Henderson. So again, doing a phenomenal job. And Andy, he was another one who bounced off of Armagh. That famous race over in Ireland, 14:19 was when he set that lifetime best. He's also a sub 30-minute 10k man, and that was a few weeks ago. Perhaps more relevant in over in Trafford.
That sort of range you need. But I am impressed by Adam Harbour AC. He's just sort of keeping himself out of trouble there on the outside. This is what I do when I watch races. Yes, you've got the guys at the front that are pushing the pace, and we have had a good afternoon so far for front runners. They have managed to hold on somewhat, but I also look for those athletes that sort of every time something happens, they kind of poke their head out, see what's going on, but then they just poke themselves back in. I think 179, another athlete that's having a quiet but sort of active race, but staying very engaged. Jack O'Farrell of Liverpool Harriers. He's there on the sidelines, and it's everyone's just getting themselves up there. Jack Woods as well, Worthing, 2:12 on his chest.
And we've got a new leader. You talk about people sort of drifting their way to the front. Tony McCambridge of St. Malachi's AC, and well, easy to spot in that green, but looks comfortable up at the front at the moment, almost looking around to see who's coming with me then, boys. There's still 5, 6, 7 abreast at this stage in the race, showing that a few of these men is that one of the small twins back there as well. Yeah, fantastic, or 2 of them actually, running very well, off in the way with twins, but they had a fantastic outing at the Bucks Cross Country last month.
These athletes have still got 5 minutes or so to go. Am I being over ambitious, under ambitious? More than 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes left of running, and that's a long time. And I think if anyone makes a bid now, they're going to be feeling very, very good, and they've got to think maybe they haven't got the fastest leg speed. They've got to get everybody super tired and go for a strength kick. They'll be vulnerable if they let everyone sit on them. Reece Marshall of Fife AC, he's just the 165 there. He's just starting to move himself up a little bit further towards the front, as is Skip Snelson of Banbury Harriers. Nice at best. I used to do a lot of training around Banbury Harriers.
Yeah, and it's Jack O'Farrell there, 178 in the All Black, who is up at the front as well. He's another 14:20. We can list as long as our arm the amount of guys who have run 14:20. So can they get under that mark? We got 2 to go, Hannah. The strobe lights setting off here. Things are starting to harden up. So what are they on? 8:45 for 8:50ish with 2 to go.
Big move there from Charlie Davis. I think he was getting himself tangled up perhaps with 165 there. Reece Marshall with that 5 vest. They were starting to cut each other up, but the Brat vest of Charlie Davis just made a big move through with 2 laps to go, getting himself onto the front of this chase pack, and it is turning into a chase pack. Dominic Coy of Ilkley Harriers, the athlete at the front now, has maybe waited until he saw that 2 laps to go, and now he's pushing pace.
Goodness me, Izzy, and I said before, this is where things really start to break up, and you're seeing it firsthand here. Who can go with him? Who's going to be able to hang? And is that Tom Crockett of Exeter University as well? He's just easing himself up, and you talk about people who've been keeping a low profile. He's one of them. Joe Tuffin, it looks like, might be in second place as well.
Charlie Davis, wrong Brat vest. We have got Joseph Tuffin in there, I think, for Brat as well, but Charlie Davis having an absolutely phenomenal race. He's pulled this pack, and it is a huge pack. They've just gone in front of our commentary position here. It is absolutely massive, and there's not many gaps opening up through the field. They're just coming all through thick and fast, and they're getting cheered on every step that they're taking. These men are trying to turn it into a lead group of 10, a lead group of 5, and every time there's a small gap, somebody pitches out and closes it, and they're on the penultimate lap, so they're really going to be on their limit.
But he's where the moves are going to come from, and it's looking like Tom Crockett. He's looking very smooth at the moment. He actually led out that Bucks cross-country race in Leeds, 6 weeks ago now, and a few people that day were going, who's this guy? Who's taking it to Will Barnacle like this, sort of gapping some very, very talented men, but he held on for 13th place. Then he's run 14:20 on the track just last week, Hannah, actually at that Birmingham University Open meet. I thought that was a terrific run considering the conditions, how windy and cold and wintry it was last week. So if he's done that on the track, I think it's almost, he can almost go quicker on the roads. I think the roads are quicker. Look at the atmosphere down. He certainly didn't have that. No disrespect to the Birmingham University Open meets, but he didn't have that last weekend.
Tom Crockett does look full of running here, and this is the argument. You get some people that they put these shoes that you're allowed on the road on, and they do run faster than the track, and I think it's a real opportunity with what's out there in the moment to make the most of that. And why not? Tom Crockett, he does look absolutely full of running, so that's the start line. He's come through that, and this time as he looks towards the finish gantry in the arch there, he will hear the bell. It will be just one more lap for Thomas Crockett, and what he's done in the last half lap has just blown this field apart. They're trying to rally, they're trying to gather behind, but at the moment they've got no answer.
Well, I think he's going to be very close to that 14:20. You think if he can run a 2:50 for this last lap, that's about the speed he's been running all race long. He might be just a fraction quicker, bearing in mind it's just under a kilometre, isn't it? 976 metres per lap, so he's going to be awfully tight to that personal best. But look at all the men who are going through. We've almost had three-quarters of the field through, and we're not even at 12 minutes on the clock, so we're going to see a lot of guys go sub 15 minutes once again here. But Crockett, boy, piling it on.
Crockett looks absolutely full of running. He's taken a brilliant line. He's right up on the edge of the tarmac. Charlie Davis of Brat, he made a big move a lap or so ago to get himself up towards the front of the race. He is holding on to second place at the moment. I think Charlie Davis has realised he's got to get after Crockett. No one else wants to help him. No one else has got the energy or the oomph in their legs to close that gap. And Charlie Davis going alone, trying to bridge the gap, but surely he's going to run out of time. They're coming in front of our commentary position. Crockett looks great. Charlie Davis looks determined. There's a big charge on behind for some of the other athletes. Jed Noblet of Luton Athletics AC, he looks very, very good. He's in third place at the moment.
I tell you what, due to the crowd, the kick starts now, like it or not. The kick starts with sort of half a mile to run. And Jed Noblet, yeah, he's just sub 30, 10,000 metre runner. I think you're at 29.45 at Leeds Abbey Dash a little while ago, pre-Christmas, and he's absolutely flying through. A road specialist is the man from Luton, but Charlie Davies trying to give chase. I think he's got to start worrying about those behind him because he's going to have company coming into that final straight. One man who isn't, if he stays like this, is Tom Crockett, because he's looking smoother and smoother as the race goes on, and he's running a 5,000 metres how it should be run, Hannah, and splitting your fastest kilometre for your final kilometre.
How often have we seen that at the BMCs, Matt? We sit there and watch those A races, those B races. You've got to be moving well at this point in a 5k if you want to keep that momentum and you run a good time. Crockett looks fantastic. I think a lot of these men would have got very hyped up going through this crowd, and that was still with 700, 800 metres to go. That adrenaline would have dipped down on the quiet part of this course as they run into the headwind, but now they're going to get a sniff at the finish. Crockett, surely he's home and dry. He's got a lead over everybody else, but there's a big bunch sprint on behind. I can't call who's going to be second or third. I think Charlie Davis might have gone a little bit too early. He's suffering here in the closing stages, but there's a clear winner here for the elite men's B race.
Well, 13th at the Bucks Cross Country Championships, 8th at the Bucks Indoor Championships over 3,000 metres. He was a bridesmaid last weekend at Birmingham University Open meeting, but he's going to win this one today. The Podium Festival here, the Elite Men's B race. He's going to be rewarded with a personal best, a big lifetime best as well. 14, I've got it 14 inside 14, 10 if he's lucky. Fantastic from Crockett, and what a burn up for those minor places, second, third and fourth. Where's Charlie Davies? He's faded back as well, flocking across the line. We're struggling to ID them all, ladies and gentlemen. They come thick and fast, and the gaps are absolutely minor. Hannah, could you check who got second?
Charlie Wiley was second, 2:13, 1:78 there. Jack O'Farrell, he held on well. He made good moves at the right point in the race there, O'Farrell, to get himself up the races, and he was rewarded with third. Charlie Davis, I think, held on for around about fifth place there. But look at those men, there's no space. Have you ever seen the scenes at the end of the NCA cross-country women's race where they wheel the paramedics in and they're dragging these poor women out of the way as people pile across the line? That is exactly what we're getting here in this Elite Men's B race. Just carnage.
We certainly are, and just a few of them missing that 15-minute barrier there, but a lot of them inside. Absolutely fantastic racing by all of these men, and boy oh boy, well, two races remain here, and the clock's still running, but 14:12, that official time. We'll try and bring you official results all over on Race Timing Solutions. So if you're watching and you're scratching your head like I am, get over to Race Timing Solutions, check those results, and you'll find out exactly what was run in that race, who the winners and losers were. So we'll just catch up from earlier on in the afternoon. Those were your top three: Hannah Taunton, Lucy Armitage, and Victoria Hiscock. That was the race before that one you just witnessed: 16:41, 16:44, and 16:48. Some running from those women, some massive lifetime bests, and none of them have broken 17 minutes before. And quite cruel for Jemima Ridley there, 17:02, big lifetime best nonetheless, but just outside that exclusive 17-minute barrier. And so, two more races to come, as I said, and well, you always save the best to last, don't you? But we've got some serious internationals coming to town, some European record attempts, some national record attempts, and potentially even some world record attempts. 12:49 on that men's side. I'm not sure it's that will go, to be honest with you. So the Elite Women's A race will be off in 14 minutes or so's time, so you've got a little bit of a breather.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm just in your soul. Get on up, Big Bear. gives you wings.
The beauty of the marathon is that you get a lot of energy to think and energy to move. Marathon is a game changer in sport. As far as hydration is concerned, marathon is a game changer.
let's take a look at those results from that previous race. No doubt about it, winner Tom Crockett. What a last lap he had. 14:13. Well, that's a little bit harsh. I think it was 14:12 point something, but well, rounded up, or officially, shall I say. And Jacob Smith, 14:18, was from that race before, so he wasn't actually in that race. But Jack Woods, Jack O'Farrell as well, Jed Noblit with a cracking run from him, Barncroft as well. But Hannah, look at that, multiple men, even sub 14:30.
Just fantastic running, and it was wonderful watching the time trial when they had their £2,000 winning cheque being passed around the athletes. As the faster athletes came through, they had to pass it on to the next athlete. And I wonder that's what we're doing here. We're compiling those results. So Thomas Crockett at the moment has got the £2,500 cheque, but we are surely going to see some fantastic times in that elite men's A race. That's going to be the final race this evening. That gets underway at 7 o'clock here in Leicester, in the very centre of the UK. Now we have got an elite women's A race down there. They're due off in the next 4 minutes, I think. They are all milling behind the start line there.
And the rain, unfortunately, just setting in a little bit. Actually, it looks like it's just stopped again, so we're having some light showers here. But Hannah, is kind of giving to the atmosphere, isn't it? But talk us through some of these elite women, because how about Caroline Nyagadin, the Kenyan, over? I mean, there's a strong East African contingent coming over here, but boy, can she run.
Nyaga, a phenomenal athlete on the track and on the road. She's the 10,000 metre African champion. She ran a good 8:31 at the Jarman Diamond League in September, so we know she's got the track credentials, and a huge 14:35 on the roads in Lille in 2023 as well. But there's talent for days as you go through this start list. The funds on the first page that we've just flicked through, we're going to get a lot of camera time, but behind there is going to be some phenomenal running going on from these women as well. And who knows, they might punch up into that front group. Kate Axford, what a story. She's an elite hockey player converted into a runner, and she picked up a bronze medal at the UK indoor champs over 3,000 metres. Alexandra Shipley as well, a fantastic athlete. Almi Narurka just picked up a bronze at the Bucks cross country championships, and she ran a good road 5k out in Monaco. She went out there with Hocker, with her sponsor, to run in their event. Gemma Kersey, how long has that woman been around? British finals, she is so proficient over many distances. Annabel Gummo, a junior international for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, still running phenomenal times. And Heather Townsend, a mother of twins and a marathon runner. She'll be delighted to only be racing 5,000 metres today. It's wonderful to see her on the start list. And there's a whole lot of women down there. Alicia Tate as well, another international athlete. Ella Weir, steeplechaser and a mountain runner. Olivia Mason, she could be running supremely well. And Neve Brown for Aldershot, Farnham and District. Just at the bottom of that list there, this woman has just been selected to compete in the World Cross Country Championships for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And that's significant because Neve ran for Great Britain, I think she was around about 17 or 18, and she hasn't run for Great Britain since. It's around about 6 or 7 years, and that's a real story of perseverance. So anyone that's struggling out there with injury should certainly take inspiration from Neve Brown.
Yes, Tim Egley doing a phenomenal job with her, to be honest, and trains out at that Aldershot base, or always there at Guildford Sports Park as well, running some grass steps. So a very good cross country runner. And Tim Eglin also coaching Walt Barnacle, who we may well see in that elite men's race up next, who is also going to the World Cross. So well, if you want to book your place to a World Cross Country, perhaps you need to tap up Tim, because he's doing a great job with some of the best women and men in the country, no doubt. Obviously Jack Rowe going in the 10 tonight, late our time, probably Sunday morning over in California, trying to get that 10k qualification mark for the Paris Olympic Games as well. So there you have it. It's some of these women, some fantastic stories which we will elaborate on throughout this race, but just moments away from these elite women, and this is the business end. This is where the prize money will be won or lost, and Hannah, prize money paying down into about 6th place, I believe.
It's phenomenal, the prize purse that they've got here for the Podium Festival. 2.5k to the winner for these elite races, and these 5k, and then it's 1k for second, 500, 300, 200, 200, and then 100 for 7th through 10th place. And that money will go a long way for these women. Some of these elite women, perhaps they've got their own personal sponsorship, they might pick up bigger prize money here, there and everywhere, but there's other women in this field for which that money would make a huge difference. And we saw that in the time trial races, with the winners of those races not necessarily being the most elite runners, and nonetheless picking up huge £2,000 top prize that went to Erin Wallace and James Young. But here we go for the women's elite A 5k. You have to battle for space on the start line here. Going to be elbows galore. Let's all hope these women get off the start line smoothly. Neve Britton Hubbard with a pace across their chest. We believe Hannah Nuttall is pacemaking as well. She's just over to the side of our screen. I think she came third in the end in the time trial race, Hannah Nuttall. She's very much back in training after representing Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the World Indoor Championship. She's getting back in her 5k shape, trying to chase down that Olympic qualifying mark. Erin Wallace, the winner of the time trial, is right there, and Niamh Britton-Hubbard, I think perhaps finished fourth in the time trial race in the end. So what a trio of pacemakers to escort these women around the roads.
Well, this is a very good workout for them, isn't it? 1k earlier and now pacing. It'd be interesting to see how many laps of this circuit they can get done. It'd be good. It looks like we've got a few more paces as well. Like you said, Hannah, almost all those women from the time trial doubling back here, and they're going to be off the front of this women's 5k to drag them round to a very, very fast time. I mean, the world lead at the moment, 14:13. It would be amazing if we saw that. I believe that's unfortunately because the world record hasn't quite been ratified yet. Is that correct, Hannah? Because the world record stands at 14:19.
I think it is a matter of getting those sort of things ratified, waiting on test results, waiting on course re-measurements and all that but 14:13 is just a phenomenal time. By Ngetic in Valencia in January. But is that Caroline Nayaga already at the front of the race? So she perhaps feels that the pacemakers weren't going as fast as she wanted. She did check her watch. She is wearing a watch. She's wearing that ASICS kit as well, but Nayaga has got plenty of experience. If she feels that it's not fast enough, she knows her own body, and she has got ahead of the pacemakers, and the rest of the athletes is just gonna blow. This field is going to be blown apart anyway. They're chasing fast times here today.
Oh boy, is that so. Look at Nayaga go then, pouring it on already in lap one. A few others that we should probably mention, Hannah. I'm excited to see how Abby Donnelly does. Also in that lead group, Melissa Courtney-Bryant is at Verity Ockenden as well. These athletes have been in around those GB squads for a while, and Donnelly has been dominating the cross country. And it's always interesting to know, well, what does that form translate to? How fast are you operating over 5k and 10k to win these major cross country races in such dominating fashion? And we're about to find out.
We are. So strong running at the front here. I think this is Caroline Nayaga. She's run 30:48 for 10,000 metres, the 12th fastest ever by anybody. And here she is in Leicester running the Podium Festival 5k here, and the prize money will be a draw for these athletes, but also the bonuses on the line. If you run a course record, you get an extra £1,000, and that course record at the moment is with Abby Donnelly, who's further back in the field at the moment, 15:25, very achievable by this field. And that world record, of course, 14:13. Surely you would.
Well, slight power cut here. We are battling some conditions. The rain threatened, but doesn't look to be raining anymore out there. At least we're tucked inside this commentary booth. Kate Axford leads that chase pack, Hannah. So there's almost a race within a race here as well. I think we're going to have a lot of women flirting with that 16-minute barrier. And someone like Axford, 15:49, I think her lifetime best. I think she can go quicker than that. I think she knows it as well. So she's going to try and give chase. And look, I see someone like Niamh Britton-Hubbard, who is due to pace, is kind of struggling to keep up with that lead pack. They are absolutely flying along, and well over a kilometre in sort of 3:20 run, and 4 laps to go.
Nayaga looking very, very strong at the moment. We've got these two athletes in their Nike Elite kit. I'll just wait till we get their numbers so we can correctly identify them, but they have also put themselves ahead of the pacemaker, and they're very, very happy to go with Caroline Nayaga here, very much the headline athlete.
These are late entrants, Hannah. These aren't on the entry list. I was told a few of the agents brought over a few extra athletes just to have a run out here, so I do apologise. I don't think we'll be able to identify them throughout the race, so we'll focus on what you're probably tuning in for, and that is the domestic battles that we're watching here at the Podium Festival. How quick are the likes of Abby Donnelly, Verity Ockenden, Melissa Courtney-Bryant, how quick are these athletes going to run? They're doing a good job at the moment. I believe Hannah Nuttall and co are still in there pacing their teammates out, but I think they're just showing how quick they are running. It's awfully hard to pacemake these women when we're moving at these speeds. I think we might see a sub 15-minute clocking from some of these British women.
Nayaga is just absolutely flying here, and it potentially, we're going to have to see how long those pacemakers can stay in it. If Hannah Nuttall and Niamh Britton-Hubbard can stay in there for a long time, they're going to be able to help those domestic athletes. If not, they're going to be very isolated very quickly, because Nayaga is just torn away from this field. But already we can see the athlete in third place. Apologies again, a late entry we don't have the name of. She's drifting back, so if we can add bodies to that domestic chase pack, I think that's very much going to keep their hopes alive. And Nayaga, hats off to her. This is very, very brave running. They're 5 minutes into this 5,000 metres.
Well, she's checking her shoulder, isn't she? 14:35 lifetime best on the roads. That was set in Lille. And you may well have mentioned that already, Hannah, last year. But yeah, the African champion over 10,000 metres. And you're no slouch if you get that title. She's got company up at the front. They look relaxed, actually. They put in a real hard surge to kind of drift away. And so often, actually, it has been known that they don't really like to run with much company. They like to run in their own stride as well and find their own rhythm. So it's no surprise that she's surged away from this field and now pausing on. But she's settling a little bit. And do you know what? Those British women actually have these two leading females in their sights at this stage in the race.
We have seen some phenomenally fast running already here today. And just a note to say that the Olympic qualifying standard, I might be getting carried away with myself, but the Olympic qualifying mark is 14:52. Athletes can achieve that on the road or on the track. And some of these athletes could be mighty close to that if they can get close to the 15-minute mark. And from a British perspective, we've already got the likes of Jess Judd underneath that time. I think she did that right at the end of the last track season. And you've still got Ailish McColgan might be going for 10,000, 5,000. But what a night that would be if we could get a couple of these women anywhere near that 14:52.
Well, this is one of the reasons that Chris Barnes, the race organiser here, was so keen on getting that World Athletics licence sorted out, because he knew there would be records and he knew there would be qualifying standards here. And also, it's the appeal for a lot of these women to say to them, look, if you do run fast, it will count, it will get ratified, and you can use it as a qualification mark. And yeah, someone like Melissa Courtney-Bryant, no doubt she would have taken to a few races in America, but how nice would it pre-training camp to back that standard?
And there will be a lot of athletes. We've spoken about this event, this whole Podium festival being kind of in the wilderness between the indoors and the outdoors and the cross country. A lot of these athletes will have big plans for those training camps. They will have bought their tickets. I know a lot of people are actually flying off kind of in the next couple of days. This is very much their last domestic thing. And there goes Melissa Courtney-Bryant checking her watch. Verity Ockenden just behind. And there is Jenny Nesbitt. What a fantastic indoor season she's had. At Kate Axford with that almost surprise bronze at the British Championship. That was brilliant. So coming underneath our commentary position at the moment, Abby Donnelly and Melissa Courtney-Bryant running stride by stride. Donnelly, such a fantastic cross-country season, like you mentioned, Matt. Does she have the leg speed to complete a 5,000 metres on the road?
Well, I can see in that chase group Jenny Nesbitt, Kate Axford, Megan Davies, Amelia Quirk as well, leading a whole host of women to some very, very fast times, a personal best, no doubt. So, like I say, Ockenden isolated a little bit on her own. Donnelly and Melissa Courtney are able to battle it out, tat for tat at the moment, tit for tat, and going into, well, about coming up to that halfway marker.
That group of Nesbitt, Axford and Megan Davis, that looked very strong. They were just pulling themselves away from the likes of Amelia Quirk. Some of you might be wondering why we're not talking about the front of the race. Of course, we are blown away by Caroline Nayaga and the speed she's putting out here, but we've got a wonderful British domestic battle going on behind these women, and they're going to run some fantastic times all the way through the field. But Nayaga is well over halfway through this race here, 8 minutes on the clock. And she's just working her way through the quieter section. Bit of calm out there. They might be able to relax, catch their breath before they head back to the crowds. Everybody has hung around. It has started drizzling. It has got dark. We are in Britain in March. It's not the nicest evening, but there are plenty of people enjoying the athletics out there.
Well, they really are, and I'll tell you what, if you're Niyaga's coach right now, you're just beginning to worry. You can see the rain just pouring on these athletes around this bend before they turn into the finishing straight. But you're just beginning to worry because she has had this company all race long, and we've seen it time and time again, haven't we? If she can't get a gap, if she can't pull away from this athlete in second place, then she may well lose out in a sprint finish, and that would be an awful shame considering she's come all this way and leading this race gun to tape. She went round the pacemaker within the first 500-600 metres or so, and Hannah, they are going to be inside 15 minutes if they keep this pace up. I've got no doubt about that. 9:05 with 2 laps to run, and it's less than a kilometre laps to the track, 976 metres, so comfortably inside 15-minute paces. More, did you see what those British women were just coming through that finishing gantry in?
Around about 9:14, 9:15, I think, for Abby Donnelly and Melissa Courtney-Bryant. And I was thinking the athlete in third place here, one of the other late entrants, I thought she was fading ever so slightly, that could help Melissa Courtney-Bryant and Abby Donnelly. They might not need that help. They've got each other. They're very experienced. Those are two phenomenally tough competitors. Donnelly, what a brilliant bronze at the European Cross Country Championships. We know she's got so much strength. Courtney-Bryant, bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games a few years ago. So those two a bit further down. They're in 4th and 5th at the moment, just bidding to try and break 15 minutes here on the road.
Well, it's almost getting to the point where we just have to enjoy racing for what it is, haven't we? With a lot of talk about time, but I think with the conditions set here, we've got some horizontal rain coming across. The images not really showing that, but it is starting to come down pretty heavy. And Hannah Donnelly, look at this then. I can't see Melissa Courtney Bryant. Donnelly has dropped her, and she is closing in on that athlete in third place. And Donnelly might well get amongst the top places here and take home some big cash prizes. As Courtney Bryant, is she doing battle with Ockenden now?
It does look like Melissa Courtney Bryant has dropped back to Verity Ockenden, those two working well. Abby Donnelly punching forward, just taking a bid for the podium. She is in fourth place at the moment, chasing down the second of these late entrants, the two in the orange vest. We do believe they've been entered by their agent at the last minute. We welcome them and to Leicester. I'm not sure they would have known what they were in store for when they got off the plane or they came from their training camp, but this is Great Britain at its finest in March. A bit of drizzle, and thanks to Chris Barnes and the Podium team, this is Britain at its finest on the roads with these phenomenal fast 5Ks. Caroline Nayaga hasn't looked around at all. I wonder perhaps if these are athletes from her agent group and maybe they know each other and there is a bit of etiquette and a hierarchy, because the athlete in second place is not helping at all. Nayaga is checking her watch every now and again, but you've got to feel like the athlete in second place is just chilling and might have a sprint in the last lap.
Well, Nayaga is here representing ASICS also. We know the amount of brands that are on site showcasing off their tech. They would love to see Nayaga win for them as well. I think Hagos Gebriwet's going to be his unveiling for ASICS in that men's elite race as well. So you can go test out the exact shoes that Nayaga's got on feet in the tent here. That was one of the perks of this Podium festival. But Hannah, this may well be just a slight gap for me. She just looks like she's starting to squeeze things a little bit.
Nayaga has looked brilliant through this whole race. She's been checking her watch, she hasn't been checking behind her. She doesn't seem at all intimidated with the other two athletes that are the only two that tried to go with this pace. When she approaches the gantry this time, the Land Rover has gone under the timing clock, the lead vehicle. Nayaga will be next underneath, and she will hear the bell. She'll be familiar with this loop. The athletes will have warmed up here, they will have got a good old look at it. So for the very last time they will embark on a circuit here at the Podium Festival, and they will really work this uphill section down the bottom. They're going to use the crowd, they'll feed off that energy, they'll go into the quiet section, and then they will come home for one massive sprint finish. These two have been tied so closely for the race. Can Nayaga, the pre-race favourite, open up a gap in just the last half mile?
I tell you what, Donnelly is having a fantastic run at the moment. We're seeing Ockenden and Melissa Courtney Bryant go through screen as well. And just a little bit further back, it's Amelia Quirk, Kate Axford, Megan Davies, and a few Spaniards in there as well, a few Europeans in that pack coming over to Leicestershire to nab qualifying spots for, well, potentially Europeans and also Olympic Games. Times are just slipping away a little bit from these athletes. Even someone like Donnelly, I think she's going to be the wrong side of 15 minutes. I say the wrong side, still a fantastic run, but with the pace they set off at, we were getting a little bit excited.
It was an aggressive start, and much of that was led by Caroline Nayaga. She went ahead of the pacemakers with her these two athletes for company, and they really haven't looked back. They're just forging on, and here come the athletes past the cheer zone, past all the athletes. So it is Caroline Nayaga of Kenya in the lead at the moment, two athletes just behind her, and then Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Abby Donnelly, the cross-country specialist, who said she was going to run a marathon this spring. That doesn't seem to have materialised. Abby Donnelly was entered for Seville, and then she just seemed to go the way of the World Cross instead, so maybe Donnelly postponing those marathon plans for a few weeks. She is in fourth at the moment. Courtney Bryant doing battle with Verity Ockenden further down the line. Look back, the whole string of athletes pouring through the start-finish gantry for the very last time. This is the final women's race. This is the final action we're going to see from our females tonight, and they've been brilliant all afternoon, all evening, and what a way to cap off this event.
£2,500 up for grabs for Caroline Nayaga then. She could not shake that athlete in second place all race long. It would be a cruel way to lose if she does, but she looks strong, Hannah, and she looks like she's starting this kick for home, and it's at a metre that's opened up for the very first time.
Nayaga doesn't seem to be intimidated by the athlete behind her, but I think the athlete looks good. She's bouncing high on her toes, she looks smooth, doesn't look like she's challenged. They're going to pass through the start gantry. That means they've got around about 150 metres to go. It is $2,500 for the win, an extra 1,000 for the course record, 15:25. That is going to get obliterated. 14.5 minutes on the clock now. They'll see the finish line for the first time. They're going side by side. Caroline Nayaga, the long-time race winner, finds an extra bit of energy. She's got the extra gear. It is going to be a wonderful win for Caroline Mayaga, but they're sprinting all the way to the line. Every step of the way she loses it in the final 10 metres. It isn't going to be a win for Caroline Mayaga. She timed her kick just wrong and she's been overhauled in the very final metres, but they have dipped under 15 minutes, 14:59. Mayaga looks so full of running. Did she mistime her kick there? Should she have waited just a notch further? Abby Donnelly coming through for 4th place. The smoke machines are on, the dry ice is out. Melissa Courtney Bryant out sprinting Verity Ockenden there across the line and around about 15:25 or so.
Look at that. Well, we didn't even need warming up. The atmosphere is so hot down here. The athletes have lit up this track, but how about those firework cannons going off as well? And look, we do apologise, we haven't got the name of the athlete who nipped Nayaga for the title there. It is a very, very late entrant. We weren't past that information on the 2 athletes in orange wearing the Nike singlet. I believe that's the Rosa organisation, so we'll try and get you them as soon as possible and find out who they are on the results as well. But what a run, and I'll tell you what, the heavens have opened, Hannah, and the fast times we were hoping for in that men's race, I think we could wave goodbye to them. I think it's going to be all about just a race basically, and we just enjoy racing for old sake.
A whole load of women underneath 16 minutes there. What about that? A win, 14:59, a brand new course record. Now that's going to take some beating, but if that can be run in these conditions with the wind and the rain, and also I think when you look across the world, when you look and you try and find a race you want to do at a certain time of year, when something's got a course record like that of 14:59, you kind of go, all right, maybe that's where I should go, and that's how events and build their reputation. So that's wonderful for the Podium Festival event here in Leicester to have that as a course record.
You did right. It's exactly what happens, and looking at the prize money, I think looking at cash on offer attracts a few athletes as well. So look at these images, enjoy them. Athletes still flocking across this. Yeah, we're having a few power issues.
Great running from all these athletes. I'm sure they would have loved being a part of this atmosphere. There is a covered cheer area, a tarpaulin sort of gazebo that's out, and a few spectators have gone and taken their pints over there, but everyone else doesn't seem bothered at all, very happy to wait it out in the rain. The athletes are warming up for the men's Elite A race. I'm sure they'll have all their gear on, they'll be staying nice and warm. One thing about the wind, Matt, it does perhaps hope that the rain does perhaps mean the wind might drop ever so slightly. And we did still see some really good personal bests in that race.
That's a very good point indeed. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes then, and go grab a cup of tea. The Elite Men's race about to get underway. That will get off at exactly 7 o'clock, so those men keeping warm. But for now, just enjoy watching some of the trailers of what's coming up and appreciating some of the brands who have sponsored this fantastic festival of running.
confirmation of the women's A race result there. Asmaresh Anli of Ethiopia was the athlete that we didn't have the name for before. She snuck the win ahead of Caroline Nayaga, and Meseret Yashane picked up a good third place as well, 15:14, just ahead of Abby Donnelly. What a run. It was 15:25 she ran here last year for the course record, and Donnelly has bettered that by 7 seconds, but had to say goodbye to her course record, which now stands at 14:59. What a time. Great running from Melissa Courtney-Bryant, Verity Okudin, Yasmin Lau picking up top 10 finish there as well. Kate Axford, Megan Davis, Amelia Quirk all running supremely well. Christina Ruiz and Carla Gallardo, the two Spanish athletes, just backing up Quirk there. And Ellie Wallace and Melitza Macheva. Steph Pennycook having a brilliant run there, 15:43. There'll be so many women underneath at 16 minutes today. That's a big personal best of Megan Davis, down in the 15:30s, backing up her wonderful win in Armagh.
Well, that was the women's action. Now over to the men's. Look at that name at the top, Hagos Gebriwets. Well, a super talent back in 2013. He was Mo Farah's arch rival. Dipped off the scene for a little bit, but boy is he back. 12:42 for 5,000 metres last year. And the world record is 12:49. I think conditions are going to play their part. I don't think he's going to get near that. So expect a low 13-minute clock in there or thereabouts. The pace is set to go around about 13:10 apparently. Alex Yee, Hannah, what kind of form is he in? Because we haven't seen him race a 5K, well, I think since Podium back in 2020, and he ran 13:26 then. So if he's any faster, he could well cause a bit of an upset here in these conditions. Well, he got to favour a Brit or at least a European.
But as we're sitting here in our commentary booth, it's nice and quiet and warm and sheltered from the wind, and just kind of saying that this rain, what is this going to do to this field? And we're trying to pick out those athletes that we think it will affect the least. And I think Alex Yee, he's a tough guy. They race for 2 hours. That's a marathon mentality. They've got to be able to roll with the punches and deal with whatever. So I think Yee could come out here and not be fazed by this at all. We also picked out Axel Van Christensen, who's not on this first page, but the European Junior Cross Country Champion. He won that race back in 2021 and then lost it in 22. He was ill and struggling a lot, and then he came back and he won it last year in Brussels, which is phenomenal to win that title twice. And I think the Danish athlete, he's someone that's going to be licking his lips right now. He's going to be looking at everyone else saying, you give up. And it does level the playing field, and I think bring a lot of other athletes back into the conversation.
I think it's a very good point. Also, someone to note, James West, he's already inside that European qualifying standard of 13:20, 13:19. He ran in Boston, a nice warm indoor bike track, quite the opposite here at Leicester tonight. But what can he do? 3 times British champion now. He won that British indoor 3,000 metres as well. Zach said it, he got third at that British Championships indoors over 3K. Kadar Omar, he's worth pointing out, Hannah, because he's a regular at one of these events. And does he hold the course record, or is that Omar Ahmed?
Omar Ahmed, it holds the course record at the moment, 13:57. You've got to feel like that's super vulnerable right now. And how about that? Ben Patterson, the bronze medalist from the World Championships over 800, the surprise bronze medalist. Again, how often have we seen athletes like this testing themselves and getting themselves out here on a long race at this time of year?
And here they go then on the line. Chris Barnes, race director, will set them off just to give you an example of the weather conditions here. Rain horizontally coming down, the wind picking up as well. Not ideal. We're going to get a true run 5,000 metre race today. And as darkness sets in, so did the rain, unfortunately. It's been dry all day, overcast as well. But these athletes will have to just do battle and compete out there, which is my favourite way to watch running, that's for sure. And someone we didn't mention, Jake Whiteman, look at him, elbows out on that start line as well. What sort of form is he in? He's been down in Australia, so a bit of a shock to the weather conditions. He'll get out hard as well. So these elite men, off they go then. And Hannah, can you spot Hagos Gebriwets? I know he's Italian. He's on the far left in the red, so worth identifying for the viewers at home. He is repping his new brand, Asics. This is the unveiling of his partnership with that brand now as well.
Looks like Gebriwets is tucking in there somewhat, maybe to hiding from this British weather. And unfortunately, Alex Yee isn't here. I had a text from Pete Riley, who works with him at New Balance, and he said he's not actually made the start line, so that's a shame. It's been wonderful to see the athletes third all time on the British 5K rankings. Mix it up with these athletes here, but lots of class in this field nonetheless, and a whole kind of host of pacemakers here to escort them, maybe a lap and a half or so.
Yeah, and another athlete I think worth identifying, Tyler Billiard. Is he doing a bit of pacing? Looks like he's on some pacing duties, Hannah. But Daniel Cosson, who we haven't mentioned, the Kenyan, just 20 years of age, 27.01, his lifetime best over 10,000. And that was on the road. That was in Valencia last year. And well, recent form, Hannah. Not much on him, not much on some of these East Africans, but he was 15th to the cross country in Eldoret. And whenever I see a sort of top 20 finish, I think, well, you must be in pretty good form, that's for sure.
That cross-country race in Eldoret is something else. I've never done it. I would never try to go anywhere near it. I would really, really suffer. But it's a spectacle to watch, and anyone that can get up involved in that is really impressive. And certainly one to watch, and someone we know has got a lot of form. Current form, Will Barnicott. I think I saw him slotted in a little bit further back in a yellow vest, and I think he's just over to the left-hand side of the picture there. And we know Barnicott's in shape.
Well, and it's worth mentioning these elite races is where athletes will be representing brands a lot more, of course. Not just sponsored athletes, but also athletes who haven't got a sponsorship and will be wearing the brand's kit and testing out their shoes. It was one of the things at Podium Festival, which is quite revolutionary, really. Just telling these really good sub-elites here, look, come and run, we'll give you kit, test it out and rep our brand and see how well you can do. And Hannah, it's something, the sport, this team aspect of the sport, for me, it needs to grow. Michael Johnson, all this talk about the track league and stuff, but obviously running being so individual, I think you bring in a wider audience when you make it a little bit more team focused.
I love the team element, for instance, for something like the European Team Championship. So you are really counting those athletes. And if, for instance, the Belgian team in Brussels to get that gold medal in front of a home crowd just added another element to it. So I would love to see training groups get to compete as a team in something like this. Kind of say, oh look, we turn up week in, week out. We might not be affiliated to the same club, but we've got the same coach and we do all our miles together. That could be a fun element as well.
Absolutely. So through this first lap, I mean, inside the first lap they were inside 240, weren't they? So lapping just under 200 metres, they're going to be 251, 250-ish, and it's a big group at the moment. It's thinning out just a little bit. Everyone looks fairly relaxed and comfortable in the darkness. The pacemakers have dropped out. I was wondering how far they were going to get because, again, doubling back from that 1K time trial. So we'll be able to see who is actually at the front of this race and who is involved for the big prize money.
It is wet down there. I've seen a few athletes slipping as well. That is something athletes have said about the super shoes, that they can be a little bit slippy and a little bit hard going when the ground is wet. We have still got Tyler Billiard in here pacemaking. Is that Axel's second? No, that's another pacemaker still. I think Axel van Christensen must be a tiny bit further down the field.
It's Ben Murphy pacing, Hannah, by the looks of things. But the one man we can spot quite easily, and that is Will Barnicott. Wearing that yellow singlet of Puma, and at the moment looks very, very good indeed. And I was disappointed the National Cross got cancelled. I wanted to see him put on a display. I thought he was going to run the inter-counties, but I think he decided against it. And he thought, you know what, I'll get here and see how fast I can run over 5,000 ahead of what will be an electric World Cross. You know that one for sure.
There are so many high quality athletes just streaming underneath our commentary position. Barnicott made a big move there. You can see he's just got to get himself on the back of the other athletes here. 1, 3 and 7, Gebrewout, Kosen, Langat and Will Barnicott just slotting in there. He's had enough of battling it with the domestic guys behind, and he's leapfrogged up into contention with the East Africans at the front.
Well, Daniel Kamayo is on the right of picture in that Adidas singlet as well. World Under-20 bronze medalist over the 1500 in 2022. And that, in fact, Hannah, was a World Junior Championships that Will Barnicott was present at. I believe he ran in the 3000 that day and was by no means on terms with Daniel Kamayo. But as the years go by, and the confidence with this young man grows. He's got 13:45 personal best. You can almost rip that up and throw it out the window, can't you? Because we know Barnicott's worth more than that. I think he's only run 1 or 2, and that was last season.
No, Barnicott is one of those athletes. He doesn't chase fast times. He loves the cross country. He fully invests in that. We see him do a lot of cross country. But it comes to the track. He's spoken about it in Athletics Weekly this week as well. He wants to get that 1500 metre time down. But he's clearly got the engine and the ability to be so good over 5 and 10. And I wonder if he's just rolling the dice here tonight. He's just gambling, he's pushing the envelope, seeing what will happen, because this is a bold and a risky strategy from Barnicott. And he's looking at this stage as they come towards the end of the second lap like he might be about to get isolated ever so slightly.
It's be honest, my fear now with Barnacle is exactly that. He may well be isolating. He's got a hungry bunch of top British domestic runners in behind him who are going to want to hunt him down over the next few laps on this course. And what are they? Well, they're well under 6 minutes, aren't they, for over 2 laps run? So, well, you'd expect that, to be honest. But even 5:40 would be around about 13:45 pace. So we're getting a lot of men inside that, so I think we're going to see a lot of sub 14 clockings, and but now the East Africans really take to the realm, and Gebriwet up front looks very, very comfortable. They're just pitter-pattering, tiptoeing around this track almost.
Great running from Gebriwet, and I was really impressed with him in the summer. It was a real return to form of that Monaco Diamond League, getting back down to 12:42. It was almost a throwback to see him sprinting down the home straight, and that was one of the fastest times he'd run since 2018 or something like that. So he's very much back to his best. Whether he's been struggling with illness or injury, I'm not sure, but Gebriwet had launched that comeback sort of last summer, and it's carried it through to the winter as well.
Well, and how about the ding dong? Him and Kajelcha had it at World Road Running Championships in October over 5k. Gebriwet came out on top. Just a bit of news for you. Kajelcha 26:36 today over 10k, beating Cheptegei on the roads. And well, Kajelcha was one of the guys who almost dethroned Gebriwet, wasn't he? Gebriwet was the man in Ethiopia, and Kajelcha and Barega came along and said, move out the way. And I think it did knock his confidence a little bit, and he may well have had injuries along the way as well, but he's back, and he's back with a bang, and we're halfway through this race, just over.
The first time Amos Langat repping Asics as well. I think it's Asics kit he's wearing as well, just pushing himself up alongside Gebriwet. Langat's had a quiet race so far, and he's got decent accolades to his name. He's a young athlete, silver medalist at the African Under-20 Championships, but here he is going toe-to-toe with someone like Gebriwet, trying to announce himself on the senior stage. And I wonder, I hope any times that they run today, they need to have an asterisk next to them to say it's rainy, it's windy, the weather has deteriorated here in Leicester. We've not got the wonderful weather we had earlier on this afternoon.
That's definitely a track runner talking, Hannah. Goodness me. But Will Barnacle looking good in 4th place in the race. He's leading the domestic field at the moment. He's having a very, very good run out, but I can say there is a large pack forming behind him. And I think the likes of James Wester in that pack, Axel Christensen we mentioned as well, and those men are actually starting to look around to each other and say, look, who's going to take this up? Because Barnacle's there, we can get onto him, but someone needs to move things along. Nick Griggs as well, unfortunately, seems to be dominated by 1500 metre runners, that pack.
Barnacle is running isolated. I would not want to look over my shoulder if I was Will Barnacle and see a pack of that quality all running together, all looking good. And Barnacle has got to really hold his resolve together as they do another 2 laps of this circuit. That's a long, long time to be on his own. I think Barnacle is holding the British hopes at the moment in 4th place, but he could do with one of these athletes in front of him just faltering and just slowing down to give him a bit of help.
Well, it's Amos Langat, in fact, who is the other athlete on the shoulder of Gebriwet. Is he making a move now after 3 laps of this course? Amos Langat, second of those African Under-20 champs over 10k last year. Only a 28.27 PB at just 19 years of age. I say only, fairly modest when you're taking on Gebriwet and going toe for toe. But that's what's on paper. Of course, we don't have many records for a lot of these athletes, but sure as hell, they must be fit. They've travelled all this way, and he's going to want to take home that prize money too.
Cosson just having a quiet race. You mentioned this in the B race. Who do we look for that's having a quiet, calm race, keeps themselves out of trouble, and then saves a bit of energy? This is the penultimate lap. We are getting to the business end here in the men's A race at the Podium Festival, and we've got these 3 at the front. Will Barnacle just behind, and that pack, Matt, they are looking seriously good, that chase pack.
Well, and the problem is there's just strength in numbers, isn't there? There's 8 of them. There's a little pack with Jay Wyman, Zach Seddon in that pack as well. I think Malloy might be in there too. There's a little crop of 4 just off of that chase pack off the leaders. So yeah, there's a few packs out there. The rest of the field though, Hannah, strung out in single file, and these conditions very, very demanding for these athletes out there. But how about this then? 1, 2, 3 with almost a lap to run.
7 on his chest, Amos Langat running at the front at the moment. 28.27 his personal best, 19 years old. That's a 10k on the road, so he's miles behind the likes of Daniel Cosson with his 27.01 run in Valencia last autumn. So the man with number 7 on his chest is outperforming his ranking here. He's really going for it, he's pushing. This is the penultimate lap, and if you are feeling good and you kind of think this is the moment where you go, I'll just have a go, today might be my day to outperform my ranking and take a victory over athletes that maybe don't have the right to be running with.
Well, for me, Kamayo, far right of picture, is the one to watch. He's got the 1500 credentials. He's achieved success at a world junior level over the 1500. He's a taller of the three of them as well, isn't he? And I just fear when he senses weakness in the other two, how can he kick? But Hannah, I don't think we can argue with Hagos Gebre, a man of his quality. He's kicked with the best of them. He's got so much time in the bank, as it were. He must be on a bit of a threshold at the moment. So they are well and truly into their last lap. Barnsley's rung the bell here at the very first Podium Festival.
Gebre is looking good at the front. I'm just trying to pick out the pack as they go behind. We have just seen Jake Whiteman coming through, the 1500 metre world champion. I think that's him in the next pack perhaps. There's just so much high quality. He's running in that group there with his training partner Zach Seddon. They're moving really well through with a lap to go, 11 minutes 20 seconds or so. There's some personal bests that are going to be absolutely torn apart despite the challenging conditions here.
Well, a little bit further back as well, coming through, Oscar Bell. I could see him wearing the nice saw outfit, actually. Colourful colours, making it easy for us in the commentary booth. So Amos Langan and Gebre, they're absolutely flying there, stride for stride on this back straight, soaking up the noise from the crowd. Kamayo as well, nothing separating these men. And Hannah, I'm trying to predict sort of what time we can be looking forward to seeing out of these men. We're just under 12 minutes on the clock. I think we're going to see something around about 13:20, and then we're definitely going to be inside that course record, but nothing electric in these conditions.
Hagos Gebre, he pushed at the front, he made it honest, he took these three athletes away from the rest of the field, and then he let the other athletes push on a little bit, see what they had in their locker. And then I think Gebre has just waited here for this last lap. Perhaps when he came here to Leicester in the UK, he might have thought, how fast can I run? Could I run one of the fastest times all time? And unfortunately, perhaps with that rain coming down in his warm-up, he's turned it into a bit more of a tactical race. But Gebre, he's made his bid here for me. He's looking around, he's really lifted the pace. They've only got around about 200, 300 metres left to go, and they've whittled it down to 2, but it could be a real sprint on between these two.
Oh, this is the moment, isn't it? Gebre in full flight. Not often you get to see this unless you've got tickets for the biggest events in the world. Hagos Gebre, ladies and gentlemen, he's a world champion over 5k on the roads. He looks like he's going to be a Podium Festival champion here today. He's got about 180 metres, 190 metres to run. He comes under that last gazebo, that last banner. And watch the time on the clock as well. He's definitely going to be inside that course record. How fast is he going to run? And we're looking out for the domestic Brits, but he's put on a bit of a display over this last 500 metres. Hagos Gebre, ladies and gentlemen, 12:42. We've got 5,000 metre royalty here at New College in Leicester. 13:18, 13:19 for Gebre, donning that Asics kit as well at the first Podium Festival. Amos Langat in second place, Daniel Kamayo in third, and now Hannah, all eyes on that domestic battle. Where's Will Barnacote?
It's almost like the fog is robbing us of the win here. Jake Whiteman going underneath in front of me just now, but I've missed the group before and our camera has gone down. I think that's Will Barnacote a little bit further down. He has been caught by some of those athletes. There's Axel van Christensen just at the tail end of that chase pack. Jake Whiteman has won the race to the rest of the pack, and he's probably beaten his training partner Zach said, and there he is just across the line. Great run from those men underneath, 14 minutes. But I do think we did just see that bright yellow vest of Puma and Will Barnacote in the middle of that domestic pack that had chased him, so we're going to have to wait and see who got fourth.
Oh god, it was chaos. It was the screen, for those of you at home as well, our screen turned off. We've been having these power cut blips every minute or so, so it's been a stressful experience. But yes, Will Barnacote just faded, but hats off to him going. I think he needed to do that today. When you're going to World Cross, you're throwing yourselves to the lion's den, aren't you? And you need to put yourself in a world of bother, in a world of pain. And it was a very, very good effort from him. But head over to Race Timing Solutions. Live results should be coming on there as we speak, and we can really break down this race.
That's a really good point about Will Barnicott there, Matt. I think when you look towards that World Cross Country taking place in Belgrade in a couple of weeks, if you want to keep yourself at all in contention, you've got to go very, very hard off the line, that first 800, that first kilometre, and then you've got to tolerate that fatigue. So perhaps, I think that's all your coaching prowess coming out there, isn't it? Saying, well, what might have gone on there? Because Tim Eglin is very smart with his coaching, and I think there was a deliberate game plan for Will Barnicott behind that style of racing.
It would have been easy for him to sit back in that chase pack and probably win, to be honest with you. He's got a very, very good kick. We've seen it time and time again and come out the winner. But yeah, I think we're right. I think he did want to just really, really test himself. So Nick Griggs, we didn't even give him any airtime. Fantastic, multiple Irish junior record holder, still only 19 years of age, operating low 330s. He's was at the World Championships last year as well. So, well, that's rounds off the action here. And goodness me, Hannah, we're struggling to catch my breath.
It's been a wonderful event here, and for those of you that are looking at a podium event for the very first time, you might not realise this has been going for a number of years. My 5,000 metre PB is actually from one of the first events up in Barrowford.
not one of the first events, but my 5k PB is also from a podium event. So.
If you talk to most of the domestic British runners over 5,000 metres, these events are where you can run a fast time, and it's been wonderful to see that international element just sneaking into these 5Ks. They of course have wonderful other events across the years and across the year in other distances as well, but tonight has been wonderful. It's a shame that the weather has let down the elite races ever so slightly just here at the last minute, but I really hope this is a platform for this event, for the SportsShoes.com Podium Festival, and that it's going to grow year on year, and we can be back here next year with a little bit less rain.
We certainly hope so. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.